was clicking.
Well, I think too for Shopify Rebellion.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome to North American Challengers. We're in week 8, day 2. I'm late, as always. It's a Thursday, gonna be late. But bit of an upset. I mean, not too big of an upset. Now I don't actually know who picked this this map that just finished here. But what I do know is that Shopify Rebellion just won the first map against M80. Not a great start, and not only did they win the first map against M80, it went to overtime, and in addition to that, it was a 9-3 curse. Shopify got that 9-3 curse in their side. Now, to be fair, Split is a defense-sided map, so, you know, they started on the offense, only got 3 rounds, and then, you know, defense-sided map, so then they were able to turn it around on their defense, and that's pretty impressive. I'll give them that. Yeah, it doesn't look like they've done their usual of showing who picked what, unfortunately for me, who came late. So I don't know exactly what the map picks and bans are, but this is definitely an interesting start. But yeah, I do need more information. So for now, we'll go ahead and turn the volume up so that way I can hear the casters talk about it who did get the opportunity to watch this match.
Well, one thing about Qualanoob is even if someone does manage to kind of stifle him a little bit, he surely bounced back, and this is going to be M80's time and opportunity now that we head over to Ascent. For Shopify Rebellion, it only gets more difficult from here on out, heading into Ascent.
So this is actually good information. So Split was picked by Shopify. This is a map I believe they did really well against Disguised on last week. Let me just double check that. If this is what I am thinking of. No, yes, they did win on Ascent. Or sorry, on Split. It didn't go great. It went 13-8, but still a decent amount. Now we're going to Ascent. Now this is a map M80 does beautifully on. Honestly, I think the map they usually do better on would probably be Pearl or Haven. Haven's a little bit iffy for them, but yeah, Ascent being the pick here, I think is a strong choice from M80. This is a map, like I said, that I do think they can do well on, and it's a map that M80 typically does well on. Shopify maybe going to be in a little bit of a tough spot here, as the map that they were supposed to win, or the map that they did pick, although they did take the map, it went to overtime, and it was really close overall, but it honestly wasn't very close. In the first half, and we can just go ahead and take a look at it, you see this, and it's not great. The first half, we're just looking at Shopify's offense. We can look at their stats. 13-9 for Vic. All right, pretty decent. But you look at the rest of the team. B-Dog with an 8-13. That's okay, but not what you want to see from your duelist on offense, or one of your duelists on offense. But the duelist that should have been doing even better is the entry duelist in Raze on Mata, and, well, didn't quite get there. Then it went 3-10 and 3-11 for Vanity and Moose, which is not great either. That being said, M80's offense was not much better. Actually, the fragging, if you're looking at the frags, it's actually might be a little bit better. You'll see more consistency across the kills. But at the end of the day, it wasn't better necessarily than Shopify's was, and that's why it's going to be going, or that's why it went to overtime. And Shopify was able to take it, although they did have to defy the odds in order to do so. The 9-3 curse did end up helping them out there. So we will go ahead and, yeah, let's gear up for this next map. It's going to be Ascent. It'll be interesting to see if Shopify can try and claw their way through this matchup. I mean, Shopify ended Split 1 being the lowest in Group A, and so coming into Split 2, they really just needed to start to pick up the pace. They needed to try and make a name for themselves, try and pull themselves through, and it's looking like it's going to be difficult for them. They were able to take out Disguised already, but unfortunately were not able to best TSM in the first week of Split 2. So now that we're going into the third week against M80, if they couldn't even beat TSM, the odds of them beating M80 here aren't great. Taking the first map is a good start, but again, it's M80 we're talking about here, so Split may have been the only opportunity for Shopify to get a map, and they did get that map, but that might be best case scenario. I don't know if we're going to see Shopify able to put up really any more maps, any further pushes into the rest of this. I'm not looking too optimistically at Shopify, despite them being able to take up a map here. I don't think it'll be enough, quite honestly, to put it pretty bluntly. But let's go ahead and gear up as we get into Ascent and the agent select is starting. Let's go ahead and look where these players decide to go. Go ahead and see as these agents start to lock in. We do have, let's see, Mata and Nismo both on KO. We've got Koala Noob and B-Dog both on Jet. Vic and Xander both on Omen. And I'm pretty sure those are the only differences. There's going to be a difference in recon initiators. EU for M80 going to be on Sova. Vanity for Shopify going to be on Fade. And then the Sentinels are also different. John Cutie going for Killjoy and Moose going for Cypher. But three similar or three agent picks that are the same. It's the same roles. It's pretty standard Ascent comp. Sova and Fade can be used interchangeably on Ascent, although typically people go for Sova. Fade can definitely be useful as well. And then Cypher's definitely a unique pick, to say the very least, but Moose also does like to play a Cypher. We've seen Shopify go with Cypher a lot. I don't agree with a Cypher pick on Ascent, but maybe Shopify can try and make it work, although I don't know if doing an experimental roster against, or roles, going with an experimental agent comp against a team like M80 on Ascent, I don't know if it'll be enough here. Koala Noob starting the sentry good, able to take out Mata. It's traded off by B-Dog, and he's able to find another in Nismo. He's going to get taken out for a trade, but he was able to keep that player count even in the process. Which does definitely serve to benefit Shopify here, because they're now going to have to play a 3v3 retake. Vic encountering the turret that's been set up in B lobby, taking it out, which it does allow the flank to come through from Moose, but M80 will also know that there could be a flank coming in. Vanity, coming in from CT, does get blinded, and the shock darts are going to come through to try and flush him out. It's not going to flush him out, but it does do some good damage. Vic coming in from Market takes quite a bit of damage. Xander trying to take out the flank from Moose, does get taken out by Vic. EU going to take out Vanity, though, which will keep it even. Still a 2v2, and the health really low here for Shopify. EU looking to finish some of these players off, able to do a little bit of damage. John Cutie going to take out Moose. Vic able to trade it off, but now it's a 1v1, and he knows, EU knows exactly where Vic is, and no, Vic not going to win that exchange, and even if he had, the time was just a little bit too low there. EU going to die to the spike. Everybody dies in that encounter, but in pistol round, it doesn't really matter who lives or dies, as M80 going to be able to take a round there, and that should be a good start to this half for them. Now, I'll point it out. I always like to talk about it, but this is a defense-sided map, which is it's 51.2% defense. It's not super, one-sided, but it is a little bit one-sided. And so it's just important to talk about. Like, if there's a team that should be taking the lead going to the next half, it's the defense. And at the very least, it should be kept even by the defense. The offense taking the lead going to the next half would not be a good situation for Shopify to be in if they want to take this map. Now, I don't think they're going to be able to take this map. I imagine it's going to be a 2-1 from M80. Almost certainly we're going to see that third map, but Shopify should still be putting up a good fight. Speaking of putting up a good fight, Xander takes a significant amount of damage, but so does Mata, and of course, the gun advantage can be very prevalent for M80. That being said, Vic in Wine gets cleared out. The shock dart comes through and takes out the majority of his health. He's now down to 25 HP, which puts him at one shot to the very powerful guns that M80 has. With a Guardian, we've got two Vandals and a Bulldog, the weaker gun being a Marshal, but this Force 5 from M80 will look very, very deadly. Shopify off of minimal push into A and just a little bit of util from M80, Shopify decides, alright, we'll just rotate B, it's probably a B hit. Guess what? They're wrong. It's an incredibly bad read, and the knife coming into A does confirm to Shopify, maybe we made a mistake. And B-Dog pushing out into B Garage, or in through B Garage, is going to confirm that. This spike is going to go down on A. Nobody going to be able to stop the plant, or even place util down to try to stop the plant. And this 5v5 retake is not looking like it's going to go well for Shopify, who is down on HP, down on guns. This is definitely starting to look like a bad situation for Shopify to be in this round. Although, should have known it was going to go to M80. could have gone with a little bit more pushback. Let's start this retake. Fade Util gets taken out. Nismo going to be the one to take out Vanity. Mata able to get a trade pick by taking out Koala Noob, so it's going to remain a 4v4. But again, at this point, the spike's been down for so long, Shopify just has to die to the spike or try and watch exits. And, well, they're going to try and watch exits here. There's no time to defuse. Moose with the shorty, not quite going to be able to find a pick, but he does push B-Dog and Vic back. Wait, no, sorry. He doesn't push B-Dog and Vic back. He pushes EU back, so EU dies to the spike. But the rest of Shopify just going to die to the spike as well to get those ult points up. And although Shopify will have better guns here, with only 2 people dying from M80, the gun diff is not going to be very big in the favor of Shopify. That being said, B-Dog does already have that operator out. We'll see if it can do some damage as we get into these rounds. And M80 looking like they're going to go for an A hit here. Posted up in A lobby. Of course, you got the Killjoy lurk over near B lobby, but it's looking like at least an A push just started out. Now, we do have Vic going into Wine looking for a pick. He's going to find it. It looked like M80 maybe wanted to prevent him from getting in there, but the KO Util is going to help Shopify get that early pick. B-Dog with the operator. Going to take out John Cutie. That lurker in B lobby is gone. So now it's down to 3 for M80. They're all posted up, coming in through A main. Bit of a chokehold if some Util can go through there to push them back. Mata gonna find 1. Nismo finds 2, but Vanity gonna return with 2 of his own, and that's gonna leave 3 players left alive for Shopify. And although it was a bonus round from M80, they weren't able to take the majority of Shopify's players, which is sort of what you want to be doing on your bonus round. That being said, they still got 2 of the players, and so it will hurt Shopify's chance at stabilizing their econ, but those players that did die will be able to pick up some guns here, or sorry, buy some guns here, and the econ can start to stabilize. For Shopify, it's going to be a full buy from both sides in going into this 4th round. Now that it's a buy, we'll see how this goes. There's a Hunter's Fury for EU to use if he's in a position to do so. Sentry's going fast through into A. They clear Wine, and it's a good clear. Koala Noob going to take out Vic. B-Dog, though, with the operator, going to take out Xander, which does allow for a trade, so it's going to remain a 4v4. The Hunter's Fury that I did talk about does come out, but it's not going to find anything. Ooh, that op shot narrowly misses Koala Noob, who is starting this entry. Mata trying to find a pick as he peeks under door, but the door is going to close before he can do any damage. Door is destroyed. Some Util comes through to try and prevent the retake through door. This spike goes down. Shopify definitely in a good spot here to try and start this retake. They're just waiting for Moose's flank to see if it'll come through with any kills. Now this retake is started as Moose gets ready to start the flank. There will be an alarm bot. But he's actually able to get by it. Oh no, for EU, who's just going to get flanked. Taken out. Now M80 down a player as this retake starts. Nismo going to take out Mata, but Vanity takes out Nismo. John Cutie and Koala Noob be trying to pick, though, which will make it a 1v2. B-Dog having to pick up a gun. He knows there's at least one hell. Koala Noob going to take B-Dog out, and they did lose the majority of their players, but M80's econ going to be pretty stable here, and they're going to be able to afford a buy here, although it will be difficult to get their econ stabilized. It's not a horrible position for them to be in. Unlike Shopify, whose econ is in a pretty horrible position here, and they're going to have to be on a light buy or a save, whichever one they decide to do, and it looks like it's going to be a save here, as Shopify's econ did take a pretty massive hit off of that loss. There's 2 ults for M80 to utilize this round. There's an ult for Shopify to use in those jet knives, and I imagine, of course, the Blade Storm will come out here. Looks like M80 going to be doing a bit of a split push, maybe playing default here. They know that it's going to be a save from Shopify, so they're hoping that they can get an early pick or a few picks. Maybe Shopify will play aggressively here, but Shopify, despite it being a save round from them, is actually not playing grouped up. They're playing pretty separated here. I imagine they just want to play off of contact and wait for their team to rotate off of some early vision or early damage done. Ooh, a jiggle peek out from Vanity does spot Koala Noob, so now they know there's at least one coming in from mid. Vanity jump peeks out again. Dangerous mistake. Takes quite a bit of damage, down to 26 HP. So M80 will be taking mid here. Shopify not going to be able to stop it, but the question is, where does M80 go from this mid take? And they're actually not going to be going through any of those mid entrances. Instead, going to rotate into B lobby. They're going to start this B push. B-Dog is inside a garage to try and prevent the push, but that null command does come out from Nismo, and off of that, Koala Noob going to find 2 picks. Koala Noob also going to take out Moose. And just like that, site is cleared, and that's why you gotta play grouped up on these pistol rounds, because otherwise, you know, you can just get picked off pretty easily here. You'll lose your 1v1s just being at such a big gun diff, and that's what we see here.
For M80.
Now there's 2 left alive for Shopify. Vic with a judge, Mata with a pistol. We will see how they decided to approach this. Decided to just flash and push through it, and it's a good choice. Don Cutie gonna take out both Mata and Vic, as both of those players do get flashed, and no players lost for M80. Makes it a flawless buy round from them. And that means their econ has gotten a pretty decent chance to stabilize here, which does mean that Shopify gonna have to worry about how they want to play this. And they do need to start winning. This next buy does need to be a win from them if they want to start to not just stabilize their econ, but prevent M80 from taking the lead going into the next half. Because like I said, it's a defense-sided map, so at the very best, or sorry, at the very least, Shopify should be tying it up, if not taking the lead going into the next half. So M80 already taking such a substantial lead is definitely not good for them. The KO knife does come out through mid, and now they know there's a few coming in through that B link into mid, and it's an aggressive push. We'll see if this encounter comes through with anything. B-Dog in garage, gonna lock it down. Meanwhile, Mata, who is watching mid, does find 2 picks. Vanity gonna find a pick of his own as well. Xander able to find 2 picks to prevent Shopify's dominant reign, but it does leave him alone in a 1v3. Down to 55 HP as well, which means that this is not looking like it'll go well for him. Shopify needs to be playing a little bit interesting here, because they want to be able to collect that operator that B-Dog had coming into this round if they do end up winning this. But Xander's going to be rotating over to A, and that's a good choice for 2 reasons. 1, that's not where Shopify is, and 2, it actually gets Shopify away from that operator, which means that Shopify's econ not going to be able to stabilize, in the sense they're not just going to be able to grab that off. That being said, the Cypher trips that are locking down Tree Room do go off, and now this push into A has been noticed. There's Cypher cam dart that comes off, and another tripwire that gets destroyed, so they know exactly where Xander is, and they're going to try and push him and prevent this plant. Xander going to take out Mata. Was a 1v3, now a 1v2. 3 kills so far for Xander. He's trying to get this plant down, but Moose coming in from heaven, going to catch Xander off guard. And this round does go the way of Shopify. They did lose the majority of their players, which means their econ not going to be looking great, but they will be able to buy, and like I said earlier, they weren't able to pick up that operator, which means B-Dog not going to have an op to work with. Shopify, again, will be able to buy here, but that will not change the fact that it's an expensive round for them, and so their econ's not going to be very good here. It's not going to be in a good place here, but doesn't change too much. Still going to be able to move forward here. Shopify gonna try and start to gain some, not just round momentum, but econ momentum as well, because again, this econ needs to start to stabilize. That being said, coming into this round, there's 3 ults for Shopify to use. The Null Command, which just got used, and that Neural Theft, as well as that Fade Ultimate, Nightfall, and these early engagements. Koala Noob able to find that entry pick in mid, which does give the signal for M80 to start pushing. Nismo finds a pick, Xander finds a pick, and now Shopify's alone in a 2v5. They know exactly where Vanity is as well. Shopify may just have to save these guns that they're left with. The Null Command did come out from Shopify, but did not account for anything, or did not come out to anything with the returns. There was no return of investment there. And this round, like I said, going to be going the way of M80. So that econ stability that Shopify wanted to try and gain is going to be denied here. Off of this loss, they may have to save again, although they'll have decent econ. They may be able to force a buy, but won't be good for them. Koala Noob with 50 HP, looking to chase down these remaining players. Looks like the rest of his team going to help in that. There's a Cypher Cam, though, which will let Shopify know when this push into the site starts. Oh, but that Sova Dart going to do some good vision, and they may be able to find a pick here. Moose able to take out Nismo. It's immediately traded off by EU, though, which does mean that only 1 player gets the save from Shopify, so now their econ really not going to be able to stabilize here. It looks like they're going to have to go for a save. M80 looking pretty good here. Again, this is a defense-sided map, so at the very least, Shopify should be trying to tie it up. But the fact that M80 may be able to get the lead going into the next half does not bode well for Shopify. Because again, this is this side that they should be taking the lead on. They should have the advantage here. But it doesn't seem like it's working out for them. I think the main issue that they're encountering is they're just getting outgunned. I mean, M80 is able to just take control of wherever they want to. Although, B-Dog gonna deny some mid control, taking out Kualanoob. It's traded off by Nismo in this round, but... And then Mata playing aggressively, gonna get punished for that, gets taken out. Vanity able to find 2. EU gonna find 2, but Vanity finds another and another! The clutch comes through. That was a 1v3, 4 kills for Vanity this round, and it turns a safe round into a win. I don't know what I just witnessed, but it was pretty good, whatever it was. Yeah, Vanity, they just walked right into his crosshair there. Look at the way that they are playing. Look at their reactions there. It's a good start for Shopify if they would like to gain some econ stability, as that gives them a really good econ boost here. B-Dog going to be able to afford not just an operator, but an operator with full shield. So Shopify's econ start going to be pretty decent here. Kualanoob has that operator now, though, which will definitely contest that of B-Dog. Kualanoob hoping B-Dog will push into him. Oh, he's wanting that. Kualanoob would love to be able to pick off the op early, but nobody going to budge. Now, it's a little bit of a default push here from M80. That's why Kualanoob was watching Cat like that, because he's hoping Shopify will push into them so they can find some early picks, but M80's not doing that. Or sorry, but Shopify's not doing that. Shopify is not pushing out here. Playing it safe.
Smoke's gonna drop
as safe as I can. Vanity is pushed up here in garage via that Omen smoke, but not going to be peeking out when that smoke drops. That being said, the spike has been picked up. It looks like M80 can start this push through B lobby.
Shopify, they're not making...
Kualanoob starting this entry into garage. There's still no sound, no vision. Now that Fade Util comes through and they know the start has come. Fade Util going to be utilized well. He's going to find 2 picks before EU shuts him down. That's going to be a 2-for-1 special, although they know where Vic is and they may be able to take him out, which will keep it an even player count. But for now, Shopify does have the player advantage. Still, sight has not been given up. Vic there to defend it, not going to do any damage before going down. So it will be a 3v3, although Nismo a little bit low on health, slightly low. This retake going to be a tough spot to come through, or a tough retake to do, as one of them only has an operator, but the Hunter's Fury going to push Shopify back as well, which makes it even tougher. I don't know why I said but. It doesn't help them out at all. It doesn't help Shopify out at all. As now, although the Hunter's Fury doesn't find a pick, and Shopify actually ends up with an additional pick, which will make it easier for them in this retake. Nismo going to take out Mata, which evens it out, but now they know where Nismo is, and then Moosh just going to spray transfer over to EU, make it look easy, and Shopify going to take a buy-round win. This could be a good start of some round momentum if they can continue this. But again, at the very least, Shopify needs to be going into the next half with it tied 6-6. That is the very least they can do. But knowing who they're up against, knowing they're up against M80 on Ascent, Shopify should be trying to take the lead going to the next half, and they're running out of time to do that. They need to win 3 in a row from this point on, which would be a total of 5 rounds in a row if they want to gain the lead going to the next half, and even then it'll be a minimal lead of 7-5. Which isn't a great spot to be in, but it's not a horrible spot to be in either. Yeah, it's a difficult position for Shopify to be in. They've got a big fight ahead of them. And again, at the very least, they can get it tied. But if it is tied going to the next half, then the very best that Shopify can hope for is going to overtime. And at that point, it's going to be whoever can play better here. But yeah, M80 taking time out here, and I don't blame them. All of a sudden, they are losing these rounds in a way that will be a very big detriment to them. If M80 goes into the next half with the disadvantage, I mean, I think they could still take that half. They could still take the map without it going to overtime, but they do have a good opportunity here to not just prevent Shopify from gaining the lead going to the next half, but M80's in a position to take the lead themselves, or they were, but with the way Shopify's suddenly been able to play and just aggressively deny M80, because what M80's been doing is they've been doing these default plays, which forces them to play slower, and that means Shopify, who's been playing back, has more opportunity to rotate into the sites where M80's been pushing. So off of this timeout, we'll probably see M80 play more grouped up, not going for those default plays. Although as I say that, they do just try and take mid here. CypherCam spots the two coming through mid. Something going to be of benefit there. Cam does get destroyed, but Shopify now knows there's at least one or two. I believe he saw two at least going mid. So now they know there might be a mid control taken by M80. Looks like M80 will be taking mid control. Now the question is, are they going to be taking it through to market, or do they want to take it through cat? I mean, they did smoke off that market entrance, but they may just want to go through tree. They're still very hesitant, although Koala Noob has pushed up into pizza and getting ready to take market, although he is playing back a little bit. B-Dog's been pushed up in through B garage. He's going to encounter so many right now. Able to find one. He may get away with his life as well. The KO ult comes out, and he does not take Nismo down, which does mean that it'll be good for a trade and no more operator. Moose going to take out John Cutie and Koala Noob, 2-for-1 special, but the Omen ult from the shadows going to go into back sight. Xander going to be able to find a pick. Vanity takes out Nismo, though, and he has to struggle. Xander has to struggle to get that spike as time ticks down. Vic going to take him out. Now it's been tied up. Shopify, they can just get 2 more in a row for a total of 5 in a row. They can take the lead going to the next half, and that's a good position to be in. Because, again, there is a slight advantage to defense on Ascent. Now, again, it's a minimal advantage, but it is still an advantage, right? So, 5-7 could definitely still be refuted by M80, but the odds will be in Shopify's favor to at least keep it tied. Like, they'll have a good shot of keeping it tied next half. So, if Shopify can take the lead, that'd be a really good position for them to be in. But again, they need 2 more in a row. That is such a massive amount they need. But M80 deciding not to play default this time around, and it looks like they're going to go for an A hit. There's an operator to watch the entrance, and B-Dog with the op, going to find the pick. Being said, M80 does get a little bit of vision to where Shopify is holding from heaven, and now they know site's clear. But Moose going to prevent the plant, able to take out EU. B-Dog going to take out Xander, and now it's a 2v5. This operator on B-Dog looking so deadly. Nismo going to take B-Dog out. Makes it 4v2, but Mata holding tree, going to take out John Cutie, who was trying to flank through mid, and then Mata also going to be the one to take out Nismo, who was worried about Heaven. And Shopify is taking the 6th round, and the Econ is weak now from M80. And it's the last round of the half, and M80 is not going to be able to full buy, which means Shopify may be able to take the lead going to the next half. It's an unlikely win streak here against M80 of all teams, but Shopify may be able to do it. And now again, it's just the first half, and again, there is a slight advantage to the defense of Ascent. It's a defense-sided map, okay? But it's still M80 we're talking about, right? So M80 not being able to at the very least keep it tied, could that be a show of what may come here from M80 moving forward? The operator on B-Dog continuing to look deadly and denying the entry from Koala Noob, finding that pick. B-Dog's trying to dash up and deny the push through mid, but not going to be able to, and now they turn their attention towards defending B, as 2 for M80 have pushed through garage, and Vanity's on site to try and lock it down. The util is actually going to be good. M80 still has not been able to get onto site, or even try to, but the mid push is going to do some good damage here, although Mata and B-Dog each find a pick. B-Dog finds another. Nismo now going to have to clutch it up. It was a 1v4, but he takes out B-Dog and Mata. Could this be the 1v2 clutch he's looking for? He has the spike. He can just try and rotate. But Vic may be ready for the possibility that he's pushed into CT here.
He's checking behind them, making sure nobody can come up either behind him or up from market.
Vic's in a tough spot here. He doesn't know where to look. It doesn't matter. Vic gonna win the exchange. It's the gun diff that pulls through. And Shopify has taken the lead going into the second half. Again, defense-sided map. So that's why Shopify was able to take the lead. Or at least part of the reason why. They were able to keep M80 in those choke points. Although, I do think M80 was playing a little bit too slow for how they should have been pushing. I think they decided to take a really slow approach to their offense, which is not typically what we see from M80, and I don't know if they're just trying to try something new or if they just aren't confident in how quickly they're going to play. I think the main issue is their Jet was getting picked off so early there. A lot of the times, Koala was just out of the game, so the entry couldn't happen. We'll see if Shopify can continue to deny Koala that duelist re-entry now that M80's on defense. Again, it's a defense side of the map. M80 should be able to, at the very least, or well, they'll need to, at the very least, keep it tied up and take it to overtime. But M80 being M80 may be able to even take the win here. But a good start for M80 would be taking this first pistol round. And already, Shopify has gotten the spike down. Now, that being said, no damage has been done to either M80 or Shopify, although Shopify has taken a little bit. So M80 has full health to try this re-entry. Xander, going to start it off good, able to take out Vic. Mata flashing out to try and get some early picks, not going to be able to. B-Dog and Moose each find a pick, but the picks are coming through from M80 a little bit too harshly, but it doesn't matter. He leaves Xander alone in a 1v2. He's able to take out Vanity, but he's down to 9 HP, and Moose going to finish him off, and the first pistol round goes to Shopify. M80's not going to be able to tie it up. This is a really good start for Shopify if they want to take a 2-0 over M80. And they're in a position to do so at this point with the momentum that they have built up right now. They may be able to. This is starting to look very scary if you're M80, as this defense is getting off to a bad start, and they were already at a round disadvantage here. That being said, if a team can come back, it's M80. Let's be real. And again, it's a defense-sided map. M80's on the defense. Even though Shopify should be able to take this force buy, even though Shopify should be able to take this, it'll still be it's only a 4-round difference. And M80 being M80 with how powerful they can be, they may just be able to come back here. Although M80 has a good read here. They've placed 4 on A, although now they're starting to back up a little bit. They placed 4 on A, and Shopify is looking at doing an A hit here.
Still M80.
So some good damage. At the very least, some good damage may be done by M80 here. At the very best, they may be able to win the round. The peek out from Mata is defended well by Koala Noob, who finds a pick there. That fade util doesn't actually provide any vision. I don't know if that was intentional or not. I doubt it. So Mata's going to be down to 24 HP, but Shopify's rotate onto B is not going to face any pushback other than Nismo. So Nismo needs to find a few picks here if they would like to prevent this push in. Ooh, the fade util gonna blind Nismo, but he's still able to take out Mata. You gonna take out Moose mid. The spike's gonna go down, but Shopify's down a player.
It was a Marshall. Never mind. They killed a person. They killed a person back over towards Market. But again, only a Marshall in their hands. Here we go.
3v4 here. M80 only has 1 gun. Yeah, it's a Marshall. Vanity and B-Dog starting off this re-entry bad, though. Each able to find a pick. And then Vic gonna finish it off, taking 2 kills. So the re-entry for M80 is denied. Although they were able to find 2 picks, which is decent damage to Shopify. Shopify does remain with the majority of their players alive. So they may be able to force here to get those people guns if they want to. Or they can just go for a good bonus here. And it looks like that's what they're going to do. Although one of the players who died did buy a gun. Vanity will be... Oh, no. They are going to force. Shopify will buy those players who died guns. So it's actually going to be a pretty substantial buy here to combat that of M80. Although Vic will only have a Spectre. So it's still a little bit of a bonus here for Shopify. And they will be able to buy next round off of a loss. So it is still a bonus. But... Shopify will have some good guns to try and deny a good buy from M80. The Odin looking to do some good spam, and it does! Not only does it get Mata down to 11 HP, but it takes out Vanity. A good Odin spam through that Ascent Garage does not only prevent good vision for Shopify, but it does such good damage. And it allows M80 to take the early player lead here, when they already had the gun advantage. Remaining players for Shopify, though, gonna have guns here. But again, modded down to 11 HP. This is gonna be difficult. The alarm bot on M80 gonna be watching that push from mid, which B-Dog is gonna start. And it looks like Shopify wants to do a B hit here. But M80 is getting ready for an A hit. John Cutie just trying to watch mid here. Jump peeking over, trying to gain some vision. That Cypher smoke gonna deny it. Shopify is gonna start this push in. Sova Dart goes off, but it's too high to gain any info. But John Cutie's Nanostorm still going to do some damage. EU shooting through that CT smoke. Gonna not be able to find a pick. It's taken out by Moose. But Koalanoob gonna find a pick, so it's a bit of a trade. And Shopify's down 2 players. They can't afford trades at this point. Spike's gonna go down. Moose gonna be holding for Market. Vic gonna be holding on site. Vic gonna take 2 kills. Koalanoob gonna take out Miss. Vic now in a 1v2. Oh, his TP messes up there. He's able to get on the box, but they can see his gun. I don't know what on earth, why he decided to stay up there. Maybe he just didn't want to make sound, but Koalanoob gonna take him out. And that being said, this is a buy run from M80, and they lost the majority of their players, so they're not going to be able to buy next round, or at least full buy next round, so it's not going to be a good round for them. And Shopify, who took a bit of a bonus this round, going to be able to buy next round. So the Econ going to be in a good spot for Shopify, not in a great spot here for M80. So still no Econ stability for either side, but it's a little bit more stable for Shopify as you look at M80 having to go for a Judge and Light Shield on some of those Vandal purchases. And John Cutie actually having to go for a Bulldog. So that just goes to show that the Econ is not really that stable for M80, but at the very least, there's more Econ in the advantage of Shopify here. Shopify going to start this offense coming into B here, and they're doing it fast. This is something M80 was not doing on their offense. They were doing it really, really slowly, and it's like M80 knows how to counter an aggressive push here, but it doesn't matter. Shopify going to use their Yuta well, and the players defending B side are blinded and taken out. So only 1 player down for Shopify, 2 players down for M80, and M80 has to do a 3v5 retake. Xander only has a Judge. This is not looking like it's going to go the way of M80, at least in this round. And that will put M80 at a pretty big Econ disadvantage next round. And yeah, these players going to go for the save, and I can't blame them. Their Econ is not looking great, and they don't want to have to save next round because they would like to deny as many rounds as possible for Shopify. This is not looking good for M80. They're starting to look weak here. This solid defense or even offense we've seen from M80 on Ascent in the past is just not here. On their offense, M80 was playing a lot slower than they would have liked. Their Jet was getting picked off earlier, so there was no good entry. Now that they're on defense, they're not really able to defend the aggressive push by Shopify, as M80 is just playing very basic holds and playing in very basic positions. And Shopify is able to just read that and take them out. They only lose 1 or 2 players in the process, and Shopify doesn't even have to push or place any coming through mid. They don't have to do a split push at all, and they're able to take these rounds. That's not where M80 wants to be, I'll tell you that much. We could see a big upset here, and Shopify's in a position to do it. Shopify coming into A here, and they're going to be doing a bit of a split push. They're sending the Spike and 1 to peek out mid. They also have a Lurk in Moose in B lobby. Xander with the Judge, hoping to do some damage here. Koalanoob does catch the jump peek out from Vanity. Now this Judge on Xander going to push into this smoke here. Getting ready to try and do some damage. May be able to. Though he's not looking exactly where Shopify is. Oh, and the Util going to come through. And that does tell them where he is. He's going to take Mata's going to take Xander out. No more Judge to do some early damage. Koalanoob, though, from Tree going to prevent the push in. Do some damage. John Cutie from Heaven going to look to do some damage. Vic going to take out John Cutie, though. Nismo going to peek out from Hell, take V-Dog out, but Mata going to take Nismo out, and the player advantage still going to be there for Shopify. Although this Spike still is not down. Mata going to try and plant it here, but he has no one to defend him. Moose going to be pushing into Heaven here. And the window's already been broken, so he's allowed to. Moose going to take Koalanoob out. EU going to take Moose out for a trade. But now that Spike's going to be allowed to go down. That being said, Mata and Vic's health, both low. Both below 50 HP. No, he's not going to be able to. Mata going to take EU out. And this Econ still going to look very poor for M80. And Shopify looking so solid here. M80 going to have to probably take a save here. And this is not at all looking good for M80. M80 going to take a timeout here. And yeah, this is looking scary here. If I'm M80, if I'm a fan of M80, I am going to be looking so worried right now. As Shopify, I'll remind you, the bottom of Group A in Split 1, coming into Split 2, needs to win a few good series here if they would like to qualify for playoffs, and beating M80 would be an amazing way to do that. Keep in mind, Shopify already lost to TSM to start off Split 2. Then they beat Disguised, who's not a very formidable opponent, so it wasn't completely out of the picture that they would beat Disguised last week. But now they're coming into M80. They're 2 rounds away from 2-0ing M80. And sure, Split was close, but Ascent not looking like it's going to be that close. M80, I don't know what they're going to work on, but they got to do it fast. They do not have a whole lot of time to work with here.
Again, only one loss the entire
And now
time,
M80.
but Shopify Rebellion.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at these ults here, as it looks like M80 going to be forcing a buy here. We've got Jet Knives for Koala Noob, the Blade Storm. We've got Hunter's Fury for EU. We've got a Lockdown for John Cutie. But Shopify has 3 ults as well. Blade Storm as well, Neural Theft, and a Null Command. These are all powerful ults for both of these sides. Though I imagine it's only Koala Noob. Actually, Koala Noob not going to be using those knives. Koala Noob doing an aggressive push out. Some good vision is going to allow this Hunter's Fury to come through. And EU going to find a good pick on Vanity. Started off, but not going to do any additional damage here. And M80 does have a gun dip here. They're going to be at a pretty severe loss. And Mata going to push through, catch Koala Noob trying to get away, and then just flick over to Nismo. Now it's a player advantage for Shopify. M80 down a player. This is looking so dangerous for M80. Shopify going to start this push through tree and no pushback. Minimal pushback. The Neural Theft comes out as well. They know where M80 is, but Xander pushing in from mid, going to do some damage, able to take out Moose and B-Dog. He's flashed though, so Vic's going to be able to finish him off, which will make it even. It's a 2v2. Will M80 be ready for this rotate? They are, but they're not going to be able to prevent the rotate in. Shopify is going to be able to get on site. No Killjoy util really going to stop, and then Vic takes out John Cutie, so the Nanoswarm not going to be able to do anything. And now EU alone in a 1v2. This is a pivotal round. If M80 loses this, they're going to have to play next round with such a bad econ. Koala Noob did save his Blade Storm to be able to use it next round in case they lost this one, but EU is ready for the possible push through mid, or the possibility that one is in mid. But he's running out of time here. He's got to start this retake. This 1v2 is difficult, but Shopify is separated. He knows where one is. He heard the gunshot come out. The wallbang is just going to come through, though. Coming through mid. The KO Molly means EU going to have to swing wide, and Mata ready for it. 3 kills for Mata this round. And Shopify has the 12th round. This is looking so bad for M80. This is the #1 with 30 circuit points right now. M80 may get taken out by Shopify. The #1 from M80 losing not just this a 2-0, but they're losing pretty badly right now on Ascent. They need to make a 6-round win streak to come back here. M80 in such a dire situation. It's a defense-sided map, but M80 has not been able to hold Shopify to those choke points and prevent them from getting into these sites. M80 deciding to challenge mid. That's such a good choice. EU going to find 2 picks, but Vic and Vanity return with 2 picks of their own, so it will be kept even. And I'll remind you once again, M80 is at a gun disadvantage here. Just coming into this round with such poor econ. That being said, Lockdown, From the Shadows, Null Command. These are all ults that M80 has, and Shopify has none. So M80 does have some ults to use, but they need to keep their Killjoy alive. They need to keep Nismo alive. So that way they can play this retake. Or they can try and challenge. I say they should play back. They should let site be taken. But the Null Command gonna come out from Nismo, which does prevent Shopify from being able to push through Garage here. They have no smokes, no util to help them do it. Nismo just gonna shoot through the smoke from Market, maybe hoping to do some damage. But the thing is, M80 doesn't know how deep Shopify is right now into the site. Now M80 getting ready for this. Shopify able to get, Shopify is able to get into site. Sorry, I confused the teams for a second. That's why I said sorry for the first time. Anyways, Shopify able to get into the site. The spike goes down. M80 gonna have to play this retake. Nismo caught with the util out. Moose gonna take out Xander. It's a 1v3. John Cutie down to 27 HP. He has to clutch this, and Shopify takes a 2-0 win over the #1 team, North American Challengers. What on earth just happened? One of the biggest updates in Challengers, and it's looking like Shopify may be in a position to qualify for playoffs after such an impressive win. What on earth did I just see? What on earth? What on earth? Split was really close. Shopify had to make an impressive comeback to get the 9-3 curse in their favor. They went to overtime. Shopify barely took it. It went 14-12. And now we're in Ascent. And M80 on Ascent, their map pick, did not take it against Shopify. It wasn't even close. 13-6. That is not a close score at all. This is one of the series I was like, all right, I think I know how it's going to go, so I'm okay missing it. But, oh my god.
It was stellar, really. Thankfully, we got this performance from Shopify.
What on earth? Coming out of Split 1, this is just the biggest upset.
To be competing with the top 3, the top 4.
Oh my god.
I mean, better late than never, I guess. The season's not over by any means for them whatsoever. I mean,
that was just upsetting. I mean, if I'm a fan of M80, I am crying. But
it comes down to the circuit points.
This is just not at all what I was anticipating. I don't think anybody was anticipating. I mean, obviously, some people probably were, but oh my god. What? I'm lost for words right now. If you look at my pick'ems, I mean, already this week, it's not really going how maybe I'd anticipate. FaZe was able to beat OR. Shopify just beat M80. This is not how I thought this week was going to go. And, I mean, this is just impressive from Shopify. Gotta give big props to them. M80 can't be happy with that loss, but at the same time, nobody was anticipating Shopify doing that well. That was just unbelievable.
Was stepping up, shutting down Koalanu. We had Vic in map 1. Like, this collectively as a team was a Shopify that looked like
just, I mean,
or top 3 contenders. And to be honest, Sierra,
I literally have no words for just how unbelievably impressive that was. Let's go ahead and take a listen to the casters, because again, I did miss Ascent, so I'm looking at I want to get those stats back in here so I can look at it. But that was just. That was out of the. I have no words.
Series, but no, Shopify Rebellion, they cleaned that up in 2, and that also, so I think, is just a big statement.
Yeah, huge statement from Shopify. I think was just made. I remember looking at like their first week match. I was like, okay, yeah, like there's no way. The changes that they made unfortunately just did not work. And then they come out, they beat Disguise, not in the most dominant fashion, but. The thing is with this team, I kind of understood that it would take a little bit of time for Vanity's system to get implemented. He's an IGL that I feel no matter what is always going to have an impact. And as Vic was saying from the call we had, like he's a natural leader. He leads by example, and he's been doing that in these last 3 or so series that they've had. So Shopify, I think it was a matter of time. Now it's like, okay, you've beaten M80. That's probably your biggest hurdle to get over. It's maintaining that form so you can secure more and more circuit points moving forward.
Speaking of Vanity, we are going to be able to sit down and talk with him for our post-match interview. But first, we got to kick back and enjoy our post-series highlights and be back in a few.
I mean, I'm lost for words with how unbelievably impressive that was.
They got up to 50%.
Let me turn this down more so you're not listening to an ad. But oh my goodness. Well played, Shopify. Let's go ahead and, okay, alright, so... Alright. I need to get a look at these stats, but they still have not put them in. I did get a chance to look over the rulebook for challengers, so I know exactly how everything works now. And, yeah, it's people. It's someone who has to, like, individually put all the stats in, so... But anyways, let's go ahead and take a look at this. I mean, not a single person on M80 with a positive ratio. Nobody with a positive kill differential on Ascent. I mean, if there's one thing Shopify did so unbelievably well, it was denying Koala Noob. Both on Ascent, I didn't see Split, so I'll just talk about Ascent, but on Ascent, they just stopped Koala Noob. Whenever Koala Noob wanted to do entry on their offense, they denied it. That's why Nismo had to try and pick up that. And we've seen Nismo pick that up. But then we go to the defense, and M80 just could not do anything. M80 tried their hardest, I'll give them that, but Shopify was just able to push so aggressively, and at the end of the day, it looked like Shopify was just being better mechanically there. Again, they were denying Koala Noob any help with that re-entry. They were denying the duelist. They were preventing any help that Koala Noob could provide. And so the rest of the team for Shopify could just roll through. I mean, just look at this. Nismo shining through for his team. He went 254 ACS, 16 and 16 with 11 assists. And we saw some great team plays from Nismo, but the rest of the team just could not pick it up there. And that was it. That was it. I don't have words for how quickly and almost easily it looked like that went by. Let's go ahead though. Let's go ahead and because I did miss that, I don't have a whole lot to talk about. Let's gear up and let's move in to the next the next match we have today. It is the Guard versus Moist Moguls. Guard versus Moist Moguls. This is a match, and I've been hyping this up because I'm hyped for it. This is going to be a bit of a, it's a decider in a sense, because both of these teams, both Moist Moguls and the Guard, are going to qualify for playoffs, almost certainly. The question is, who is going to be number 2 right now? Because Moist Moguls has already beaten G2. G2's had a bad split so far, I'll tell you that much. And so, Moist Moguls right now, they should be trying to vie for that number 2 spot and try and show, hey, we are competing for Ascension right now. We're not competing for 3rd place. We're not competing for 4th place. We are competing to try and get to Ascension, right? That's where Moist Moguls is. And if they can do good damage to the Guard here, get a win, they may be able to take this. This is going to be a good match, and it's a bit of a toss-up. I favored Moist Moguls here just because, you know, I like Moist Moguls. And Moist Moguls, not just to be like, oh, I'm biased. Moist Moguls has been looking so strong. Just look at this from Moist Moguls so far. Let me just pull this up. Look at their history so far in Challengers. All right, we'll omit these first 2 games once they rebrand. All right, they lost 0-2 to Turtle Troop, and it looked like that was the wake-up call almost. Because then they go 2-1 against Shopify, not super dominant. 2-0 against FaZe, all right, not super dominant. Or sorry, that's pretty dominant. And then they go to the mid-season face-offs. They barely scrape by enough to qualify. They 2-0 TSM. And let me just pull up the... I'll go to the playoffs here. Oh, there's also some other stuff I have to talk about as well. But we'll do that after this. They 2-0 TSM. They get to go up against M80. And this match was decently close. Moist Moguls took 13-9 over M80 on Haven. They blundered it on Pearl, and then Ascent did go the way of M80, and it wasn't that close on that map. Moist Moguls goes down. They get destroyed by G2. It's not close. I'm sorry if you can hear my dog. I mean, sure, the second map wasn't as dominant, but Split was pretty dominant from G2. So definitely disappointing from them, or they had to have been disappointed after that loss. They had some vengeance after that. Okay. They had some vengeance. They had some tracks they needed to pick up. They come into Split 2. They destroy and humiliate Mad Lions. They don't just destroy them. They humiliate them. 13-5, 13-2. Across the entire series, they went 26-7 across a 2-map series. That is insane. Just absolute destruction. And then they go up against G2. And it's another destruction. On Lotus, it goes 13-9. Alright, kind of close. It goes to Ascent. 13-4. A humiliating loss. Okay? Right? And then they go up against Haven. And they go 13-5. It's humiliating for G2. Moist Moguls coming in with so much firepower, so much passion that they want to move through challengers with. They want to beat out every team in Group B here. And it's not looking like anybody's really going to be able to stop them. If there's one team that can, it's almost certainly the Guard. And Moist Moguls needs to prove here that, yeah, not even the Guard can stop us. That's Moist Moguls' job here. And if they can do that, I think Moist Moguls could be vying for Ascension. we could see Moist Moguls trying to go to Ascension. Let's go ahead. I'm actually going to skip past this player interview because I didn't get to do a lot of my usual stuff. And there's a little bit to cover here. So, there's one thing that they've added, which I did not get to talk about yet, but this is typically going to happen. So I'll talk about how this is going to work. So playoffs is going to happen, all right? And I believe this is how it's going to work. I don't know for sure, but I am pretty certain, like 90% certain this is how it's going to go. The playoffs is going to happen after the upper quarterfinals. So we know the teams that are moving to the upper semifinals, and we know the teams that are moving to the lower finals. The teams that make it to the upper finals go to the play-in relegations. These 4 teams are going to be competing in a double elimination bracket. The people who make it all the way to the winners bracket and win the winners bracket will qualify. The teams that go to the lower bracket and qualify will qualify. And these 2 teams, which will in theory be the top 2 teams in challengers, but they may not be the teams that end up winning through playoffs because there's going to be a lot more teams in playoffs. But for the most part, the way that it's supposed to look is these 2 teams right here, or these top 2 teams, they earn themselves a spot in next year's challengers. So next year's challengers 2024, these teams will have secured themselves a spot. So challengers North American 2024, these 2 teams will secure themselves a spot. It's going to be across a 2-day series. It's going to be super quick. I mean, you look at this. These 2 games are going to be happening at the exact same time. Then it goes to the winners. Then the next day, these 2 matches will happen. Like, this is going to be really quick. It's just 2 days, June 4th and June 5th, which I'll show you here, is a Sunday and a Monday. And then immediately after, they resume playoffs, okay? And they finish off playoffs. So it's going to be a quick intermission in the middle of playoffs. The top 4 teams go to play in relegation. The top 2 teams from this qualify for next challengers. Now, the top 2 teams from this don't get anything else. They don't get additional circuit points. They don't get additional prize money. That's it. They just secure themselves a spot in North American Challengers 2024. They don't have to go through open qualifiers next year. Then we go back to playoffs, and the top 2 teams in playoffs make it to Ascension, okay? And we'll get more into how that will all work as we approach playoffs, but that's just something to talk about. The play-in relegation will be a little mini bracket that happens in the middle of playoffs between the top 4 teams. And it actually I may be wrong. I think the way it might work is after, it might be after 4 teams get eliminated. So after we've gone through lower round 1 and lower round 2, so 4 teams have been eliminated, that's when we go to the play-in relegation to do a little quick bracket to determine who's going to be essentially getting a free pass, a golden buzzer, straight to the Challengers 2024. So that's just something to touch on. But yeah, that's just something. And again, as we get closer to playoffs and play in relegation, we'll talk about that more. But yeah, just to avoid some confusion, the winners of playoffs, the top 2 teams from playoffs, go to Ascension to play in Tier 1 competition this year, to play in 2023 champions. That's what these teams are playing for in playoffs. Play-in relegation is the top 4 teams in North American Challengers get to play for a spot in next year's Challengers to once again go ahead and try and play for Ascension in next year's Challengers. So it's going to be the same thing. They basically just get a free pass to do this all again next year. So, and the teams that win here don't necessarily get to go to Ascension, and vice versa. The teams that win Ascension don't just get a surefire spot next year. Because, you could win Ascension and not be the team that wins the play-in relegation. So yeah, that's just something to touch on. So if you're confused as to why there's play-in relegation now, that's why. We'll go ahead and cut over to this interview to listen to it for a little bit. Then we'll go and do some more intermission in between match stuff.
Is like when I was the A player, like because I was playing Smokes prior, it was really easy for me to control the map. And I think when I'm like the B anchor, it's more difficult. So I think putting people in comfort spots, like where they're going to be able to help me like control the rounds on A, helps a lot. I think Vic did a really good job. All of my teammates did.
It was definitely something when we've seen people on their comfort, we've seen them soar. And it was something that going into this, that even M80 commented that the team doesn't necessarily have an X factor, but kind of just everyone on the same page coming together. Is that a sentiment that you'd kind of agree with, or do you think that there is someone that kind of stands out above the rest?
Are you talking about on M80? Sorry, I missed the start of the question.
On your team, M80
on our
talking
team?
about you guys not necessarily having an X factor, but.
I mean, I think people think that, but I don't know. I guess I feel like all of my teammates are like equally capable of taking over games. I think people are gonna see a new and improved Vic this split. I mean, he's played really well in our last 2 games, and then our first game, this guy was like playing with Packard, lost for some reason, didn't complain once. He's in awe to me. I don't understand how you play with Packard loss and don't complain. I'd be crying instantly. So fair enough, but I think people will be pleasantly surprised with how Vic performs throughout the split, assuming things keep going as they have been.
We're all definitely excited to see, especially after this victory today, where Shopify Rebellion's going. Now, for our last and final question, this one is going to be coming from our fan zone. This one, simply put, who gives the best high five on the team?
Well, I think it's Vic, but Vic isn't here. So I have to say Mata, because I don't sit next to anyone else. So it has to be Mata. But I think prior to this, it was Vic.
Default. That's a rough one, sorry Mata, but hey, congratulations yet again on the win. Best of luck going on next week, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Alright.
Thank you. That's just our first series of
Alright, so let's go ahead and we'll talk briefly again about Moist Moguls versus the Guard. And then we will get into into like some more intermission stuff. So yeah, again, this is a really, really big match. I'm giving the edge to Moist Moguls because I just think they have so much momentum right now. And on top of that, Moist Mogul, or sorry, OR went 11 and 13 against the Guard, both of their maps last week, which is really close. Sure, OR didn't take a map up on the Guard, but that's really, really close. And I'll remind you, OR just lost yesterday to FaZe Clan, who the Guard destroyed, right? So it's starting to look like the Guard might be looking a little weak. Now, I don't know if last week's says more about OR or says more about the Guard, but the fact that OR this week did so badly against FaZe, I honestly think it says more about the Guard. And so with how much momentum Moist Moguls has, they destroyed Mad Lions. They destroyed G2, despite losing a map. If you look at the rest of it, they destroyed G2. I mean, obviously, it's not going by round differential, but if it was, if you're wondering, oh wait, but he's got plus 32, Moist Mogul should be above the Guard. I think it should be right by round differential. I think that'd be, I think that's a better way to do it. But the way that it is done is first of all by record, which is how it was always done. So whoever has won more games or one more series, which obviously makes sense. I think it should be like that. But then the tiebreaker. So if, say for example, you've got 2 teams that are 2-0 right now, which they do, then you end up going by map differential. And because Moist Moguls did lose against, or did lose 1 map against G2, despite how dominantly Moist Moguls did on the other 2 maps, so Moist Moguls' round differential is better, meaning they've won more rounds out of the rounds that they've lost than the Guard. Just simply because they did lose a map to G2, Moist Moguls does end up here in a situation where they're currently lower. But if Moist Moguls does beat the Guard here, Moist Moguls will be above the Guard. And then if the Guard beats Moist Moguls here, vice versa, Moist Moguls, or the Guard will be above Moist Moguls like they already are. But yeah, I think Moist Moguls may have the edge here just with how much momentum they have right now. They've got so much momentum. The Guard did lose to G2 in mid-season, and Moist Moguls already beat G2 in Split 2. That being said, G2 hasn't looked strong in Split 2, or not as strong as they looked in mid-season. But again, the Guard went 13 and 11 against the OR in both maps that were played, which is really close, considering they're up against OR, who, again, I'll remind you, yesterday, they lost to FaZe Clan pretty badly. Like, it's not, it wasn't that close against FaZe, but OR's match against the Guard was pretty close, so, like, the Guard just isn't looking that strong so far, and I'm also doing a little bit of wishful thinking. Obviously, the Guard still has 2 2-0s under their belt so far in Split 2, so clearly they're looking strong, but is it, like, unbelievably strong? Is it stronger than maybe than Moist Moguls? I don't know. I mean, if we can just take a look at this. First of all, I'll point out again, the Guard did not make it to the grand finals of the mid-season face-off. They lost to G2, or sorry, they lost to M80, got knocked down to the lower bracket, and then they lost to G2. So they already started to fumble. Then they come into Split 2, 13-11 against OR on both maps. Again, they still won, but it was so close. And they destroyed FaZe Clan, but not as badly as Moist Moguls destroyed Mad Lions, right? So I'm just saying, like, I feel like Moist Moguls just has so much more momentum right now, which is why I want to give it to Moist Moguls. Also, I'm a little bit biased. I acknowledge that. I'm well aware of how biased I am in favor of Moist Moguls right now. But I also just think they may have a shot at it. But I'm going to do what I always do, which is ask ChatGPT. So who will win between Moist Moguls and the Guard? Again, I had answered the question as a caster, so that way it does some role-playing, because otherwise it won't give a prediction. And again, it's a bit of a coin toss. This isn't an actual analysis. It's not doing an actual analysis of the game. It's pretty much just picking a random one. But I still like to do it, just because it's a little fun thing to do. Is that the Guard will come out on top. Alright, so me and ChatGPT disagree. I've disagreed with ChatGPT a lot. Although I believe they predicted that FaZe would beat OR yesterday, and I thought OR would beat FaZe. So, you know, I think there's something to be said there. But as we continue to wait, let's go ahead and go to Ranked, and then yeah, I'm excited for this. I mean, you look at my title, big game today for number 2, and that's because it pretty much is. If Moist Moguls does beat the Guard here, again, it'll show that Moist Moguls is ready to fight for that spot in Ascension. And honestly, that's a powerful place to be. Plus, Shopify just beat M80, so M80 is not looking that strong in Split 2 either. So I think maybe Moist Moguls and Shopify will be vying for the number 1 spot. Like, Moist Moguls is just looking so strong right now. The Guard isn't looking as strong. Again, this is really going to be, first of all, who's going to be number 1 in Group B, but who's going to be trying to fight for Ascension, or who's going to have a better shot at getting to Ascension in the playoffs. That's what's happening right now. And yeah, it's starting to look pretty dire if you are the or not look dire. It's gonna be pretty intense here, and whichever team loses this is gonna be looking pretty dire. Now again, this doesn't ensure their spot in Ascension. They're still gonna go to playoffs and have to put up a really strong fight. But not only does it give you the top spot in Group B and more circuit points, which you know, just is a good way to like be like, yeah, I have more circuit points, which means in the season I did better. But of course, just because you did better in the season doesn't mean you did better overall. But what I am trying to say is, like, there's a lot they're fighting for right now other than just playoffs, right? There's a lot to be said about Moist Moguls. Like, if Moist Moguls doesn't make it to Ascension, like they're 3rd place, for example, or even 4th place, that's still impressive considering Breakthrough came into Challengers through the open qualifiers and had no org. This was a team with no org. Now they get an org behind them, and they've only started playing better since then. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the clips from this matchup.
Go down here, buddy. There goes Xander. Oh my goodness, that second shot from Xander. Down EU, you can't go down here, buddy. There goes Xander. Oh my.
Good flick.
He's able to nail. Here we go. B-Dog doesn't get hit, and he's able to nail an easy shot. At very first, again, they're not going for the heal just yet.
Oh my gosh.
But B-Dog just has his head on a swivel, covering both Heaven and Vayne. All in. Here we go.
That would have been cool, though. Still good, like 3K kind of.
Burst. He's looking to capitalize off of a player reloading, and indeed he was almost able to do so. John QT bursts out. EU gets another big kill. Infinity.
Yeah, the Shopify just looks so strong there. I can't, especially on Ascent. I didn't see Split, so I don't know necessarily. But yeah, maybe there's some other clips here. It looks like there's only one other clip. We'll go ahead and take a look.
Said take the TV, but how quick does he get in the site? Vic is here, it's Mata, and they're doing a damn good job of holding down this A site. It's just a matter of 2 more players approaching. Mata again for 3, locking down. Big Smoke can reach all the way to Mata.
All right, yeah, let's go and do Ranked just to pass some time here as we get ready for a really big match, which I imagine will start at around 3:30 or 3:40.
Yo, mid.
Some good comms. Default skin.
Ooh. Wait, they knife B.
Oh, is
Wait.
team not rotating off of the call and B? Is actually
Take yourself, I'll say B.
pretty high.
Never mind.
Oh shit, what the hell?
Wait,
They flash B.
I don't know. There's still no engagement though.
They're up B.
Good comms, though.
Up market.
Oh, what the fuck is this guy doing?
이거네. Really?
That was good decision making. Oh, he heard him behind him and he didn't. turn.
Oh,
Really?
He's crouching as soon as he starts shooting. His aim's not great, but it's also a Spectre. He's not jiggle peeking out, like. And the way that the enemy sort of just pushed him one by one. I mean, initially, I'll say plat. Gold. Okay, yeah. It was either gold or plat. That was just such a long joke.
Engineer killed.
Nice. Hey, John, you're insane.
Yeah, he just swung my crosshair.
Yeah, first of all.
I hate that judge skin. I have that judge skin and I hate it.
Okay.
Peeking there was so ballsy. Why is he peeking?
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Like, why does he
John,
peek
you're
out?
insane.
Yeah, he just swung my crosshair.
Yeah, first of all.
Engineer killed.
Look at off and go to
Hey,
hold.
John.
Yeah, like peeking me, he doesn't need to do that. And then yeah, he's okay. I'm gonna say silver. That is not diamond, dude. You are peeking out too much, man. And like your aim, dude. If that's diamond, then I'm radiant, bro. Like that's just like.
Spike planted.
I guess the comms would be decent.
Enemy remaining. Spike planted.
You say good comms. I feel like they aren't good comms. It's just comms only happen if you die. And then pings, but no actual talking. So yeah, this is like below diamond.
Enemy remaining.
My counter strafe was good. Say diamond. Okay, yeah. Alright, definitely not my best score. I'll give it that. Ammo count for the Stinger total is 80, I think, right? Yeah, It's like four mags. What's the reload speed of the classic? 1.2. Yeah, I'm just gonna we'll go ahead and throw it over to a break because don't really have anything else to talk about. So yeah, I'll be back when the next series starts up and we can talk about it more.
Lately it's looking like everything perfect. Out the mud with it, I put the work in. You can find me where the turf is. Pin precision like a surgeon. Bad ones used to curb me. Showing up to the show when the curve split. She know that I'm worth it. I'm finna go up from area. I got the hit stash, got a bracelet for impact. Real tricky, quick to flip a pretty penny to a thick stack. Quick stack. Think fast and I talk real. I give a about how they feel. Me and Zach drop the pro.
That's actually working. Zecro is finally able to pay off here. They drop down.
I've been the man with the blueprint. I won't stop till I own every brick. I used to lay out in the lawn just to feel the world spin on its axis. Now I got the access and the last laugh got it off of the passion. I keep it 100 on the dash now that we got us some
Well, this is it, friends. Looking towards this week, there was one match in particular that stood out. And this is going to be the battle going on in Group B, going on the Guard versus Moist Moguls. Both these teams tied for this top spot here up mine, and this is a chance for one of them to prove that they are the top dog.
Absolutely. Moist Moguls coming into this split. I mean, they have always just been getting better and better and better. They ended up out of the first split with a very respectable 3-2, but their opponents in the Guard came out of that first split not only in 4-1, but ended up going top
They come in, they go up a little bit, and then they dip down.
This is probably
Moist Moguls is a team that came in, and they just keep going up.
So far.
Like they've just been improving week after week after week. I see improvements. There's less holes in their play, more perfect play. These players are human, but they're trying to make it look like they aren't. This is just how well they've been able to put their team together. The Guard is going to have such a powerful play.
Josh Ortiz was absolutely frying in scrims and is going to be subbing in for Tex today. And of course, Sully, a little note at the bottom, yes, Tex is still on the team. It's going to be okay, guys.
Yeah, so what we've heard is that Tex is out with a concussion, I believe. I don't know if that's actually public knowledge. I might have actually just leaked something on accident. But Tex is not fully... Okay, he tweeted. All right, I'm good. So Tex is not fully out. It's just he's undergoing a concussion. You know, I've had a concussion in the past. It sucks. So he's going to take some time to rest off. Josh RT comes in instead. So
honestly, I didn't realize this, that there would be a sub, but this honestly gives Moist Moguls an even better chance here. There's going to be less of a team comp. Obviously, it's a sub, and you do practice with your sub. You have some games with your sub during scrims, but that does not change the fact that that the Guard that the Guard is not a well-practiced or as well-practiced with Josh as they would be with somebody like Tex. So having this player come in to be, I imagine, who's going to be the duelist. If not, I mean, then it may even be worse. But just having this new player come in, first of all, honestly, it could either be to their advantage or it could be to their disadvantage. It could be to their... Why are they showing Shopify? It could be to their advantage if it's... There you go. It could be to their advantage if it's... if Josh is going to be bringing a new play style different from what we've seen from Tex. Because what that means is Moist Moguls will not have had very much of a chance to study against that team. Now, what we find in Valorant, at least, is it's not a whole lot of studying your opponent. It's more so studying your own play and putting your own self together. So studying the opponent isn't going to matter too much here. What may be a bad thing for the Guard here, and what could be to their disadvantage, is a new style being brought in that they're not used to. Josh bringing in a different... He is a different player. He's going to be playing a little bit differently than we typically see from Tex. It may not be that perfect entry duelist that we want from a duelist. And so Tex, so having Josh in here now to be the duelist may cause some difficulties for the Guard. At least that's what I'm hoping for, to see Moist Moguls take a win here. But it could also, again, it could bring something new that Moist Moguls isn't ready for, and that could be to the advantage of the Guard. It's a double-edged sword, right? It could go either way.
Have some sort of duelist experience so they could slot right into the role, but at least that's realistically all we can really say about the Guard, because it's been almost 2 years since we've seen Josh RT even play in a server.
And even though it's going to be an exciting time to see how he's going to be out on the maps, and being behind the keyboard a little bit different of a way. This is when the guard is going up against Moist Moguls, who is the other undefeated team going on in their group. Moist Moguls at this point, during split 1, we got to see great things coming out from them, but they ultimately fell a little bit short going on in the mid-season face-off. So this is a team now.
I think Moist Moguls really fumbled their chance at the mid-season face-off. They definitely could have beaten G2. And honestly, they could have even beaten M80 and just gone to the upper finals. Like, I think that was the position Moist Moguls was in. And they felt a little bit short. But coming into split 2, it looks like they are not going to be coming in a little bit short. They have been proving that they will not be coming in a little bit short. And I expect to see that here against the guard, especially knowing the guard has had a little bit of a disadvantage. As they said, having a player who has not played on a server in the public eye for 2 years, having a player who is typically a coach, and not that coaches aren't the best or aren't good players, they typically are. I mean, you have to have good game knowledge, but mechanically is sometimes where coaches aren't going to be as strong, because, you know, that's where you don't really have to be a good player, or that's not a skill you need to have to be a good coach, right? And so, although Josh has been a coach for other teams, again, we may see some good ideas being brought in here, but not having techs could be a really big weight on the shoulders of the guard that they're going to have to push through. Versus Moist Moguls, who's going to have the same team comp they've had this whole time. They're going to be pushing through like they always have. They're going to be playing probably better than we even saw from last week and the weeks prior, because again, Moist Moguls is a team that continues to improve as time goes on. They don't just take a loss and go, all right, we took a loss, we played our best. No, if they think there's something that needs to be worked on, they work on it. They are always trying to improve. Not saying that every team isn't trying to improve. Of course they are, but Moist Moguls is a team that not only is trying to improve, but they have the performance to show they are improving. And I am so excited to see this matchup, because this is going to be one of the more intense matchups we see. And again, this is, if Moist Moguls can beat the guard here, this could be the game. This could be the series that could display Moist Moguls as a team that could be vying for Ascension. And not just a team that is vying for Ascension, but it could be a first in the history of Valorant esports, where a team which has the brand name of streamers behind it could be pushing through in Valorant esports to make it to Ascension, which would just be unbelievable. You know, Ludwig deciding to pick up the mantle that Disguise left behind, and we could see Moist Moguls pushing through and beating the guard here. And if that happens, it could be obviously, if Moist Moguls wins here, that does not secure their spot in Ascension, but it could be a good show of the power that Moist Moguls has, and could be that display of, yeah, Moist Moguls has what it takes to be up against M80, be up against G2, be up against the guard, and be vying for that number 2 or top 2 to get into Ascension. Because again, you don't have to be number 1 to make it to Ascension. You just gotta be top 2, and Moist Moguls is such a powerful team that they may be able to do that. And if they can beat the guard here, that could be a good show of, yeah, we're gonna be vying for that top 2 spot. We're gonna be vying for Ascension. We're gonna be seeing Yuga all in playoffs. We're gonna be making it through Ascension. That's what Moist Moguls could be doing here if they can beat the guard. This could say it all right here in this series if Moist Moguls beats the guard. The guard is a team that looked so strong last year, but then coming into this year, the org behind them did fall apart, and it started to show a little bit. They weren't able to make it to the grand finals of the mid-season. Obviously, that goes to show that they just have so much to work on, and I was hoping to see some of that improvement. But but the guard against OR was so close. It was such a close matchup. Let's go ahead and listen to what the players have to say here to hear their confidence.
Like having like a little hot streak right now. They're just winning everything, beating everybody they play. But I still would probably have the guard favored over them. If they played 10 games, I'd probably have the guard winning, you know, more than half of them. You know, we're still feeling pretty good against, you know, any matchup, and even these guys, I think we can beat them.
I wouldn't be surprised if we end up doing comp like experiments, because I'm pretty sure we're secured playoffs, so the rest is just seeding. Josh, our coach, handles all the comp, so I'm sure he might have stuff cooking up in the back of his head, but at the moment it's just we're just gonna keep doing our thing.
I think it's good right now because I do think this meta is a team fight meta. I think it's double controller or double initiator team fight, and whoever is better at these late round situations, like I think M80, like you know, M80 in every post plant, they'll all walk up and push something together. They're like, I think like this meta is perfect for team fighting. I don't think it's a very big util heavy meta. I think like double controller to mask rotates on T side, or double initiator to like hard fight, and whatever team's better in the late round team fight is always gonna win, no matter what.
They're good. They're definitely a good team. I wouldn't say they're the worst team. I wouldn't say they're the best team. I think they're like nice in the middle. They definitely have improved. We used to scrim them, so we played them a couple times. So we kind of know what we're expecting. But you know, they have a lot of players that can make a lot of plays. So you really have to make sure individually when you're playing against them that you're locked in and you shut them down. And if you shut them down individually, then I think it's a win.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be a super close game. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to, you know, call the outcome. I think some people still probably have the guard just like beating us down. Like they think, you know, it'll just be easy for them to take us down. But I think it'll be a pretty close game. So I think that should be, you know, the expectation.
Honestly, I can say all of them. Say Brock is their X factor. That's their like zip next of the team. Their clutcher. Yeah, I would just say they have really solid aim. Like all their mechanics are good.
Yeah, I mean I think they're pretty much like solid on every aspect of like you can be on his team. I think that they're really good. We scrimmed them a lot last split, and I like them a lot. They're all my friends, especially Net. I've been friends with Net literally since TLC. Like we built that team from the ground up, and now we're both in this like tier 1, tier 2 area. So I think I have a lot of respect for them, but I'm confident that we're able to beat them.
It's a good matchup. It's definitely Battle of the Jets. I think Sim is a pretty decent jet, so you know, those will be good.
It's gonna be a Battle
fun
of the
duels.
Jets. I don't know if that's gonna be one.
Overall,
Tex is gone.
I mean,
This is
it'll
before.
definitely be a
I
good
think this is
match.
probably
Nothing
before
is free,
Tex
nothing is easy.
was gonna be subbed out. So
every match is hard. So
if Tex's prediction of it's gonna be a Battle of the Jets
better
is
look out
true,
for, honestly, everybody
this
on
will
that
be
team.
very, very
I
difficult
think
for the guard, to say
they
the
have
very least.
really good duelist player. They have, you know, incredible role players. Obviously, everybody on their team can step up. So, you know, the thing we have to look out for is us to just not slip up and, you know, give them the rounds and, you know, give them enough rounds to win the game.
Nothing BM to say, mainly because they have millions of fans. And I'm kidding, but it's gonna be a good game. I expect it.
There's going to
go
be
distance.
so many eyes on this game. That's all I have to say. Like this series is going to be one of the most watched series in Challengers right now. I mean, probably until playoffs, obviously. But for the regular season, this may be one of the more viewed games. That and the Ye debut match from. But this is one of the more important games in the regular season. Regardless of if it gets more viewership, it's one of the more important games, and that's what it really boils down to.
Tied up for first place in the league so far. A couple of interesting things from that video though, Sully. One of them too is going to be the lack of this duelist duel that was kind of hyped up a little.
Yeah, I mean, it's ironic that we had Tex in the interview, yet he's not playing today, which I think is kind of funny. But yeah, that's one thing that we're going to be lacking. I think one thing that might hurt the guard, because I won't lie, we haven't seen like Sim consistently play at his best. I think from week to week, he really had a strong showing during the midseason face-off, but we haven't seen him yet like pop off during just a regular season game. And now he's not having like the mirror jet duel of Tex. I wonder who on the side of the guard is going to take that role. Who's going to try and compete with him head to head? Is it going to be Trent? Is Josh RT going to pick up the initiator role and move Trent to a jet role? Is Josh RT going to pick up the jet role instead? There's a lot of questions that are going to be answered once we head into Agent Select, but for now it's a question of, hey, the guard, you don't have Tex to beat down Sim, or at least compete against him and shut him down. That's where my worries start to come up.
I'm really excited to get into the Agent Select, but there's a couple of other boxes we need to tick first. And first we need to find out where we're going to be starting off the series for our two teams. Especially too, this has the potential to be such a great
Alright, this is
series.
big. Alright, okay. This is actually something to think about. So, Moist Mogul's picking Pearl here. It's a solid choice. We know how strong Moist Moguls can be on Pearl. Now, the guard picking Split here. I think they're picking it. First of all, I believe they played Split against OR. I can double check that. But I believe, yeah, they did. And it went pretty close, actually. But I think they're picking Split here because G2 was able to do really, really well against Moist Moguls on Split. Not in the series last week, but in the mid-season face-off, G2's map against Moist Moguls was really dominant, right? on split. So I think the guard's picking that because they know Moist Mogul's split may not be super strong, and they know that their split can be pretty solid, is what they're hoping. I would imagine. We can get a look here at the player cams. I do like that they're all in the same room, so that's pretty cool. Compound there, but I also think Moist Moguls has their own as well, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, this is going to be a really fun match to watch. Again, it should be pointed out, Josh is subbing in for Tex. Josh is the coach for the guard. Tex isn't going to be there, which means Josh is subbing in for that duelist player. Now, I don't know if Josh is going to take the duelist role, or if it's going to be passed off to someone else.
He's a gamer. He's a gamer. He's been around for a reason.
But it should be pointed out, Josh is not, or sorry, Tex is not in this. So Josh is, or sorry, so the guard is going to be playing with a different, with different players than they usually play with. So it'll be interesting to see how this does end up getting played.
He's had multiple players in the top.
And yes, the first map is going to be Pearl. Just to remind you, this is Moist Mogul's pick. We're starting it off with Pearl. This will be a very intense first map. This entire series is going to be intense. But I do believe Moist Mogul should be able to take Pearl. I think the guard should be able to take Split. It should be a, I think it'll be a 3-map series, and I think it'll be really close. I favor Moist Moguls a little bit just because of the momentum they have, because of Josh is subbing in for Tex, so the guard is down a little bit of their usual play style. So I think Moist Moguls might have a little bit of an edge here, but it will still definitely be a very close series.
I do think that the key thing here is that Josh RT doesn't necessarily stay quiet, but doesn't have the loudest voice on the server, despite the fact that he probably once again involved in the game a lot. You know, like injecting new ideas into a core roster that has played together since 2022. Way back, these guys have been a LAN together between Jonah P, Val, and Net and Trent. Like, don't switch up what you're already doing. I think Josh RT, what the goal should be for him is to give input when input is needed, just as a coach would do traditionally, but just slot into a system that he's already familiar with and that this whole team is familiar with.
No, sorry, I was just noticing Trent Silky real quick. Oh my goodness. Really, this entire team is a vibe right now. They're not worried about this lineup. They're not worried about Moist.
Bud's got the do-rag on.
Why would they be worried? They said Josh RT was tearing it up in Scrim. So if they're thinking anything, they're thinking that Moist Mogul should be worried here. But they're looking calm. They're looking happy. You can see Flya laughing. He's having a laugh there. And I just yet again just want to touch upon the fact with this map pool,
both of these teams just look so confident. We've seen other teams in the player camps before the series starts. You see them like just staying calm. They're like focused on the match, like figuring out what they're gonna do. But these teams just look like they're having a fun, chill time, just talking it out a little bit, getting ready to prepare, just trying to enjoy themselves. At the end of the day, it's a game. It's a game. It's a video game. You're just here to have fun, and that's what Moist Moguls and the guard are both here to do. But again,
M80 twice, the best team in challenges right now. The question is, like, what improvements have Moist Moguls made?
I mean, this is going to be a very intense match, and both of these teams look so calm going into this. It's a pretty stark contrast to what maybe you'd expect as we move into this. I am looking forward to this match, to say the very least.
It's not guaranteed the way that Moist Moguls have been developing, I think, from week to week.
This map pool was never going to be a confirmation either, or just a 100% guarantee, because guard are coming into this game without their insta-ban.
Alright, I'll turn this back up and just take a little bit of a pause here. We're just getting ready for the series.
That is extremely dangerous for them. Last year, 76% win rate. They ended up with a perfect win streak at the very end of 2022 too, and they've actually already played Bind twice already in this season of Challengers. So, I mean, if anything, again, this BO3 was always going to be tough for Moist Moguls to be able to navigate anyways, and it is at least good that they've come onto maps that aren't exactly perfect for the guard and aren't exactly out of their favor.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see with Bind back in the pool where teams are ending up, where teams are looking to try and take that advantage or use the fact that, hey, teams have to ban against that, or we don't have to ban it anymore, as something they could be using to their advantage. I'm a big fan of Bind, so I'm excited to see that back, but unfortunately, as much as we're talking about it, we're not going to see it today. But I'm really just cannot wait to see Moist Moguls. With this map, yes, sure, the guard, this is something that kind of leans a little bit more in their favor solely, but with Moist Moguls, hey, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Looking at this.
All right, it looks like we're getting into it, and like I said, this is going to be one of the more fun matches we have today, or we have in Challengers. This is one of the more intense matches. This means a lot. Whichever team can take this will pretty much place themselves in number 2 right now in Challengers. They're tied right now for the number 1 spot in Group B. The team that takes this will be number 1 in Group B, and both of these teams pretty much have secured themselves a spot in playoffs. It's just to determine who's going to be really vying for that number 2 or top 2 spot to make it to Ascension in playoffs. Let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select. Josh and Proto both on Killjoy, Jonah and Brock both on Sky, Net and Flya both on Viper, Trent and Sim both going to be on Raze, and the difference here is that it's going to be an Astra for Moist Moguls and a Harbor for the Guard. Now, I would like to point this out. Tex is the duelist player. Josh is subbing in for Tex, but Josh is not a duelist player. He's taking the Sentinel role. Trent's coming in and being that duelist player. Valen's going to stay on the controller, but it does look like Jonah P going to be able to stay on the initiator role, but I think Net and Trent do have to switch out a little bit here. So switch into roles they're maybe a little bit less comfortable with. So that could be to the benefit of Moist Moguls. That being said, because they knew that Josh might be the sub, they would have had time to practice with this team comp, although they don't have a whole lot of time to practice necessarily preparing for this match. Let's go ahead and take a look here as we get started, and the Guard starts on offense. The Guard pushing into B here. They do encounter Brock, and they make a little bit of contact, doing a little bit of vision. And now getting ready to fire back and forth. Brock going to be able to take out Jonah. Trent there to trade it off by getting a pick on Sim.
Nobody up in Link right now. This is going to be a burst up for Josh RT.
Ooh, Josh, who's been able to push through B Link, going to be able to flank both Brock and Flya, find 2 picks, and now it's going to be a 2v3 for the remaining Moist Moguls players. Josh spots Thief, trying to shoot each other. Know where each other are. Proto also coming in from CT. The spike still isn't down. Thief jumps down. Getting ready to challenge this. As the wall drops, a Proto takes out Trent, but Net shuts down Thief and a Proto's hope of clutching this up. Net gonna find those final 2 picks in this round, or this getting off to a good start in favor of the Guard. They do take that first pistol round, but it's just a pistol round. Some lucky shots there from Josh.
I think Trent does a good job of just staying alive and drawing attention away.
And yeah, as we move forward, the Guard going to be able to force a buy here. Moist Mogul's going to be on a save. You see them all going for Sheriff. That's actually pretty uncommon because it does put you below 1,500 credits, which means you won't be able to full buy next round if you don't secure kills or spike defusal. So Moist Mogul's gonna have to take a little bit of an interesting approach here. It's a little bit, I would call it a light buy, considering it's their eco round, so they're definitely hoping to do some damage and get quite a few kills here, and knowing they may not be able to full buy next round. But it seems that it's probably something they're going to be trying to be comfortable with. Trent, starting this entry good, able to take out Flya, doing the role of the duelist. He's able to shoot through the smoke and take out a Proto as well, as a Proto gets him down to 40 HP, but it won't matter. He's already gotten 2 kills anymore at this point, and he's just helping his team out further. But now, Moist Moguls going to have to retake in a 3v5, and it looks like they may just be wanting to watch exits, as they're not pushing for this retake.
Phantoms getting bought up from the Guard. Even with the Bulldogs,
maybe they're just looking for kills. I mean, they knew they probably weren't going to get a win going into this, but definitely an interesting choice here. Net and Sim meet each other. Thief not able to trade it off either. Whiffs from both of those Moist Moguls players locking down B Link. Now it's down to Brock to maybe try and find a pick. He's not going to be able to. Just going to die to the spike to get that ult point up. That was not played well at all from Moist Moguls, who spent a little bit of extra money there to get those Sheriffs, and, well, it did not pay off. If I'm Moist Moguls, I'm getting worried now. That was just not a good start to this round, or to this half, but, you know, it's the first map. It's the first series. Maybe they just need a little bit of time to warm up here. And now Moist Moguls will be on a buy, but again, it's not going to be a complete full buy, and the Guard is going to be having a really good bonus here, as they were all able to hold on to their guns from the previous round. So it's going to be a really tough fight for Moist Moguls, despite having that gun diff. It looks like it's going to be an aggressive A push, maybe just to get this orb, and they might just decide to back out, and it looks like it. A 3-man push out A to get that orb, and now they're going to back up and start to attack mid, it looks like. Josh, who's been able to lurk in mid. And we do have a lurk from Net as well in B, in that B entrance. And it looks like the guard going to join him and start this push into B. Josh going to just continue to lurk mid, it looks like. And the guard going to have to figure out how they want to approach this. Moist Moguls, let's get a little bit of a hint. There's a jump peek from Flya, and now there's going to be a little bit of movement from Moist Moguls, but they still don't know it's for sure a B push. So they're still playing a little bit safe, hoping to get a little bit of a more aggressive push from the guard to play off of some more contact. And now that that Skydog comes through, the utils really come through. Moist Mogul's going to start to rotate. Brock going to lock it down, finds 2 picks. So Proto finds 1 as well. Trent and Valen return with 2 picks of their own, but that does leave the guard in a 2v3. Jonah and Valen left alone to defend this spike. Thief gonna take out Jonah, who is trying to play a little bit aggressive to even out that player count, but he wasn't able to find any damage even. Which leaves Valen alone in a 1v3. Coming in from Hall. How will this be played? Asher Util, it actually concusses Valen. And they're gonna take advantage of that. Thief able to take out Valen. The defusal gonna come off, and Moist Moguls does take this round, and they do it with the majority of their players alive. That being said, it was a full bonus from the guard. They did not have to buy any guns this round, so their econ's gonna be really solid moving forward. That was a round Moist Moguls should have won, and they did lose 2 of their players, so it didn't go as well as it could have gone, considering they did have the gun advantage, but it did still go their way, so that will help them out a little bit. But you do see Flya not able to buy a gun here. It looks like he's going to go for the Spectre. So the guard going to have a little bit of a gun advantage here, as well as some health advantage, just being able to get a little bit of extra shield. There's also a showstopper for Trent. It looks like Moist Mogul is going to be doing a push out A, maybe to challenge a push out from the guard, prevent them from grabbing orb to challenge it. Net going to be able to take out Flya and Brock over on B, and off those 2 picks, Moist Mogul is going to have to scramble to try and cover B as the rotate comes through. Both Killjoy is going to meet each other in B-Link, and Proto going to win the exchange. So now it's going to be a 3v4. Player count evened out a little bit, but again, site has been taken. B has been given up to the guard. This spike can go down. Moist Mogul is not going to be able to stop the plant as much as they may want to. The Viper's pick comes out, and it actually comes out in Hall, which is a little bit further back off of the spike. It does not cover the spike, so if Moist Moguls can come for the flank, could be useful. And Sim coming in for the flank to try and be useful. Takes out Trent. The Sky Flash going to come through, and he's looking away. He doesn't get hit by it, but Valen going to be able to take Sim out. A Proto takes out Valen. It's shredded off by Net, though. Leaves Thief alone in a 1v2. Pushing through the Viper's pit. He's down so much HP here. And, yeah, Net just going to finish him off. 4 kills for Net this round. Well played from the guard to really finish off this round. And Moist Mogul's going to have to start to get worried as their econ is now going to start to take a pretty big fall here. Typically, Moist Moguls is a team that has decent econ. What's the word? They're pretty good at conserving or playing their econ well. They've got good econ management. There you go. That's the word. Yeah, so typically we don't see them struggle with econ a whole lot, but we are seeing them start to struggle just early on here. The guard has a showstopper to use, and there's a lockdown to use for Moist Moguls, so 2 ults for either side. This orb just going to be picked up here by Sim. Now the showstopper going to come out in response to find an early pick. Now this is an eco round for Moist Moguls, but that does not excuse not finding any kills. So Moist Mogul should be looking to do some damage. Proto with that Sheriff, he's always looking deadly with that Sheriff, and nothing changes here as he's able to find an early pick to prevent or at least slow down the push from the guard. It's not going to completely prevent it. Flya pushing through the smoke, looking to do or find an early pick, but there is one to watch it, so he does get taken out. Now it's going to be a 2v4 player count. Widen, or that player gap is widen. A Proto Sheriff, again, still looking deadly, going to take out Josh, but Valen and Jonah going to find the final 2 players. Keep their team alive and give them the win. Score is now 1-4, and Moist Mogul is going to be back on a bye. Their econ starting to stabilize a little bit, but they do need to win some rounds here if they want to truly stabilize that econ. This is not looking good for Moist Moguls just to start it off, as the guard's momentum is really starting to pick up here. Their econ looking so strong. Their round momentum getting so strong. Only losing 1 round so far out of the 5. Puts them in a pretty good spot. Mental gotta be good. So lockdown and Shakers for Moist Moguls to use this round, though, and they'll probably use them. They want to secure a win on their bye round. Guard trying to shoot through, trying to challenge this B. They're able to pick up the orb, but they're not just here to challenge the orb. They're here to challenge the site, and they're going to keep pushing through. Still no damage done to either party. Many shots and as much util is coming through. Brock going to take out Trent. The grenade going to finish fly off, though. The showstopper going to come out from Sim, and it's going to be good for one. He also saw two more, I believe, in that B entrance, and the spike still hasn't gone down, but it also has not been allowed to get onto the site either. So now the guard going to start to rotate off of B off of such heavy pushback. They do have a player disadvantage now. Thief going to be there to try and watch A, just in case there's a rotate, and there is a rotate coming through, so he may encounter the guard. He's scared, though, that maybe some will come through connector and into water. So he is actually going to play so far back, which does allow the guard to take site here. Thief is going to be there to help play with his team for the retake. Ooh, a Thief going to be in a position to catch net, pushing a little too far into CT, which does leave Jonah and Valen alone in a 2v4. After play this, the spike is down. They do have the site. And Valen going to go in through connector to try and go for a flank. Jonah going to take out Sim. The lockdown comes out. Moist Moguls really wants to secure this round. Jonah's down to 8 HP, and I mean, Moist Moguls will know it at this point. Site's been given up as they do have to play back, and the Cosmic Divide comes up as well. That's such a good ult here. Thief going to be able to take out Valen and Jonah. Just going to take them out, push through his wall, and he's able to clutch it up there. Not clutch it up, he's able to win both gunfights there. And that does give Moist Moguls another round, and it's a bye round. It's a much-needed round. Their econ not able to stabilize because they did still lose 2 of their players, but they will be able to buy this round. And Moist Moguls gonna have to start to try and pick up the pace here. Getting a win there will help them do it. But yeah, they do need to start pushing through this a little bit harder here. They need to start... I think their defense is just lacking, and they're not able to prevent the explosive push onto site that the guard is doing. So if Moist Moguls can find some of those early picks, maybe take advantage of mid control, they may be able to do some more damage here. The guard pushing up into B, maybe trying to challenge that orb, but off of such, off of so much vision, they do just decide, all right, we're gonna back up. And they decide to take mid control and push through A. Now mid control is given up by Moist Moguls, but those entrances are being watched. So the Nanostorm gonna push the guard back, or at least slow them down from that push through Art. Proto and the Thief gonna be left alone to defend this site. This retake is getting started, or this take of site is starting here, and they don't clear Thief. Thief able to find 2, but Jonah P gonna take out both Proto and Thief, which will keep it an even 3v3. Flyer gonna be able to clear out Trent. Now it's gonna be a 3v2. Jonah P down health as well, down to half HP. He's gonna lose to Flyer. Now it's a 1v3. Josh gonna be able to take out Flyer, but Sim gonna take Josh out. And this round goes to Moist Moguls, and this is a good round for them to win, because it starts to help them stabilize their econ, and it also starts to help to stop the econ momentum that the guard has built up. Now the guard still has some good econ saved. They're still gonna be able to buy this next round, but the guard is going to have to start to get worried that maybe Moist Moguls is finding a good way to defend here. We see Moist Moguls take aggressive, or early on, they took that aggressive pull down B long, and it paid off. Sure, they didn't find any picks, but they pushed the guard back, and that allowed the rest of the team to play time and get in positions to hold A site, because they knew that it wasn't a B push. We'll see if Moist Moguls is able to defend well again. Looks like maybe they're going to take a little bit of a less aggressive approach here. Send a bird out B, and it will see the guards. Now they know there's at least a few coming in, or 1 or 2 coming into B. But is it just challenging for the orb, or is it pushing into B? That's Moist Moguls' question. And that orb is going to be picked up, and now the guard going to continue to challenge into B. Still no vision, but that Skybird going to provide some good vision. And now the Harbor ult comes out. Fly gonna get cleared. We're gonna try and just wallbang him, and he's gonna get a pick before he's taken out by Net, which will keep it a 4v4. And still, the guard has not been able to push into sight. They've been pushed back, and now Moist Mogos has had time to get onto the site. A Proto going to be there to back up Rock to try and defend this site. The Killjoy lockdown comes out. Now, the pivotal question is Moist Moguls going to respect it, or are they going to challenge it? And it looks like they're just going to respect it. So they're going to allow the guard to take site here, which means Moist Moguls is going to have to play retake. They have no ults to do it with, so it will be a difficult retake. Grenade's going to come out. It actually takes Jonah P out. So they do get that spike planter down, which will help them in this retake. Now it's going to be a 4v3 for Moist Moguls. The guard is going to play post plant all the way back on B. Sim going to take out Valen though, which will help them start it. And Sim also going to be able to take out Net. Spike is just getting diffused. Ooh, Sim choking a little bit there, but won't matter, as although Josh is able to find a pick. A Proto going to be able to take Josh RT out, but that Spike got diffused much before that final pick came through. And Moist Moguls' momentum is starting to build up here. Not only have they started to deny good econ savings for the guard, but Moist Moguls has built their own up and gotten some momentum moving on these buy rounds. The guard was able to take those early rounds where Moist Moguls was at an econ disadvantage, but now that the playing field has been evened out as far as the econ for both sides, Moist Moguls has been able to start to take these rounds. This is starting to look like maybe Moist Moguls can start to take a little bit of an edge here. We'll see. There's Seekers for the guard to use, and there's a Viper's Pit for Fly to use. This is a pivotal round. Whichever team wins this round will be able to take the lead. And in addition, if the guard does not take this round, their econ not going to be in a place to buy next round. And then they're going to have to start to get really worried about how they want to manage their econ. And Moist Moguls may be able to take an even bigger lead, if not the lead going into the next half.
Has to be so big here for a Proto.
Already getting ready to challenge A. They've sent 3 through Art, 1 coming in from A. They send that bounce pack to try and destroy the util in Art, but they don't completely destroy it. Sim gonna win a 1v1 with Net, but the Viper Molly actually gonna finish Sim off. Ooh, Brock trying to play through that smoke, or not Brock, Thief trying to play through that smoke in a little bit of an off angle, gonna get taken out, but a Proto gonna take out Josh RT, which evens it out, but Valen gonna trade it off, so it's gonna be a 2v2. Sorry, I thought it was I thought it was more even. Valen gonna be able to take Brock out, but Fly there to trade it off. However, Fly takes quite a bit of damage in the process. Fly down to 30 HP, but Jonah is down to 20 HP. This spike is gonna start to get planted, and the flank coming in is gonna be well timed. Jonah P should be ready for the possibility that it's a flank through Art.
Jonah, it's not planted for him. It's not planted for him. It's not planted for him.
Fly is not ready for him to be pushed into CT.
Kind of expecting Jonah to maybe wrap back into pit.
But at this point, he should be ready. He is clearing so deep. Guess what, bud? Jonah's not there. So now he needs to be cautious that it's from CT, and he lets his presence be known. Jonah P gonna be able to take Flyer out. What on earth just happened? That was so poorly played there. Typically, I mean, you should be able to read that it's a play from CT, and he was worried more about dugout. Which was weird. That was weird. That's all I have to say. I don't know why he was so worried about dugout and not worried about where else Jonah could be, like behind the box. I mean, to be fair, the spike was not planted for the position that Jonah was playing from. However, Moist Moguls still should have been able to read that. But like I said, if the guard had lost that round, their econ would have taken a pretty massive hit, and they wouldn't have been able to buy this round. But they did win it, so they're going to be able to buy this round. Although their econ not going to be able to stabilize off of that round win, because they did lose all but one of their players. Oh, the Showstopper coming out from Sim. He's looking to find a kill here. All he really does is gain some ground, which does push the guard into mid and through A if that's where they want to push. But it looks like they're going to just be taking A, coming in through B-Link. The bird comes out from Brock, so now they know there might be one in B-Link. So the guard just backs up off of that. Trent is going to be lurking in A. I don't know if it'll find anything as far as if Moist Moguls pushes through A main. But it looks like the guard now going to be rotating the spike over to A. They are being really indecisive as to where they want to go. I mean, sure, the ult comes out from Moist Moguls, so the guard is like, all right, we'll just go A. But it's still a very weird... It's being played very weirdly here from the guard. They're wasting so much time here. Finally, it looks like they're setting their sights on A here. The U2's going to start coming through. We're going to start trying to clear this. The Showstopper comes out to do so. Ooh, Trent! Not going to see Thief, but it won't matter. Thief not going to find the pick. Brock going to be able to trade it off, though. So it will remain a 4v4, and that spike does get to go down. No nets and connector as well, which does provide... A Proto looking at the wall. Afraid of maybe getting flashed, but... Moisemogo's going to start pushing here. Jonah holding a cross with his teammate. Fly going to take out Josh. Jonah decides to push out, and it's good. So now the player advantage is going to be maintained by the guard. Valen going to be able to take out Fly as Fly takes out Jonah. Brock going to take out Net, trying to spray transfer over Valen. Not quite going to be able to do it, and the guard has secured the 6th round. Which means it's now impossible for Moisemogos to take the lead going into the next half. And the guard in a position to take the lead themselves. This is not looking good for Moisemogos.
A whole lot of success, and I mean Trent with a really nice entry, clearing out of sight, pushing players even further into defender spot, and winning his gunfight is probably the more crucial thing. They're putting rounds back on the board here. They've taken
There's 2 ults for Moisemogos to use this round, and this will be their last buy, forcing a buy here. If they lose this, their econ's not going to be great. There's a Viper's Pit, there's a Cosmic Divide, and they're probably going to want to use them. Over on the guard, they've got a Reckoning to use. The Harbor ultimates. They only have 1 ult to use. Guard getting ready to push into A here, it looks like.
It's always been really slow whenever they do re-hit that B site too. They allow that person in mid.
Viper ult, in response to some util being used, the Viper ult does come out from Flya.
Great answer from Moist.
Which does mean the guard can't push aggressively into A, and they're not going to challenge it. Looks like they're going to go possibly through mid, maybe into B. Or they could try and push through R into A, hoping that Moisemogos will play off of it. But because of how deep Sim is right now in B, in that B main entrance, Moisemogos is actually deciding to play with 4 centered near A. And so they're going to be able to play or counterplay this A hit, even if it is through mid. The Reckoning comes out to try and gain them some vision where Moisemogos might be. Firing through the smoke, so much damage is done to either party. Fly are going to be able to shoot and kill Trent. He's just pushing through that Viper's Pit, and that means the spike is down. The Viper ult gets dropped to try and expose the guard. Fly going to be able to take out Jonah, but Josh there to trade it off. Thief going to take out Josh, taking advantage of the whiff. Valen going to take out Thief. It's traded off by a Proto, though. So it's a 1v3 that Net finds himself in. He's going to be able to find the pick on Brock. Then Sim going to take Net out. Net did Viper ult as well after he got it up this round. Moisemogos going to be able to take it. Although their econ not going to be in a great place next round, despite a win. So they may not be able to buy. They might be able to, although it won't be very good buy. Still 2 ults for Moisemogos to use. They used one of them in the previous round, but they got another one up now. So it's still the Cosmic Divide, but in addition to that, it's a lockdown. And I imagine Moisemogos will be looking to use those ults because they need to. At this point, they really do need to be using those ults. And the guard, not going to be on a complete full buy, but neither is Moisemogos. We see Thief going to have to go for a Bulldog. Josh going to have to go for a Stinger. Josh being the coach for the guard, subbing in for Tex. And, yeah, it definitely shows he's not as well put mechanically. Just out of practice. He has not played in a professional, or on the stage, so to speak, in a server for a very long time. Brock going to try and defend the push into B, and he's able to. The Valen does take out Flyer, but it's immediately traded off by Brock. Good damage done to the guard players as well. A lockdown comes out from Josh, but the counter lockdown comes out from Moisemogos. So although the guard can try and push onto site, Moisemogos going to try and push back. Ooh, and the grenade going to be good to destroy the lockdown of the guard, which means now the guard can't even push off of their lockdown. Some bad timing for a Proto. Although he's ready for Net and able to take him out. The guard is actually still looking to challenge B. It looks like still 3 in B lobby. Although maybe they were hoping their lurk through mid would find more ground, and it didn't. Now, some shots exchanged, firing at Brock. He doesn't take any damage in the process, though. Brock swinging wide on that wide hall peak, which does tell them, alright, now the guard is pushing here.
There is only 2 people here, though.
Sim gonna take out Josh, who is blinded. Cosmic Divide comes out as well. A Proto gonna take out Jonah. They don't know where Trent is. Although, actually, I think they do, because they saw him pushing out from that heaven position, so they knew he had pushed into CT. So Brock was able to take out Trent. 4 players left alive, makes that a pretty good round for Moist Moguls, and it's going to be kept even as we switch sides here. Now, I'm not sure if this map is defense or offense sided. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I'll try and pull this up for you guys. Let's see. Trying to pull up these stats.
Satisfied with that first half from Moist Moguls, and now going into the second, it's up to the guard.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty, or it's not super defense sided, but it can be defense sided. So we may see this not go well for Moist Moguls, but it seems to be also a little bit even, so it's not over for Moist Moguls. Keeping it even isn't a bad thing here.
Josh RT gets shocked. So many players behind that smoke, and he's just running for the
Moist Moguls pushing aggressively through B Link on their pistol round, and it's going to work out for them. Or maybe not. They're actually going to back up. After getting so much util usage out of the guard, they decide to back up, and they're going to go maybe through connector into art, potentially. So many players, so many different places for Moist Moguls. They've got 2 pushing in through connector. Looks like they're going to go through connector into art. Maybe not, they're backing up. Now they're thinking about B. They look so indecisive. Or maybe they're just trying to make the guard think they're indecisive. That's a little bit too far. And you know, this isn't chess. They're not thinking 50 moves ahead. I think they just are trying to figure out where they want to push off of how much util is being used. And it looks like they're going to commit to B here with 35 seconds left. Trent trying to shoot through the smoke, trying to prevent them from pushing through B Link, but he's not going to be able to. Jonah from Hall going to be able to peek out, but Fly going to take Valen out. It's going to make this push or retake difficult. Proto going to push through the Viper wall, able to find a pick, but Trent going to take out Fly and a Proto in the process, which does make it an even 3v3. However, Sim finds a pick on net, which will make it a 3v2, and Trent is low on health. Trent is low. So is Sim, though, but he's getting healed by Brock. Sim going to be able to win the exchange with Jonah, and then Brock going to take Trent out. So a good start for Moist Moguls to take an early lead here. Now again, this is Pearl picked by Moist Moguls, so if there's a map they should be winning, it's this one.
Such a tough way to do it too. They were stuck.
But that being said, if it goes to Haven, Moist Moguls and the guard are both pretty strong at Haven players, and I expect a third map here. The question is, can Moist Moguls really pull through here? I think so. They should be able to. It can be a forced buy, but we see what Moist Moguls tends to do is play conservatively with their econ, and we're seeing them do that here. We see Moist Moguls do this a lot. Where on those forced buy off of the pistol rounds, they decide to have 2 of their players buy a pistol and then buy a full shield. We see this a lot, and it's a good way to manage your econ. Thief going to be able to take out Josh RT as 4 players for the guard are pushing out to do some damage here. Ooh, Jonah B going to be able to blind both of the Moist Moguls players who are posted up in A main, but he's not able to kill either of them, and he gets taken out. Sim going to be able to find a pick. 2 picks come through for the guard. Valen taking out Brock with Fly there to trade it off, which leaves Net alone in a 1v3 as he's pushing through Art to try and play the retake on A. Flya going to be able to take Net out, and this round goes to Moist Moguls. They keep 3 players alive, and because they had 2 of their players play conservatively with their econ, like we see them do a lot, it means that they can afford 2 players dying. In fact, they expect it. Of course, you're not anticipating those players with pistols to stay alive. So losing 2 players does help Moist Moguls continue to get some econ management done. They're really solid, or they're really good at turning that first pistol round into some good momentum because they know how to manage their econ well, and that's a good display of it. The 2 players who got to save their guns, one of which did die, the other one who didn't, buys the other teammate who did die, who buyed the previous round, which means it's going to be another full buy from Moist Moguls, and it's a bit of a bonus, as some of those other players did not die and did not have to spend money, so Moist Moguls going to have 3 players able to take complete bonus. The 2 players who did have to spend money still going to have more than 800 or more than 1,000 credits, so it's also a bonus for them, but it's going to be a full buy versus a full buy, so it's not, it doesn't look like a bonus, but it is for Moist Moguls. This is what I'm talking about. Moist Moguls can turn such good, can create such good econ and round momentum. Now the question is, can they convert this round into a win and continue some good momentum? Net gets concussed and they know exactly where he is, so Alberto just shoots him through the smoke. That will keep it even in a 4v4. Josh gonna take out Thief. It's straight off by Brock though. Brock also gonna take out Valen. Trent gonna take out a Proto, which will make it a 2v2. Guard pushing in through CT. The spike has not been allowed to go down, and Trent gonna take out Brock, which will make it a 1v2. Fly knows where they are. Gonna have to grab this spike here. Boombot comes out. Fly just trying to dodge it, and he's able to.
Not gonna spot Flya. Flya still with the
Ooh,
angle.
the timing there.
But again, with Spike not planted,
Fly gonna be able to take a 1v1 with Jonah. Can he clutch this up?
They were just fine chilling in the back of sight, but now Flya has the 1v1 and almost goes away.
And he knows where he is. What on earth? As Flya just shoots him through the box. Wow, that is called game sense as Moist Moguls takes the 3rd round in a row in the second half. In a very intense 1v2 clutch, the Flya is able to pull through. What on earth did I just witness? I love watching games where the teams I'm rooting for are winning, and that is what's happening here. This is beautifully done for Moist Moguls. And the guard gonna have econ to force a buy here, and that's what they're doing, but they're not all gonna be able to buy. Only 2 players for the guard gonna afford good rifles. Bulldogs and a Guardian for the rest of them. Does mean the guard's going to be at a gun disadvantage here. And in order to combat this, they do a B read. And it's a good read, but Moist Moguls gonna maybe be able to counterplay. Although, no, Trent finds 3 pigs. Thief able to take out Trent, but the damage has been done. Although Flya able to take out Jonah, which will even it out. It's a 2v2, and it's still near full health for all of the players left in the match. Flya only at 86, but the Viper's hit comes out, which does mean the spike can go down with no pushback from the guard, as they're not even on site. Josh and Net were playing on A or in mid, which does mean they're going to have to play retake. A flank coming through from Josh, and they push through CT, but Flya's ready for the flank from Josh, and now it's down from Net to come in through CT to push through the Viper's pit. Does he do it, or does he try and pick up a gun and save, or does he just save his Bulldog? That's the... Oh my god, he's able to kill both Thief and Flya! What on earth did I just witness? What? 2 1v2 clutches back-to-back for either of these teams. And these were just so impressive. What on earth did Net just do? That was gross and disgusting. As the guard finally scrapes enough momentum together to get around in this half, Moist Moguls' econ management has not been good. That previous round, they spent a little bit too much, as they did lose the majority of their players on the round before that. So they had to spend money. But the guard's still not with good econ, so Josh RT gonna have to have a judge. Valen gonna have to have a Stinger or Spectre. So Moist Moguls will have better guns here, but they also had better guns on the previous round. Didn't go their way. Both of these teams have proven that they can get a clutch situation. They can each do a 1v2. They've proven it. And now Thief sees at least 2 pushing up A, so Moist Moguls knows that they are a little bit weak on B because it's probably a 3-man push up A. They're going to try and challenge B, but Josh is holding this door with a judge. The Seeker going to come out, though, and he makes his presence known. He's going to get shot at through the wall. Not going to take too much damage, but it is a little bit, and it's enough for Moist Moguls to just back up. Flya trying to take sight here. He's able to win his 1v1 with Net. Trying to prove he's the better Viper, and now he's getting ready to allow his team to get on site to get this spike down. No ults, or no ults for Moist Moguls. Sorry, there's an ult for either side. There's a showstopper for Moist Moguls. A Reckoning for the guard. It gets used by Valen, so the guard does use that, but 2 players for Moist Moguls each find a pick. Flya finds another. 3 kills for Flya this round. And now it's down to Jonah, who has 1 HP. He does take out Sim, who is pushing him a little bit too aggressively. But Jonah may not be able to 1v4 his way out of this. He may just have to save his gun, as the econ is not looking good for the guard here off of a loss. And yeah, Moist Moguls will be taking this round, and they're gonna hit double digits here. Well played from Moist Moguls. They just, I mean, honestly, what we've seen from Moist Moguls so far is just winning their gunfights. Proto gonna die to the spike to get his ult point up. I think that's why he did it.
nothing is necessarily going
Wyatt played so well that round. He found so many good picks. Allowed his team to really entry. And Proto. And then Moist Mogul is going to be on a buy here. The guard going to be on an eco round, except for Jonah, who was able to hold on to his gun from the previous round. That does mean Moist Moguls will have a really big gun advantage here, and the guard is reading an A hit, and it's a bad read. They're hoping that Moist Moguls will fall into a trap of an A-B, but that's a bad read. So now the guard has to decide, alright, are we going to go for the 3-man flank? It looks like maybe they're going to push through A main. Or maybe they're just hoping they can find an early pick. The Showstopper going to come out from Sim on B to try and clear some space. He's going to be able to clear space because nobody's really on site. Sim does damage to himself. But, yeah, the spike is going to go down. Now the guard going to have to play this 5v5 retake where they just don't have good guns here. Sim holding B-Link. He peeks out just in time to catch Jonah. Also able to take out Valen. Or not Jonah, Josh. Also able to take out Valen. Then Brock takes out Net from Heaven. And now it's a 2v5 for Trent and Jonah. Jonah has a gun. He's been able to hold on to it from the previous round. Will it be enough to find a pick as this Viper Orb drops? Bulldog not going to take out Trent. Fly going to be able to trade it off, but Jonah trades that off. Now it's a 1v3, but the spike's been down a little bit too long, and Moist Moguls is just going to get away with their lives, the remaining 3 players. Save round does not turn into a win for the guard, and Moist Moguls has taken 11 rounds. They're 1 round away from that pivotal 12th round, and they are 2 rounds away from a win. This is not going great for the guard, although I think they still have some potential to try and clutch this map up if they want to, or if they have the power to do so. Moist Mogul is going to be on a full buy here. Pretty aggressive full buy. Full shield, real guns. They know that the rifles are going to be there for the guard, and they don't want to let the guard win this round because they know the guard's econ will look bad if the guard loses this round. So Moist Moguls is pushing for this round. And they have room to lose this and then take an eco round. Like that's how many rounds they're up, right? So they can afford a loss here, which is why they're pushing so hard here and using so much of their money. And in addition to that, they actually are able to conserve quite a bit of econ regardless. So they'll be able to buy next round even off of a loss. Brock getting pushed heavily here. He's blinded. Brock going to take out Jonah. Trent going to be able to trade Brock off, but that does mean it's going to be kept even in a 4v4. And although Brock could have been picked off easily, he isn't. And meanwhile, Moist Moguls has actually just completely taken B site here. So this spike's going to go down. Minimal pushback from the guard. There's 1 in B-Link. There's 1 in Heaven. They're not really going to be able to stop the plant. Although the Showstopper comes out, and it looks like Moist Moguls was definitely ready for the Showstopper. And Valen and Trent each finding a pick will make this plant much harder for Moist Moguls. Now the spike's on a Proto. They have time if they want to try and run it over to A. But it looks like they're still going to challenge B. Thief going to take out Trent. He knows where Josh is. He's looking to take him out, but 3 peek him. Proto able to trade him off, but... Oh, able to take out 1. Can he clutch this up? It was a 1v3. Now it's a 1v1. He's trying to reload. He's just going to get this spike down. He has an alarm bot planted in B-Link. So now that Valen's going to try and push through, he knows that Valen's pushing through. The health is much better for a Proto here. This 1v3 clutch could absolutely come through for Moist Moguls, and it would be pivotal, because like I said, if the guard loses this, their econ will be in such a bad spot next round.
Valen, the captain,
and a Proto going to take Valen out. 3 kills for a Proto this round, and he clutches them. Those are all after he's alone. The 1v3 clutch comes through from a Proto. He gets his ult up, and we're moving into the 12th round for Moist Moguls. The guard not going to be able to afford a complete full buy here. Moist Moguls will be able to afford a complete full buy here. They've also got ults to try and secure this round with. They also have rounds, so even if they lose this, they can take some rounds to recover because they're up 5 rounds right now. Moist Moguls is just in such a solid place right now. There's 3 ults for the guard to try and secure this round, and they're going to need to use them. A Viper's Pit, Seekers, and a Lockdown. And then there's a Cosmic Divide and a Lockdown for Moist Moguls to use. Moist Moguls is deciding to do an A-hit. They've given up mid-control, which is exactly what the guard is trying to take. But they're not going to encounter anybody except for a turret. And now they know, possibly Moist Moguls could be leaning A, especially since that turret was in that A lobby entrance to mid. And then the bird comes out in A, and it does sort of confirm it. The Lockdown going to come out for Moist Moguls. But the Josh is too far away to do a counter Lockdown usage. but the grenade is going to destroy the lockdown, so Moist Mogul's not going to be able to take advantage of it. That being said, there's a Cosmic Divide for Moist Moguls to use if they want to, and a Proto can get healed back up to full HP despite taking quite a bit of damage from that grenade. Fly coming into Art here, he's going to be challenged by one in connector. He's more focused on the possible Killjoy util, but there isn't any. And it nearly got him killed, but Josh not going to be able to take him out. So it's still going to be a 5v5, health full for everyone right now. Moist Moguls has decided to take control of B link or push through mid and into B link. There's a turret though to stop them. So now they back up and they're going back towards Art. A Proto's getting ready to help his team take this. This wall from Valen is about to drop, and in response, the flash comes through. Jonah able to take a Thief out, but a Proto gonna challenge it and able to trade it off. Ooh, the movement gonna mess him up. Valen able to take him out. It's traded off by a Proto, but the spike needs to go down yesterday. And the spike carrier gets taken out. The Seekers come out. Brock needs to get this spike down. It's gonna go down. It's a 2v2. Josh only has a Guardian. Net gonna be able to take out Flya. He loses the 1v1. We've seen Flya win that so many times. Brock gonna be able to take out Josh. And Brock now knows exactly where Net is. Could this be a 1v2 clutch to finish it off? It is! It is a 1v2 clutch for Brock to finish it off. And Moist Moguls finds themselves with so many clutches in just one map. And they did it. 13-7. Well played from Moist Moguls to secure this map with... And although it was definitely hard fought, the guard did not find too much ground to work with. Just look at this. Moist Moguls found so many clutches this round. The guard had one really impressive clutch as well, but I mean, we've just seen this. We just saw what a beautiful series this is going to be to start it off. And although Moist Moguls takes a decently dominant 6 rounds up win on Pearl, it is still a bit of a... It is still going to be a little bit of a challenge here as we move into... What was the next one? What's the next one? Was it Ascent? I don't remember. Maybe it'll be put in. But I mean, oh man, that was just so wonderfully played. It's going to be split. There you go. So the next map pick is going to be split. Picked by the guard. Keep in mind, Pearl was picked by Moist Moguls, and although it went 13-7, which probably isn't as close as the guard would have liked, it is still pretty high in the favor of Moist Moguls.
Moist Moguls wanted a lot of those clutches, a lot of confidence as well with their fights. Multiple times we saw 3-man pushes towards B long, 3-man takes towards A main, a lot of map control on that offensive side, and willing to take the early fights on their offensive side. We will have map number 2, where Moist Moguls are currently
Let's see here.
They got to do it again here on map number 2. We'll be right back after the break.
Just waiting for this game to be put in. I mean, that was... I don't know how many... I'm not gonna have my voice tomorrow with how many clutches there were there. That was just... I have no words for how beautifully that map was played. Let's go ahead and take a look at any clips here.
Flya, he's the one that has to find these players. The guard, they were just fine chilling in the back of sight, but now Flya has the 1v1 and almost goes away. 24 HP.
God, that was one of them. That was the first of many clutches for Moist Moguls. Just a really important round there. Imagine Knights Arena's Twitter. We'll have it much more after this. Or after the whole series is done. Just waiting for this map to get put in so I can really talk about it. But I think the guard's main issue there was you saw Josh really not able to find his footing. And although I believe it was Net taking over no, it was Trent on the duelist role, right? Yeah. And although Trent was able to pull through quite a bit, 19-19, the fact that Josh was struggling so much on Sentinel really made a difference. I mean, he was not able to find very many gunfights. Mechanically, there was a big disadvantage there. And although positionally Josh knew where to go and how to play, at the end of the day, like, what typically is going to make your team win over another is your ability to play smarter, not your mechanical skill, because it should be that both teams have players full and chocked full of impressive mechanical skill, but because of the fact that Josh is not a pro player, typically he's a coach, right? So he doesn't have as much experience, he's not as strong of an aimer, so mechanically he just was not there today. And I think it made a difference. I mean, look at a proto for Moist Moguls, 19 and 12. Although Sim went to 15 and 14, second to bottom for his team in frags, he still did pretty well. And this is like the staple of a good team. And you honestly see it in the guard a little bit too, but just how consistent these kills are. 20 and 19, 19 and 17, 17 and 15, 15 and 12. You see how close these kills are. You look over at the guard, and it's 19 and then 15, which is a 4-kill difference in between. That's a big jump. Then 15 to 14 is pretty close. 14 to 11 is pretty close. 11 to 7 is a 4-kill jump again, right? So you see these big differences, and at the end of the day, you can't have one player outshining the rest. You can't have one player out or underperforming unless the rest of the team is really going to be able to pick that up. Because at the end of the day, all of your players need to be playing at the same level, which should be an incredibly impressive level. Because at that point, it means that you're able to play well for your team positionally, and you're able to be there to trade each other off. You're able to counterplay the enemy team. But when you're not fragging similarly, it means you're not always winning your gunfights. It means you're not always there to trade your teammate off. And that, at the end of the day, is what's going to make or break a team win, okay? So as we move into Split, that's something the guard has to think about. But one thing I want to talk about with Split is one issue I had yesterday, and it made me so miserable watching Split, was teams just could not figure out how to defend. I feel like Split, although it is typically defense-sided, it's hard to believe, and it's hard for me to even say that, considering the fact that it does not look defense-sided, based on the way these pro teams are playing it. 53%. That's right. 53% of Split matches go to the defense. Split rounds, 53% of Split rounds go to the defense. It's a defense-sided map, despite yesterday making it look like it was an offense-sided map, because some teams struggle to take advantage of how many choke points there are on defense. It is still a defense-sided map, okay? And that's still important to point out. And I think the Guard and Moist Moguls are teams that will be able to show that it is, in fact, a defense-sided map. So I'm not, like, entirely going to be like, man, I can't believe they couldn't pull through, or like, I feel like we should see defense take the majority of the rounds here on Split. And I believe, I'm not entirely sure, I think this is going to be, is it the Guard starting on, I mean, we'll see. I guess we'll know more. I do want to hear what the casters have to say, because that map just went so beautifully. Let me see if there's any more highlights really quickly. Just before. It doesn't look like it yet. Let me take a look at Knights Arena.
It was just incredible.
Yeah, no, nothing yet, so we'll have to wait and see till after the series. But look at this. 3 clutches for Moist Moguls, 1 clutch for the Guard. Typically, you don't see very many clutches at all, if ever. I mean, just such good play.
Push this team across the line, but overall, for Moist Moguls, I think the best way to put it, and the way that Fly has just been calling this game in general, is that it's a very big team fight-based thing. And on the defensive side, I think one of the key moments and like the realizations we saw from Moist Moguls was, bro, we just don't give up these 1v1s, right? When we want to fight for control, we fight as a 3-man unit. We saw that multiple times where I think Brock was setting up Sim, and then there'd be backup as well towards mid. Like, there were a lot of instances where I felt Moist Moguls were playing as a cohesive unit, and that, a lot of the times, won them those gunfights and won them those rounds. Like, they had like 6 retakes, and that's what got them all 6 rounds on the defensive side, and a lot of it was because they would take a moment before going into the retake and go in together as a team to overwhelm the Guard.
Yeah, going into this right from the get-go, I was a little worried about Pearl because I kind of liked Moist on a couple of different maps, but hey, It's been a hot second since we've gotten to see either team perform over on Pearl. And Moist Moguls, they definitely not disappoint over on this one, guys. As soon as they started playing like a unit, I mean, you could really see why Moist Moguls have made it as far as they have.
Yeah, no, seriously. Thankfully, we did get that sort of performance from Moist Moguls because the guard, they were looking a little bit dangerous. And like I said, I was still very much
in that
impressed
first half. I was honestly worried for Moist Moguls because the guard put up such a strong and powerful fight, and it was pretty evened out. I mean, it was literally evened out. It was 6-6 going into the second half. And although it's a defense-sided map, for the most part, it's a little bit more even than it. You know, it's not super one-sided, but it is still a slightly defense-sided. But Moist Moguls didn't care. I mean, they just absolutely destroyed on that offense. The reason Fly is 267 is because he is a beast. 50% clutch percentage is insane. I believe he got 2 of those clutches. I might have only been 1, but regardless, just absolutely insane performance from Fly off for Moist Moguls. 1.6 is insane. 267 ACS. Sure, it's not above 300. I believe some members of Moist Moguls did end up above 300, unless I'm mistaken. No, actually, none did. Yeah, it was just like enough of solid play that they didn't even have to get up to that point, you know? This is just so well played from Moist Moguls. Now we're going into the guard's territory on split, and I think it definitely still could go to the guard, but also just with how well Moist Moguls played on split, it could definitely go to Moist Moguls on split. As hard as the guard is going to fight, I think Moist Moguls might be able to take this, so it's definitely going to be a tough. It's going to be another hard-fought battle, just like we saw on Pearl. And we'll see if the guard is going to improve themselves to have superior knowledge here of how to play this. It'll definitely be interesting to see, to say the very least. I feel like I keep saying it's going to be interesting to see, but this is going to still continue to be a very interesting series. And that first map proves it. Moist Moguls needs to not get overheated. They need to stay calm. Breathe. Make sure. All right, you know what? We had an incredible first map. Let's take it. Let's take it map by map. Let's continue to, wait a little bit here. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Moist Moguls starting on the defensive split. It's a defense-sided map, so Moist Moguls should be able to take the lead. Again, that being said, a lot of teams, at least yesterday, when we saw 2 teams or 2 different series end up on split, neither of those series made it look defense-sided because these teams struggled to do well on their defense. But I do think Moist Moguls is a team that could prove that it's defense-sided, and I don't know if Moist Moguls would be able to put up enough of a fight. I don't know if the guard would be able to put up enough of a fight against Moist Moguls to say, no, we're going to take offense regardless. I mean, it's definitely still possible. The guard picks split for a reason, and it's because they definitely will have some superior knowledge. Will it be better than Moist Moguls? I don't think so. Or will it be enough to destroy Moist Moguls on their defense? I don't think so. There you go. Alright, let's go ahead and get into the Agent Select. Now, the question is, who's going to be on the duelist role for the guard? Because last map, it definitely did not look like Net was too confident in that. Jonah P and Brock each going to be on Sky. Valen and Thief each going to be on Astra. Net and a Proto both going to be on Viper. Josh, or sorry, let me think about this. Wait, hold on. Trent and Sim both on, or Sim on Jet, Trent on Raze, Net and a Proto both on Viper. Josh gonna be on Killjoy. There's no Sentinel for Moist Moguls. And then Astra for both Thief and Valen. There you go. And Jonah P and Brock both on Sky. So the differences here is there is a Raze for the guard, and in addition to that, they're going double controller. Over on Moist Moguls, they're also going double controller, but they've decided to go double initiator on top of that. And so it's gonna be an interesting play here. Yeah, it looks like it's only double controller for the guard. They also have one of each of the other roles. Moist Moguls, however, going to be going double initiator and double duelist, and double controller. No sentinel for Moist Moguls, which means they're going to have to aggressively take mid. Speaking of mid, the guard starting on their offense, pushing in through mid. Did a little bit of damage in A as well. Sim watching in vents, able to lock it down, finds 2 picks, does good damage to Valen before getting picked off as well. But Valen will just get healed by Jonah. Thief able to take out Net. Now Heaven has, or A Heaven has been entirely given up to the guard, but they're actually backing up off of it. They're going to go through vents, and it looks like they're going to now go to B Heaven. Proto's watching it. Nope, the guard deciding to change their mind as Josh has been able to take good control of A Heaven. Flashes come through. Brock on site to lock it down in elbow. Able to take out Valen. Now it's a 4v2. Thief going to take out Josh. Jonah P going to win the exchange with Brock. Jonah peeking out. Not going to get any more picks as Thief takes Jonah out. 3 kills for Thief this round to really lock it down to get the first pistol round moving in the favor of Moist Moguls.
Type of play from the guard. Well, I mean, I like the fact that
This is well played by Moist Moguls.
They look so
for sure, almost certainly.
On Sim, because again, no information back over towards A site. You had 3 players popping out of screens at the same time.
Now Moist Moguls getting that first pistol round. They're gonna force here, and they're actually not doing their usual strategy of having 2 players end up with pistols. Instead, it's only gonna be 1 player with pistol, which is a more common strategy. So the econ management we sometimes see from Moist Moguls off of a pistol round win, it is not how it's gonna go here. Could be worried about a possible force from the guard. Net has been able to pull into Cubby here, and he gets to flank Sim as Sim is pushing out. He's going to aggressively push to try and get Brock as well. Thief, though, locking down B. Going to be able to take out Trent and Jonah. Net is able to take out Brock, which means A site is cleared. And Josh has been able to rotate over to the site as well. So now Valen with the spike just needs to get over to A. However, it's a long rotate for the offense here, especially since Valen's going through the spawn, which does give Moist Moguls time to rotate here. And they've been able to. Fly is definitely not ready for Net in elbow, but it doesn't matter. Fly is still going to be able to take Net out. Although some good damage is done. The Proto in vent going to try and ward the push into Heaven off. He's able to. Flashes come through. Josh and Valen not going to care, though. They're each able to find a pick. And now, now the guard's like, all right, we're just going to get out of here. And they start rotating over to B. It's a smart choice here. They do not want to just push into Flya, who may be able to clutch this out. That being said, the health is low for both Josh and Valen. Although Josh has been able to pick up a Spectre, so Flya will encounter a bit of a pushback as far as guns go. Now, Valen is actually staying Heaven. And Flya is going to have to clear sight. He's pushing so far into Garage. Oh, and Josh was watching his flank. He was not ready for that. With that being said, I don't think Flya would be ready for the push from Heaven.
He threw it back over towards main. He could be spawn, he could be Heaven, he could be either one right now. Flya takes it up to half, waiting for the peak, goes in for yet another one. Valen, how strong?
And Valen now peeking out. Good timing as well, so no clutch for Flya. Not this time around, and this round goes to the guard. So this second round is not won by Moist Moguls, which means their econ going to take a massive hit here. And the guard can start to gain some momentum here. Yeah, that was called Sim overheating is what that was. Moist Moguls off of that first map going so well. They got to feel a little too confident at this point, so Moist Moguls does need to dial it back. A little bit of a reality check after losing that second round could be what they need. There's a full set of Sheriffs for Moist Moguls this round, and I'm worried about how a Proto is going to look with that Sheriff. I mean, he is deadly. I mean, all of these players on Moist Moguls are deadly with these Sheriffs, but could definitely go the way of Moist Moguls.
Look at the map control overall for Moist right now. A Proto has made his way down to bottom.
And the guard gonna be trying to take mid here. A Proto, like the casters had just said it, which I heard before I noticed it. Proto has been able to take mid deep. He is offense side in mid. So if the guard does try and push into mid, he'll be ready for it. Definitely deeper than the guard would ever anticipate. Guard getting ready to approach A here. Locked down by Brock, but the flash may come through. Or a flash and util. Something, nothing. Valen just going to dry peek it with the help of his friends. Going to be able to take out Brock. Trent and Net going to follow suit by getting picks. And now it's going to be a 2v5. The flank is coming in from a Proto. Maybe a little faster than the guard is anticipating, but guard should be ready for it. Net going to take out Thief. And now it's just down to a Proto and a 1v5 with just a Sheriff. Oh, the Sheriff from that range. Not going to be able to find a head tap peek. And although he did come for the flank and does do good damage, it's not going to come through with a kill. And this round goes to the guard with no damage done. So this bonus that they're about to take will be very, very good for them. Their econ going to be in such a good spot here.
There's no way that you expect that. But still, the round win going back towards the way of the guard. We are going to get the guns back in the hands.
There's a Cosmic Divide for Moist Moguls, and that operator's now in the hands of Sim. That will be the thing. The guard does not have an operator player. They do not have techs, which is why they don't have a jet here. Sim has a jet, or is on jet, and is going to be using that op. You know he'd love to use it. Brock going to be able to heal Sim up as well, as Sim does take quite a bit of damage, trying to be in a position to use that op. I mean, just to put into perspective how good the econ is right now of the guard, look at Valen's econ. 7,850 right now, and we are only 3 rounds in. Now on the 4th round. That is insane to already have that good econ. But we're just talking about this round right now. And an op pick for Sim in mid will give Moist Moguls the early player advantage. Thief going to see some early vision. Valen going to be able to take Fly out. Thief going to take Valen out. Net going to be able to take Thief out. And it's looking like Moist Moguls, who looked so sharp on Split, is starting to fumble a little bit. Starting to falter in their playstyle. Starting to lack just a little bit too much.
If you're Sim, you're going to try and pick up a rifle here, which he has done to try and get back into this
Moist Moguls able to get into heaven. The Viper's Pit's going to be so hard to push through. Jonah's able to peek out. Now Sim's just going to watch it. He no longer has that operator. He dropped it, decided to pick up a gun. So he can play this Viper's Pit a little bit easier. These angles that they have to play are really close. A Proto running through and making so much sound, and Jonah's ready for it. Able to take out a Proto and Sim. Now it's on a Brock in a 1v3. Able to take out Net. No more Viper's Pit. And as that Viper's Pit drops, Brock gets away. But that spike's going to go down soon. And so Brock just gets out with his life. This round does go to Moist Mogul, or sorry, to the guard. Got a little ahead of myself there. This round does go to the guard. Moist Moguls, once again, just like what we saw in Pearl, Moist Moguls is off to a rocky start. Moist Moguls hasn't really been able to prevent the pushes through those main entrances, despite them being choke points where they know exactly where these players can push from. There's no util really that Moist Moguls can use to try and push the guard back. And even if there was util on the players watching these entrances, I don't know if it'd do too much. It's going to be a save round here for Moist Moguls. Sim looking maybe to find an early pick with the op, but denied immediately. Net going to take Sim out. Now it's going to be a 4v5 that Moist Moguls has to play. No more operator either. The only player with a gun down. Now the guard gonna have to figure out how they want, or Moist Mogul's gonna have to figure out how they want to play this 4v5. Not going well though. Valen gonna take out a Proto who's pushing in from heaven through ramps. Flya takes quite a significant amount of damage as well. Trent though gonna get taken out by Thief. Will even it out a little bit, but Josh gonna come for the flank through mid. Catches Thief. Oof. Nearly whiffs it, but does find that pick. You know, Valen able to take out Flya. Now it's just down to Brock, who's in heaven. He knows the flank is coming through from Josh. He's able to take Josh out. Wins that exchange. And he gets to pick up a gun off of that. But they know he's going for the gun. So they send the util to try and push him back. So Brock just backs up. In response, he's going to go save his gun. We try and find a pick or two. Just get that econ moving in the right direction.
Moist Moguls need to start to make changes in their defensive structure.
Brock gonna get taken out. Looking the wrong way. Timing there, not quite there. It's gonna be Seekers for both parties. There's a lockdown and there's gonna be Seekers for both parties and a Cosmic Divide for both parties. There's a lockdown for the guard to use in addition, as well as Blade Storm for Moist Moguls to use in addition. So there's 6 total ults in play right now. Both teams have a Cosmic Divide. Both teams have Seekers. These could very well lead it to turning the table, but Moist Moguls needs to prevent these early picks that the guard is able to get. Trent gonna start this entry, rushing through heaven. Doubt a Proto will be ready for that. He's pushing up maybe a little bit too far. And maybe ready for that. Proto is ready for Trent, and as that wall goes up, a Proto takes Trent out. That's going to be an early pick for Moist Moguls, and it slows down the guard as they no longer have that entry. It's going to be a 5v4 for Moist Moguls to play now. Proto spotted as he's jump peeking out of elbow. Fly going to be trying to lock down Heaven. Shooting through smoke. Not going to counter anyone through that smoke, but they're going to start to shoot back at him. Trying to deny Heaven control, but not going to be able to. Seekers come out, and it will alert them that there are so many in Heaven. The guard could definitely still rotate through vents if they want to, but the attacker lockdown comes out, and it looks like they don't want to rotate. I mean, they definitely could, but Moist Moguls is still going to be able to play on site. Cosmic Divide comes out. Brock takes out Net. Josh trades it off. A Proto takes out Josh. Jonah trades it off. So it's going to be still a player advantage for Moist Moguls. Thief takes out Jonah. Valen at the same time, though, takes out Fly. So it's a 1v2 for Valen. And Thief going to take out Valen. Knew where the spike was, and Valen had to have pushed for it. Gets the pick there, and Moist Moguls finally takes a buy round win. They finally take a buy round win after 4 rounds in a row of losing. Got 2 ults to use this round as well, a Cosmic Divide and a Blade Storm. All of the guards available ults on the previous round were utilized. Moist Moguls taking a timeout, and this is their first timeout in this matchup or in this series. And I think it's a good choice. There's a lot of holes in their play right now. Again, I said that yesterday the main issue we saw these pro players struggle with is abusing the choke points that the offense will find themselves in. Moist Moguls is doing the same thing. They know exactly how, like, as long as you have mid control, you know that they have to be pushing through those main entrances onto the site. So you need to be having util that can actually do damage and prevent them from pushing through. Unfortunately, Moist Moguls doesn't have a whole lot of that util. They don't have a whole lot of grenades. They don't have a whole lot of like controller util that could push them back. But they can try their best. And they really haven't been able to abuse those choke points. If anything, they push out a little bit too far into the choke points and get taken out, which allows an early pick of the guard. So something Moist Moguls could definitely work on. Fair to work on, or be in a position to work on. There you go.
Able to get those early peaks done. It's just gonna get a lot tougher as again the guard.
Still 2 ults for Moist Moguls to use this round. Cosmic Divide could definitely come out. Sim is going to be playing on B with that op. And it's a bit of a split push here. It's a 1-3-1 from the guard. 1 going B, 3 going mid, and 1 going A. The jump peek comes through. And now Josh. Oh my gosh! Now Josh knows Sim has the operator, so he tries to push for it, not realizing Thief is there. But Trent and the rest of his squad coming in through mid, going to be able to find and take out Flya, which does allow the guard to take Heaven control. A Proto going to be able to take Trent out before the Showstopper takes him out, which will keep it an even 3v3. A-Site still not entirely given up to the guard, although they do have one on site now.
But it should be the site here for the guard.
Not going to be able to take out Brock. It's immediately traded off by Sim. So, again, this player count staying even. And site control still not given up. And Sim taking out Jonah will continue to give Moist Moguls, or will continue to prevent the guard from getting that site control. Valen going to be taking Heaven. Thief is holding the possibility that Valen rotates through vents. And it's a good hold. Will Valen be ready for it? No, he's not. And Thief going to be able to take Valen out. 2 players left alive for Moist Moguls. Still another expensive round, but they do take a round. And that's off of a timeout as well. So that was a good round to prove that that timeout was going to be useful for them. And even though Moist Moguls did lose quite a few of their players, what really mattered there was their ability to trade each other off or trade off those early picks and prevent good ground from being given to the guard. That's what really ended up coming through there. Now there's 4 ults for Moist Moguls to use. Still that Blade Storm, still the Cosmic Divide, but in addition, they have a Viper's Pit and that Null Command. The Viper's Pit comes out to defend A main, and so the guard just going to back up and look at taking mid control. Skydog comes through to clear vents. Oh, and Sim overheating, pushing out a little too far. Only able to watch one of those sides, and he gets punished for it. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for the remaining Moist Moguls players. Now, A-Site is still under the control of Proto, so that means that Moist Moguls can focus more on their mid and B control. And that's what they were doing. So Sim gets taken out, so they do have to focus or try and switch up their approach here. Josh going to be making a lot of noise B main. And now he's going to back up and go mid with his team, and it's looking like the guard wants to take mid through to A heaven because they know that Viper's Pit is in A main. Still so much time being used here by the guard. Their execute is going to have to come swiftly. So if Moist Moguls can hold them to these choke points and prevent them from executing swiftly. Oh, and it looks like they're actually going to go through B heaven. Brock going to be abusing that choke point like I talked about. It's just spamming through the smoke. Able to find another as well, but Josh and Trent each find a pick at the same time. Fly going to take Josh out for a bit of a trade. But Net going to be able to take Fly out, which leaves a Proto alone. And he was all the way on A, holding his Viper's Pit. Now that that spike goes down, he knows it is a B push. He's going to go. There is one holding Hell. Also one holding back. He'll have to peek one. Or he will be peeking one at a time. Oh, and he's not quite ready for Trent. Hell and Trent able to take a Proto out. So the guard continuing this lead that they have. Moist Mogul's gonna need to gain some more ground here if they want to tie it up going into the next half, or even just try and take the lead. They still can. They're going to need 4 in a row, but they still could. The guard, though, not looking like they're going to be in a position to allow these rounds to be given up. Off of a round there, I don't know if Moist Moguls, or a round loss, I don't know if Moist Moguls will be able to buy. They will. But yeah, they haven't really been able to stabilize their econ. Still 3 ults for Moist Moguls. Null Command, Blade Storm, and a Cosmic Divide. Fly keeps getting picked off way too early for that Null Command to ever have a chance to be used. The Operator on Sim makes noise B main, and now the guard in response runs it over to A. And once again, Fly getting picked off early, and a Proto not able to hold the angle either. And now the guard just going to be able to rush in. And although Moist Moguls looked so strong in that first map of Pearl, it's looking like maybe they're starting to catch up to them. They're starting to look a little bit weaker. And as that spike goes down on A, and Moist Moguls goes to save their 3 guns to maintain econ, it does start to look scary. Moist Moguls not looking like they're going to be able to take split here. Could Moist Moguls possibly be losing steam a little bit? Slowing down just a bit.
They can even start to hunt for this last little pick, too. Maybe Moist Moguls. Brock is 1 off of the Seekers. Still such a big round coming up for Moist, which is why they're still saving.
Chase down these players and Sim with the op, holding CT. Oh, Thief gonna spray. Gonna be able to take out Josh and Net, who were pushing him in heaven. Although Jonah's down to 7 HP, he will get away with his life. It's not a flawless round for the guard. In fact, each team remains with 3 players left alive on that round ending. But the guard has gotten to that 6th round. Moist Moguls won't be able to full buy this round. And yeah, the guard on this 6th round does mean it's going to be tied up. Or, sorry, at the very least, Moist Moguls can tie it up. But right now, the guard is in a position to take some of these rounds here. And again, Split is a defense-sided map, but these teams are not making it look like it is. Just because they aren't able to abuse these choke points, like I always talk about. You need to be able to... You know that the only way, or the only entrance to these sites is through mid, and if you can get good mid control, you don't have to worry about that. So you know they have to be pushing through these main sites. So you need to be using that util you have. And they're pretty good at doing it on B. We're seeing it happen here. But that just means that the guard is just going to start taking mid control and possibly even get ready to rotate over to A.
Hasn't exactly been contact spotting.
I think Net going to be lurking in B.
Net still being here is always going to be that threat of the rotation.
Just going to hold a shorty, hoping someone will push him. Nobody will, it looks like. And the guard now going to be rotating over to A. Like I talked about. So now these 2 players holding A, Brock and Fly, need to lock it down. There's a null command for Fly to use. Sky Flash comes through, and now Moist Moguls knows there might be some coming into A, so the guard backs up, and they're going to send 3 through mid now. 1 through A main, there's 1 in B garage. The guard can still decide, okay, we want to push through to A heaven. Okay, we want to push through to B heaven. There's still so much room for the guard to move around here.
And it's going to be a crucial fight here. As Flyer begins to shift, so does Brock with 20 seconds left. They know the hit is coming. Last second here from the guard.
Smoke comes through, and, well, Net decides to push through it. Bad timing as he does get taken out. Sim gonna take out Josh. Trent gonna take out a Proto, but Flyer with the no command, finally able to use it. Gets 2 picks with it, and then Sim gonna finish it off, taking out Trent. 4 players left alive for Moist Moguls. Makes that an explosive round. Can they turn that into a 3-round win streak total? 2 more rounds here, and then they can tie it up. If they can. Can they do that? It's the best case scenario right now for them. And that just goes to show Moist Moguls knows how to lock down B. So you'd think it would force them or flush them towards doing an A hit, but it doesn't. They're actually going to challenge B again. Maybe hoping they can get an early aggression or an early pick on someone peeking out. But they don't.
But this is finally a time. Potentially we
The operator on Sim is definitely going to be looking to do some damage here. Smoke doesn't really cover that. Oh, and Sim able to take out Trent. Well played. Means an early pick for Moist Moguls in this round. This lockdown comes out, and they want to commit to this, which means Sim going to be forced back site. Guard should be ready for that, especially if they send the Skydog through. They concuss him, so he can't even use his operator, and now he sends that smoke out, so they know where he is. And he gets blinded. Josh going to be able to take advantage of it, and that evens the player count out, and sight is given up to the guard. Jonah able to find a pick. Thief going to be able to trade that off. Also able to take out Valen. Now it's a 2v3. Josh going to take Thief out, though, so now it's going to be a 2v2. Fly, though, in Heaven going to take out Net. Now it's just down to Josh in a 1v2. Down to half health as well. He's going to go for the plant, and he takes quite a bit of damage from that molly. He is now 5 HP, and Flyer going to finish him off. Flyer down to 5 HP himself, but this round does go to Moist Moguls. Could this be a win streak that allows them to tie it up? This is what we saw in Pearl as well. The first half went the way of the guard for a little bit, and then Moist Moguls came through to tie it up. And then Moist Moguls did really, really well on that second half. So we'll see if history will repeat itself.
Moist Moguls, that will put them 5-6. If Brock ever wants to defuse, there we go.
A little bit of BMing.
Gets himself on his Seekers
just probably typing in all chat a little bit. But yeah, so Moist Moguls does take that round. Now they are 1 round away here from getting to that 6th round. They can tie it up. Again, I think even though it's defense-sided, if we do switch sides, it could absolutely still go to Moist Moguls. If they can get this tied up. I think if the guard goes into the next half with the lead, it'll be much, much more difficult to do so, but definitely still possible. 3 ults for Moist Moguls to use this round. That Bladestorm is still still available. Also Cosmic Divide and the Seekers. Viper's Pit for the guard. Look at Thief with 16 kills. Absolutely carrying his team. Guard is pushing mid. Sim pushes out, maybe hoping to find an early pick. Not gonna find it though. It takes a little bit of damage in the process, so he just backs up. Now the guard has taken aggressive mid control. They've got 4 coming through. They decide to challenge Vents. Proto though gonna take out Trent and not gonna get punished for it. Now they're pushing Sim with the operator. He pulls out the knives, but not able to find a pick. He tries to get away with his life, but he won't. Jonah P gonna punish him, taking out Sim. Now it's gonna be a 4v4. The Seekers come out, and they're coming through Vents. Valen looking to take them out and deny good vision for Moist Moguls. Moist Moguls is gonna send another over to B, so it's a 2 on B and 2 on A. Moist Moguls has given up mid control and Heaven control on both of these sites. But it's okay, because the guard isn't actually going to be pushing through Heaven. Looks like the guard is going to be pushing in through A main. Except for maybe Jonah, but it looks like maybe Jonah's going to be doing the long con. Going into B Heaven. Just get spotted, which may be a little bit of a bait here. But a Proto locking down A site. Able to take out Josh and Net, which leaves Brock in a 1v1 with Valen on site. But now Jonah coming around to join him. So it's going to be a player advantage here for Moist Moguls, but on this site right now, it's a 1v2.
guiding light potentially in the face of Brock, but it does not hit. Plant going in behind.
Spike gonna be able to get down. Now it's Valen in a 1v3 as Fly is able to take Jonah out, and Thief gonna take Valen out. And Moist Moguls has done it. They've tied it up going into the next half. Could their offense be a powerful offense, just like we saw on Pearl, where it went into the second half on tied 6-6. Moist Moguls just needed some time to find their footing, and then Moist Moguls really did find their footing, and they took the win, 13-7. Could we see that same momentum start here for Moist Moguls? We will see. I did say I'm expecting a 3-map series, and I think I still am, but Moist Moguls is still in a position to 2-0 here. They're not out of this map yet. I will say, unlike Pearl, there have been no clutches this time around. On Split. 0. Split's a map we've seen quite a bit since it got reintroduced, especially here in Split 2. We've seen it so often. It seems like it's going to be a map a lot of these teams prefer to play on over some of those other maps. But that does mean these teams need to start to perfect their split play, because a lot of these teams are not looking very good on it. That includes Moist Moguls and the Guard. These are teams that don't look super strong on split. Seems like G2 is one of the only teams to figure out how to play on split well. Nobody's really been able to put a stop to that. Moist Moguls pushing into A here. Sim gonna be able to take out Valen. Push has started. Jonah P gonna get pushed, but he's not gonna get taken out. And Moist Moguls is actually looking like they might want to back up. Nope, they're just re-challenging. Backing up for the heal. Ooh, Sam saw Trent get blinded, and he hunts him down on ramps. There you go. Brock able to take out Jonah P, and now Heaven has been given up. There is still Net on site, though, in elbow. Taken out by Sim, and now it's down to Josh. And a 1v5 has to run all the way over from B. Sim overheating a little bit, pushing into spawn. Able to do good damage to Josh, though. And no damage done to Sim in that encounter. And Moist Moguls takes a flawless pistol round. Could this be the start of a really good hack here for Moist Moguls? We will see.
It's going to be about building on this momentum for Moist Moguls. Continuing to steamroll ahead.
This could be bad for the Guard. This could be great for Moist Moguls here. If Moist Moguls can start to... I mean, I'll say it again, but if Moist Moguls takes this map, especially if it's a 2-0, Moist Moguls could be in the running for top 2 to get into Ascension. Possibly even top 1. Number 1, if they can, you know, get a rematch with M80 in playoffs.
Don't like that.
Moist Moguls is looking so powerful here. Moist Moguls gonna start the sentry round to B. Sim gonna do the heavy lifting, pushing in. They do clear so much space here. Guard gonna have to start this retake as the spike has gone down so early. Josh is so low as well. He was sprayed so heavily through that smoke. Proto jump peeks out. He spots Net. Now Net has to make the pivotal decision. Does he just back up and try and back up his team in Heaven? Or does he continue to try and push this flank? Skybird comes through. Sam and Thief each find a pick as this retake starts. Flya and Thief each find another pick. And now it's down to Net in a 1v5. Can he find at least one? No, not quite. A Proto gonna take Net out, and it's a flawless round for Moist Moguls. And this is gonna be a bonus round that's coming up. And it could definitely go well for Moist Moguls, as they will have good guns to defend with. The Guard gonna be in a really bad spot here. Backed into such a corner. As the Guard has just lost 2 rounds in a row. Both of those rounds flawless. Now, of course, you're like, okay, well, they lost the pistol. Of course, the second round could be a flawless round. Yeah, but they got flawless on the pistol round as well. That does not bode well for what is to come. Obviously, now we're going to have the Guard with the gun advantage. So we'll truly see if the Guard's defense needs some work, or if it is just that they're not great at pistols. We'll see. The Killjoy util is not actually going to be doing a whole lot, as Moist Moguls is able to seek it out early, and it's used early as well. Net and Josh each find a pick, but they're traded off. Fly are going to be the ones to get those kills. The one to get those kills. Jonah P going to find 2 picks, though. Now it's a 1v3, and a Proto does get taken out. So it does look like the Guard's defense may be a little stronger than Moist Moguls was ready for. now that the guard is on a buy. But that being said, Moist Moguls was at a gun disadvantage there, and I'll be honest, Spectres are not a good gun. The Spectre is not a good gun at all, especially when you're up against a Phantom or a Vandal. So now that Moist Moguls is going to be on a buy off of that bonus, their econ, their econ in actually a decent spot despite that loss. They may be able to survive another loss here, but this will be a buy from Moist Moguls. It's a buy from the guard. The first full buy from both sides. We will see if these teams are able to pull through, or which of these teams is able to pull through. Net trying to deny mid control. This is a split push from Moist Moguls. This is not something we saw the guard do. The guard did not ever do a split push on their offense. They just all push one area. They would send the majority through either the main entrance, through mid. They did not do any of these gambles. Let's send a few through this area, get some vision. Let's see if we can clear some space. And we'll see if it's a bad choice here. Sim actually able to take entire control of mid. And that does mean he can start this entry through vents if he wants to, which he will be trying to do. Sim able to catch Trent in a bit of an off angle. That does mean not only is Heaven going to have to be a worrisome spot, Jonah P going to have to back off of his position, but it also means that Moist Moguls can start this entry, but Valen going to get taken, or going to be able to take out Brock, which does push Moist Moguls back a little bit, but a Proto and Thief take out Valen and Jonah, which does mean that site has been given up, and now it's a 2v4 for Net and Josh. Net going to have to play this from Heaven. Josh looking like he's going to push through screens. The guard could just save these guns. I think that might be what they want to do. Just play exits, potentially, and it looks like, yeah, they are just going to try and save their guns. And I agree with that decision because, well, your econ's not great. It's okay. You could survive this loss even if you all died, but, you know, you would like to get some econ momentum going. And Moist Moguls winning this first buy from both sides is not a good way to get econ momentum going, to say the least. Net going to be going through sewers, maybe hoping to catch someone. He's not going to be able to, I don't think he'll be able to push out of sewers in time. No. So this round will go to Moist Moguls, and they're one round away from that 10th round. Inching closer to double digits. Could Moist Moguls get a 2-0 here and dominantly assert themselves as the team that will challenge M80 to represent North America? We will see. Blade Storm on Sim going to be used this round. They don't even need to spend that money. So Moist Moguls econ momentum going to start to build up here. And that spike is actually going to be left in, I wouldn't even call that B lobby. It's more so the spawn of offense. I'd say that's offense spawn. As Moist Moguls sends 3, now only 2 to challenge B garage, 1 challenging mid through sewers, and 1 looking at, or lurking, I'd say that's a lurk in A main. The guard, though, gonna be challenging mid pretty heavily. They've got 4 on mid. I imagine they're anticipating Moist Moguls to be pushing through mid. Well, Moist Moguls isn't. They've only got 1 even watching mid, and that's through sewers with Brock. Brock does get spotted. He takes quite a bit of damage. He'll get away with his life, though. The flash comes out. Now the guard just backs up. They're like, all right, we'll just back up to B Heaven. Unfortunately, though, Moist Moguls is going to be pushing into A, unfortunately for the guard. So that means that the guard is going to have to leave A control down, or A site control down, to being defended by Josh, who we did not see perform very well mechanically on Pearl, but he's actually been able to pick it up so far on this map, so maybe able to defend this site. And there's going to be Killjoy Util, and that's going to be the bulk of what's defending the site. Valen going to take out Sim, Fly going to take out Valen, and as this null command comes out, Trent does take it out as Thief takes out Josh, but the main thing with that null command is it got rid of that Killjoy Util. Ooh, and Fly is going to get rezzed as they have no idea where Flya died. Net and Trent each going to find a pick, though. And that does leave it at 2v3 for Moist Moguls. He's going to take out Jonah. Trent able to get so high, he jumps over. It does make it a 1v2. Brock going to be coming out of Heaven. The spike isn't planted for him, so he has to play a little bit fast, and, well, he wasn't ready for Net to be watching Heaven. He does get taken out. So Moist Moguls going to lose this bye round. And that was a big round for the guard to win, because if they lost it, they would not have been able to buy this round, this next round, as their econ was starting to look pretty sad there, pretty low there. So Going that well for the guard is a good thing.
Val did enough to delay where Trent could get in, knock out Flya, remove another player from the team fight, and just give slight advantages to the
Cosmic
guard.
Divide for both Thief and Valen here.
So 9 to 8 the guard.
Both teams have a Cosmic Divide to use. Moist Econ
Honest
can take a loss here, but
the rest of this map.
it's gonna start to look weak if they do take a loss here.
Somehow looks a little shakier than the last
Moist is gonna start this
round.
take a mid. They catch Valen in B heaven. So two coming in from mid are actually able to take mid control, and they go into B heaven, but Trent gonna defend it. Able to take out Sim and Brock, both of those pushers through heaven. It's not looking good for Moist Moguls. Trent gonna get taken out by a Proto, but at this point the damage is done, and Valen able to take out Flya. Gonna get traded off, but Moist Moguls, you can't afford trades. You're down a player, so Moist Moguls be in a pretty bad spot here. Proto gonna be watching from just below rafters. Able to take out Josh, looking for more. Able to take out Ned. He's now in a 1v1, but he's so low on health. Got 30 HP. He's got to clutch this up. Spike is down. He knows that Jonas dropped. He backs up. He's playing it safe here. When I don't think Jonah knows where a Proto is. He has an idea. He definitely doesn't know for sure. And Jonah P is able to take out a Proto. Time is not played well enough by a Proto. Maybe should have waited until he heard that defusal come off. But that does mean that this round goes to the guard. Although barely, so it's an expensive round from both sides. It does go to the guard. Moist Moguls will be able to buy this round. So will the guard, though. Which will make this a difficult round for sure. We're starting to see this back and forth come through. These teams starting to play at a pretty equal level. Guard gonna have to figure out, or both of these teams really gonna have to figure out how they want to counterplay this. I will say, you look at Moist Moguls, and I said kill consistency is a big thing for these teams. And Thief carrying Moist Moguls is not a good thing, because you don't want a carry. You want your whole team to be playing at an equal level. You want your whole team playing well positionally, and not just one of your players who's in a position to trade each other off, right? You need to be playing well across the board. And so Moist Moguls, although they've got those three core players in the middle three frags, all very similar. You look over at the guard and you got the top, I mean, pretty much all of the players are within 2 kills of each other, which is, that's crazy. That's some good kill consistency, and it means your whole team is being there for each other. Even Josh, who did not play so well on Pearl, is really able to pull through for his team. This is split picked by the guard, so, you know, Moist Moguls shouldn't be expected to win this map, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be trying to take it. And they are definitely trying, but you can start to see them, or you can see them faltering just a little bit when they shouldn't be. It's going to be a buy from both sides, except that Josh is going to be on a Spectre for the guard, so a little bit of a worse gun there, but also Josh has been playing pretty far back, so shouldn't matter too much.
Over towards the mid side, Sim, he's already looking for
Sim able to push up pretty far in mid. Will the guard push him? We'll see. He's actually going to be able to push into vents, start clearing it. Meanwhile, Trent and Valen going to be in mail. Actually, just Valen in mail now as Trent backs up. And now the showstopper comes out. They do think Sim is in events, but he's not. Sim backed up. Sim backed up with his team. Now showstopper not going to find anything.
Brock is still taking on the contact over towards A, still trying to hold.
And now Moist Moguls.
Their only job at this point, because
still trying to figure out where they want to push. They did take mid control early, but they had to give it up. Now there's 40 seconds left. Moist Moguls has to start doing something.
Orb should go down momentarily.
Looks like they are gonna be retaking mid to come through. Valen is the first to spot the push. Exchange with Flya. Flya takes a little bit of damage there. Ooh, Trent gonna be able to take Sim out. So make it a 4v5 now for Moist Moguls as they continue to try and take Heaven. Thief able to take out Valen. Josh is still on default spike plant. Josh gonna be able to take out Thief. Trent gonna be able to take out a Proto. Flya's alone in a 1v4. Not gonna do anything as Josh finishes him off. And this round goes to the guard. That was a pivotal round as now Moist Moguls gonna have to be on a save as their econ will not allow them to buy here. Although it looks like they're gonna force here. Moist Moguls just looked so I mean, I think they knew that Showstopper was going to come out, so that's why Sim had to back up off of mid control, but they then weren't able to really regain any ground, and from there, it slowly went off the rails. Moist Moguls will be forcing this round, forcing a buy, so they need this round so badly, and the Viper's Pit on net will make it difficult to take A here, which is looking like where Moist Moguls would like to go. Yeah, that Viper's Pit gonna dominantly take A main here, and Moist Moguls gonna have to figure out how they want to play this. Looks like they still want to challenge this a little bit, but no, now they are gonna back up. Trent, who is holding mid for the guard, backs out of mid. Quite a bit of sound A, so now the guard is wary that it might be an A hit. There are still 2 main for Moist Moguls. Now, whether they'll rotate mid and start rotating over to B, or if Moist Moguls, the 3 that are leaning mid, will just try and go vent, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like they will be going vent. Gonna be silent here. Valen and Sim gonna have an exchange where Sim takes out Valen. Now, as far as the guard knows, there's only 1 heaven. Like that's as much as they know. There are 2. Fly pushing out, gonna be able to take out Jonah. Now they know there's 2. Net gonna get blinded, but Net and Trent each gonna find a pick, which makes it a 3v3, and the health not there for Moist Moguls, who had to push through the Viper's Pit. Thief running in from heaven, not anticipating someone to be watching it from rafters, and now it's a 1v3. But coming in for the flank, he's got to start moving. Or they could be coming in for the flank. He doesn't know. And Trent gonna take Thief out. And this round does go to the guard, and that's a bad round for Moist Moguls to lose. As now Moist is gonna be on a save, and the guard gonna be able to take the 12th round. It looks like Moist Moguls wants to force here. I don't agree with that decision. You should save here. You're not that far away from the 12th round. You don't need to push super aggressively to get... I mean, it just seems like Moist Moguls doesn't really know what they're trying to do in these rounds. Like, they'll be able to push through mid, and then they just, like, slowly and unmethodically are pushing into these sites. You can tell they're not very well versed on split. And it takes a little bit of damage there as he's trying to hold mid. He's forced out of vents, and so Moist Moguls decides to take B heaven. Or out into vents, there you go. Valen gonna be able to take out Flya, defending this B heaven. Brock gonna take out Trent. Now Valen doesn't know where to go. Able to find 1 more before Sim takes him out, so it's gonna remain a 3v3. Ooh, good damage done there to Sim, now down to 6 HP. And he's gonna get finished off by the snake bite. But the spike is gonna go down, although the Killjoy lockdown will force Moist Moguls back. Looks like he wants to keep that Viper's Pit up. Ooh, but Josh gonna be able to take out a Proto who got blinded in the neck. Gonna take Thief out from main, and that's it. And the forced buy from Moist Moguls does not work out, as the guard gonna be taking that 12th round. Moist Moguls needs 3 in a row here, and it seems like the guard has really figured out this defense. They seem to be struggling a little bit to start it off, but also they just didn't have good econ, and now that they've gotten good econ stability, they've just been able to dominate. Moist Mogul's gonna be in such a tough spot here. They need 3 in a row. Moist Mogul's hope of winning this series 2-0 is starting to slip away from the reality of the situation. Seems they came into this map maybe a little overheated. Cosmic Divide for both sides coming into this round. Jonah P gonna take out Sim though to start off this round. Not good for Moist Moguls. Although Thief gonna find 2, Brock finds 1. Trent's grenade gonna finish Brock off, but Moist Moguls now has the player advantage and they have sight. So the spike is gonna go down. It's planted for heaven. Josh gonna be pushing through heaven, or into heaven. Proto gonna be able to take out Net, who is coming for the flank. Now it's down to Josh in a 1v3. The Cosmic Divide comes out as well, which will make it incredibly difficult for Josh to push through. Gonna send that Killjoy turret out, and it looks like he's gonna try and play this from Screens, he doesn't have to play this, and he doesn't. He's going to go for the save, and I don't blame him. Time was ticking down, and it's a 1v3. He doesn't need to try and clutch. And if any of the players on the guard are going to be clutching a 1v3, I don't think it's Josh. He just hasn't been putting in, or he hasn't been putting up as good of numbers as the rest of the team. So, yeah, playing back here, he also doesn't have any offensive util that can help him out, so just backing up there. Now, Moist Moguls needs 3 in a row total. Just got the first one. They need 2 more to get to overtime. And I think they still have fight left in them. They just need to play this methodically and carefully. They've been struggling to do that on their offense. I don't know if Moist Moguls will be able to make this comeback alive as the guard takes their first time out here.
And he's been good, but he's not winning those fights. He's just going down, and if Moist Moguls haven't been split up by the youth.
Again, Net just spitting out idea after idea of what we need to be doing differently. Look over at Moist Moguls. You see Moist Moguls talking a little bit here. Again, when you take a timeout, your opponent also gets to use that time as a timeout. So Moist Moguls will get to try and figure out how they want to restructure themselves as well on this offense.
We're seeing Jet instead of the Raze, and I would like to
I'm not entirely sure what the guard could be doing differently here. They've looked pretty strong. I think maybe they just peeked out when like they didn't need to there in that previous round. Allowed them to get picked off early, and then in response, the rest of the team peeked out to try and trade. But the entirety of Moist Moguls was there and ready for that, so Moist Moguls is able to find those picks. Guard gonna be on 2 ults here. They've got Showstopper and Cosmic Divide. The Blade Storm for Sim, but of course he also just has a regular gun to use.
Going for it again here, Moist Moguls. Another look towards his A side.
Moist Moguls gonna have to push through here. They need. It's only 2 in a row that they need. It's not a big. It's not a big amount of rounds they need, but it is still a good amount. Sim gonna be doing this entry. Gets flashed though. So does Josh. Sim coming out of that flash gonna be able to take out Josh. This entry has started and site has been taken. Heaven has not been taken. So the guard's still gonna be able to take from Heaven and from screens. Proto preparing for the potential long flank through offense spawn. He's gonna catch Net's flank. Potentially. Proto gonna be playing so far back here. His flank, although it'll be slow. Although no, Net and a Proto do meet each other, and Net takes a Proto out. 4v4 still, now it's evened out, but the guard needs to start this retake pretty soon here. This spike's been down for a while. They're in a choke point here, so the flashes come through. They're trying to take advantage of it. It's not going to be, though, as Sim able to get 4 this round. Nearly an ace. Thief steals it, though. But that's not what matters right now, as Moist Moguls needs to push through to get to that 12th round. It's a buy round from both sides. It's going to finish it off here. This is going to be the last round of this half. Now, whether that means the map will be over after this round, or if it'll be taken to overtime, that's what Moist Moguls needs to try and do here. They've just gotten 2 in a row. They need 1 more. Cosmic Divide for the guard to use this round. Blade Storm for Moist Moguls to use. Moist Moguls doing another A hit because they've been working so well for Moist Moguls. Knife's going to be coming through. I'm not entirely sure where that will land. It looks like it lands to clear vent. So now the guard going to be a little bit concerned that it's a mid push, but it is an entirely different push. It's a push entirely through A. That knife was good to give a little bit of paranoia, and it's going to keep the guard on mid, or watching mid. They don't know if anybody's going to be pushing through there. Again, that knife came through. It's a good bait. Roundback comes off. Now they know they may be pushing through Heaven. This push has been slowed so heavily. There's no mid control from Moist Moguls, so they can't really pivot to rotate. So they just need to keep pushing through this, despite the fact that the guard is so ready for this push. They've got 3 to lock it down. Seekers come out. Now they know just how much of a hold here is on A. Sim gonna try and prevent this push into Heaven, but he's gonna get shot at as he tries to push through the smoke. Jonah gonna get 2 on Sim and Brock, but a Proto and Fly each find 1 separately. Gonna keep it 3v3, and Josh is so low on health here. He's holding from elbow. Fly gonna finish Josh off, and now it's a 2v3. Can Valen try and trade off his team? He makes his presence known, and a Proto gonna take advantage of that. Net needs to clutch a 1v3 to win this map, but he's gonna get spotted pushing through that smoke, because that's not a perfect cut, and Flya gonna take Net out. 3 kills for Fly this round, and we're going to overtime on Split. And oh my god, 6 rounds won from both of these teams on both offense and defense, which tells you neither of these teams had a better offense than defense. I will say I think the Guards' defense looked a little bit stronger than Moist Moguls did, but it's still an even 6 rounds won on either side. And Moist Moguls really started to collect themselves towards the end of their offense and towards the end of the Guards' defense. So it definitely is a bit of a toss-up as to which way it'll go. So I would favor the Guard on the defense maybe a little bit more. But the Guard now going to be on this offense as we switch sides. I would like to apologize. Yesterday I said the world record for the longest overtime was 19 and 17. That's not true. It's 23 and 21. Much longer. I knew 19 and 17 seemed a little too short. So I did find out afterwards it is 23 and 21. Which happened in Challengers EMEA, I think, possibly, maybe not. Maybe it was, might have just been EMEA Champions Tour. I don't know. Moist Moguls. It was some Europe tournament at the very least, or featuring European players at the very least. The Guard getting ready to push into B here, coming in through B Heaven, but Jonah gonna be able to take Sim out. So that is going to prevent that push in. Thief going to be able to take out Josh, who was pushing in through Garage, but Net and Trent each find a pick at the same time, which will mean that Moist Moguls is down 2 players now. The start of this overtime not looking good for Moist Moguls. Moguls not down yet. Pearl went so well for Moist Moguls, especially in the second half. The same can definitely not be said for how Pearl is going, or sorry, for how Split is going for the Guard. Guard definitely struggling a lot harder on their chosen map pick. But that being said, the Guard does manage to take the first round of overtime. Now the Guard going to be on their defense. Will they be able to put up a good defense like I was thinking maybe they would be able to, or will Moist Moguls be able to continue their round momentum on offense and keep this overtime alive? We'll see.
Another alarm butt towards the top, and this time I think Jonah people invest a little bit more into the ramp fight. Oh, instead, it's a switch up. One knife towards the B.
Knife comes through. Raze gets detected. Guard has been seen. Mid control's actually been given up to Moist Moguls, but Moist Moguls isn't pushing through mid. They're doing another A hit, and there's a reason these A hits have worked out so well for them. I think both of these teams lack a little bit of good A control. Both of these teams should be able to take advantage of that. We'll see. The Guard had a little bit of time in between the start of overtime and the end of the main game phase, so maybe the Guard will have been able to figure out their defense on A. We'll see. Looks like it's going to be a more aggressive hold through that main entrance by Net. And it's going to be good for at least one. Net going to take out Sim. A Proto going to be able to get a pick on Jonah, and Brock going to be able to take out Net. Brock also going to be able to take out Trent on 7 HP. Now, the Guard finds himself in a 2v4. Similarly to how Moist Moguls on their defense found themselves in a 2v4. Proto going to take out Josh in Heaven, and now it's a 1v4 that Valen has to clutch up here. I don't know. There's so many holding this screen's entrance. We'll take out Brock. Thief wanted to push out to trade it off, but he's not able to. He jump peeks out. And yeah, the Valen has to start. This spike needs to be defused like yesterday, tomorrow. This needs to happen now. And it's not. You gotta go. It's not planted for you, bud. You gotta push Heaven. It's planted for Heaven. He's able to smoke it off, but Thief with the shorty just waiting inside of it. Gonna take Valen out in this round. Goes to Moist Moguls. We're going to another round of overtime. You get a timeout every 4 rounds of overtime. You get a new timeout, and they do not stack. So that means after 4 rounds, you'll get an overtime to use. If you use it, then 4 rounds later, you'll get another round. that makes sense. You get another overtime. Or timeout, not overtime. God, I get timeout and overtime confused so much, and I think it's because on the screen, when it says overtime, it's the same sort of, like, display as when it says timeout. So my brain, like, mixes the two together. I don't know. Alright, the guard starting on this offense. They're actually doing a little bit of a split play. Send a lurk on B, send a lurk in mid, but now they're going to be focusing their attack more towards A. Again, I said both of these teams lack good A defense. We'll see if that does continue to be the case here on Moist Mogul's defense. Fly going to send some util through, which does push the guard far enough back that they have to be challenging Heaven. But will Moist Moguls be able to defend Heaven? Looks like they might not have to, as the guard is rotating out. Looks like they're going to go through mid. Oh, never mind. They're going to be going A, hoping that... Maybe they were hoping they could bait out Moist Moguls. They kind of did. Not really, though, because Moist Moguls is ready for an A hit still. Jonah going to be able to take out Brock, who is jump peeking. And that's going to be an early player advantage here for the guard to start this take of sight. And Moist Moguls decides to completely rotate off of that. And it's a good choice as Valen takes out Fly. Even and Proto each find a pick, though, to even out that player count. Oh, and Net coming into Heaven, not going to defend it. Thief gonna find 2 kills. Trent's alone with 3 HP. Suddenly, Moist Moguls has 2-player advantage here, and Sam with the operator gonna be able to take Trent out. And this round goes to Moist Moguls. Now the defense won by Moist Moguls. Previously, it was both teams winning their offense. That's how the first 2 rounds of overtime went. Will it be the same here for Moist Moguls, or will it be the same here in this next round of overtime? Could Moist Moguls take could Moist Moguls take split in overtime, take a 2-0 win against the Guard, the number 2 team in North American Challenge right now? Could Moist Moguls be the one to challenge not just number 2, but look to challenge M80 in the playoffs for number 1? We will see. We will see. Can Moist Moguls pull through here? Moist Moguls are gonna be aggressing B. It's an A read from the guard. And there's a reason. Moist Moguls has been winning their A pushes. And so they've been going A lot. And so the guard's prepared for that possibility. Can they defend B? Not enough to prevent the plant. The plant does go down and still not very much damage done to either party. So now this 5v5 retake is going to have to start. Moist Moguls is actually challenging the possibility of a flank from the guard through mid, but there is no flank. So that does mean 2 are misplaced and not going to be able to defend this spike on site. Trent going to be able to take out Sim. Net takes out Thief. Now it's going to be a 3v5 here. Trent not going to be able to start this take as he does get blinded. Slows it down a little bit. Jonah and Net each going to find a pick, and now it's down to Fly. Not going to be able to defend the spike quite long enough. This spike will be diffused. Time not played it quite enough, so we're going to another round of overtime here. Another overtime phase. And and now, like I talked about, it's been 4 rounds of overtime. So if one of these teams wants to use a timeout, they can. And I wouldn't blame them if they want to. But again, during a timeout, the opposing team also gets to use that time as a timeout. They get to talk to their coach. They get to talk to the assistant coach. Like this gets to happen no matter which team takes a timeout. And since both of these teams are playing at an equal level right now, it may not be worth it to take a timeout because you allow your opponent to take a timeout at the same time, right? So they do just need to try and close this up. The guard, they don't have room to breathe here. They need to win split or it's over for them in this series. Moist Moguls, they don't even need to win split. They still have a whole other map that they, like, Moist Moguls has already secured Pearl. The guard is fighting for this map to stay alive in this series. Oh, Sam pushing out a little too aggressively. This is something that Moist Moguls was doing so early in their defense that they tried to clean up, but it looks like they're gonna fall victim to it again, where Moist Moguls pushes out too aggressively. And now the guard's able to take advantage of that. Proto able to find a pick, pushing out from Heaven, but it's traded off, and trades Moist Moguls can't afford. It's a 2v4. Another 2v4 that Moist Moguls finds themselves in. The Viper's Pit is allowed to come up as Net has gotten 3 kills here. I think only 2, but he's been able to pick up an orb. Moist Moguls going to start this take. Trent gonna push out off of the blind. Flyer with the shorty, gonna push through the Viper's pit, but he's gonna get spotted, and Trent gonna take Fly out. The guard has taken another round in overtime. Will Moist what on earth? Will Moist Moguls be able to defend? We'll see.
I think this is their best chance to close out this series.
Will Moist Moguls be able to just shut it down here, get another round, and keep it going? Or will the guard just be able to be like, all right, nope, we're going to the third map. No, enough playing around. Moist Moguls taking a timeout here. Now, like I said, whichever team uses a timeout, the opposing team also gets to use a timeout. And each team gets one timeout to use every 4 rounds of overtime, okay? And they don't stack, right? So, Moist Moguls can use their timeout now, but now they're going to have to wait 4 more rounds before they get another one, and the guard has time to use their own timeout in that time. Again, these players get a chance to use this timeout to talk to their coaches. In the case of the guard, Josh is the coach, so it's a, you know, it's a little bit of an interesting situation where Josh is subbing in, so he's the coach, so, you know, a lot to do there, but Moist Mogul is going to be able to talk to their coach and really try and work through this. Look at Thief, 31 and 15, Sim is 20 and 20. But again, look at the guard and their kill consistency. Look at Moist Moguls, and Thief is still carrying his team, while the rest of the players are, you know, starting to those middle 3 players are still staying consistent with each other. But again, Brock is still below the other players, so Moist Moguls needs to be trading each other off. They need to be playing this offense well, and they're going for a B push. And unlike the previous time where there were 3 leaning A for the guard on their defense, it's not true here for Moist Moguls. Although, there is a flash, which does tell the guard there might be 1 on A, but the push is so aggressive into B that it's allowed to start. Ooh, Brock and Thief each find a pick, but 2 picks have gone through from the guard as well, so it's going to be kept an even 3v3. And a Proto isn't with his team to help with this push. Although, Spike is in the hands of Moist Moguls, so they can still rotate, and it looks like Net might be ready for it. There's a Molly coming through here. I'm not entirely sure where that will hit. Clear a little bit of a weird angle. Josh is going to mow him down. 3 kills for Josh, and he finishes it off. This map goes to the guard, and we're continuing this series. The guard, where did they go? They dipped. They wanted to go hype up their coach. Well played there from the guard. Moist Moguls able or not able to shut it down there. Could that be a choke? Will that have been the point where Moist Moguls should have taken it? Will Haven be an easy win for either of these teams? Will Moist Moguls be in a tough spot here where they should have been able to take it on Split? Will it be a tough battle? I mean, I know it'll be a tough battle on Haven, but will Moist Moguls be reminiscing on Split going, man, we should have taken that there? We'll see. Maybe they'll still be able to take it on Haven, and I think both of these teams have a pretty even Haven. So this is going to be a really close match here. Let's just go ahead and take a look at these Twitters. See what these, what clips we have to look at here.
Everyone's in the backup site. All 4 players here for MXM. Here comes Sim around the corner, able to get 2.
Oh yeah, the 4K.
Sim.
Yeah, Moist Moguls had such an amazing game. Knights Arena post anything interesting? Nope, just the player interviews. But again, by the very end of it, you still had the guard. I mean, this is just going so well for both of these teams. Okay, I will point out the very obvious point, which is very easy to point out. It's very easy to make. Did Split get put in? It did. Look at Pearl. 13 and 7. Moist Moguls cleaned it up pretty quickly in that second half. Split went through 6 rounds of overtime before the guard took it. That is much closer on Split than it was on Pearl. So Moist Mogul's pick of Pearl went pretty, or a lot less close than the guard's pick went to them, right? So Haven, it may be a show that maybe Moist Moguls has a little bit of an edge here, But I will point out on Pearl, let's just look at the player consistency, the consistency between those kills. Went 19 to 15. That's a 4-kill difference between this top frag and then the start of these middle 3 players. And then from the bottom of that third, or that fourth frag player of Jonah, goes 11 to 7. That's a 4-kill difference. And between, should be said, between Valen and Jonah, that's a 3-kill difference. So these are pretty big differences here between the players of the guard when they lost versus Moist Moguls, who went 20, 19, 17, 15, 12. Those are really similar kills. And then you go to Split, and then you go to Split and you see it goes 24 and 19 from, we'll just go look at the guards kill consistency. It's 24, 22, 20, 19, 16. It's so similar. And then you go over to Moist Moguls, who had 32 and 16 on Thief. And then it goes 12 kill differences, or a 12 kill difference down to Sim with 20 kills. Then 3 kill difference down to 17 on Flya. And then, not 3, 1 kill difference to a Proto, 2 kill difference to Flya. And then it's a 5 kill difference, which is a pretty big jump to Brock. So, similarly to how when the guard lost, there was big kill differences between the players. Maybe not as drastic as Moist Moguls was, but that's just because it went to overtime, so there were going to be more kills, more chance for it to get wider of a gap there. But you'll see, Moist Moguls, you could definitely tell when your kill consistency isn't very good, in the sense that you have players that are carrying the rest of the team. Not only does it show that not all of your players are playing at the same level, but it shows that the enemy is doing a good job of denying those players who need to be fragging better, like Sim, in this case, the entry, or Flya with KO. And it shows that you're not really playing positionally in a spot where you can just trade each other off. As soon as someone dies, you just trade each other off, so the kills will stay even. Whereas if you're not trading each other off, that's when the kill consistency or that spread starts to come through, right? So yeah, it's a little bit of an awkward spot here. I am going to take a quick break to use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. I'll turn this up, and yeah, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Now, how do I think Haven is going to go? It's pretty much a toss-up here in my books. I mean, the guard did play against OR and Haven, and it went 13-11. That's pretty close, and that's against OR. We can look at Moist Moguls. I don't know if they played Haven against G2. No, they did. And it went 13-5, which is a pretty dominant win there. And then against Mad Lions, I don't think they did. No, they didn't. So, Moist Moguls, like, their Haven play has looked stronger in Split 2 than I'd say the Guards has. But I don't know if it'll, obviously the Guard has had time to improve since their play against OR last week. Also, OR seems to have maybe started playing a little bit worse than they did last week. At least yesterday against FaZe, they didn't look as strong as they can, or they usually do. Wait 1 second. I don't know. I feel like this is gonna be. I mean, similarly to how like going into this, I was talking about it a lot, but it's like I have to see it happen before I like really know what's gonna happen. And I do think I give Moist Moguls a slight edge here.
The guard going up against
you know,
Moist
it can
Moguls.
still go either
This
way.
is the series that keeps on giving, and it's gifting us a map 3 now after 3 times of overtime. Guard Josh RT to be sending us over to Haven up mine. What a crazy way to be ending off that map.
Yeah, again, just unbelievable, the circumstances coming out already just from the last few rounds. Moist Moguls needed to win, what was it, 3 rounds in a row for them to even push into overtime, and they were able to do so. Throughout that game, though, it was the story of the defenses. Both of these defenses early on looked so stellar, or at least when they could finally get it together, as we did have a big burst from Moist at the very beginning of the game. But still, we had the guard finally come out in the end with the dub. But what a way to do it still. They still had to fight back. At the very end of overtime, they had to still go through 3 overtimes where Moist had the lead in one of them.
Yeah, definitely a tough situation for the guard, but being able to touch it out right at the end to make sure we can get another map. Looking over at this, though, my eyes are more so drawn on that right side.
Yeah, Thief was just having the game of his life. I'm not even gonna lie. Like the later parts of that first half, he was popping off, and then I mean, like clutch overtime player basically had a lot of multiple kills where it felt those were the individual plays that I kept mentioning throughout that map. It's like, this is a team that prides themselves on team fights, but ultimately it felt individual performances from Thief and Sim really drew this team across the line. Proto at times as well. It's a mixture, I think, of those like reliance of individual plays and maybe a little bit less preparation for
I think Moist Moguls did a little bit too much of reliance on individual plays, because it's very clear they just aren't very well versed on split, and despite that, they still took it so far in overtime against the guard. Like, that's still a really, really good showing, considering, again, this isn't the map they picked, they're not as well versed on it as the guard, so they weren't going to be as well prepared. Sure, you know, the guard is playing with a little bit of a worse team comp here. They're not playing with Sim, or sorry, with Tex. They don't have that star duelist. But didn't change anything. They were still able to pull through here on split, albeit it was much closer than they probably would have liked. Same thing on Pearl. Losing that badly is not what the guard would want. So now we're going to Haven. This is a map where I feel like it could go to either of these teams. Now that we're moving into a map where both of these teams should be more well-versed, we've seen Moist Moguls do beautifully on Haven, and the same can absolutely be said for the guard. So I think Haven's going to be a really close decider, and just with how shaky the guard looked there on split, and then how shaky they looked on in that first map, I think it's a similar sort of story where we could be looking at a shaky performance here where I think maybe Moist Moguls will be able to take it. I give them a little bit of the advantage. I'll give them my pick coming into this. I'll say I think they're going to take it. But I do think it'll be incredibly close here. And I mean, yeah, it's going to be tough.
Nets reactions.
It's like, oh my god, I can't believe he just did that. But like, that's such a beautiful team moment. I don't know, like I'm gonna get a laugh out of that every single time I watch that playback.
Just, hey, the energy over there is great. And I feel like too, for the guard coming into this, you gotta need that. Player of yours is injured. You're in this situation now that you have your coach coming in for a player. You take that first map loss. To be able to take the win right there, like, that's just something you're gonna be holding on to. I'll have to see though, going on and continuing how that is going to be coming together. I think that maybe there's just a little bit of scaling up. Maybe when they just had to adjust.
What on earth?
And it'll be interesting now that we head over to Haven to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of adjustments being made in this map pool, or in this composition entirely. I mean, again, Trent is the one playing Duelist at the moment, and he's still dropping numbers like the top of BCL, at least in that last map. But we're going into Haven, and we could be seeing a little bit more of that Trent raise having to come into effect. But overall, we're looking at a Haven that actually the guard have been actually messing around with a little bit. We've seen very rare comp changes for this team, and Haven's the map that they actually have changed going into the split.
thing with Haven for me is when I'm thinking about Moist Moguls, I actually really like Moist Moguls on Haven. I don't really think that we get to see too much. I mean, they don't opt to pick it as opposed to the Pearl. Instead, we get to see Haven as this third map decider, or in the case where the team picks it against them, but I really like them on it.
Yeah, I think it's undoubtedly probably their best map, right? This is the one map that they took off of M80 in that mid-season face-off playoff match, and it was an electric one to watch as well. Like, this is a Moist Moguls that I personally feel have really strong fundamentals. They've been messing around with their comp, and every single time they've changed their comp, it's always like a very slight switch up, but they find success regardless. Last week, they swapped out the Raze for a Jet. Were able to take down G2 13-5. So this is probably the best final map for Moist Moguls to go on. Granted, I still think Split, like, that was their best chance to close out this series. It only is going to get harder from here because, again, Guard are another team that I feel have really good fundamentals. Like, this is a team I feel is symbolic when it comes to Haven. Like, the only play that comes to mind is the Saya player dash double spray down into a trap wire. Like, this is a Guard that everyone knows is really strong on Haven.
For me, though, I'm just looking at Moist Moguls really coming together. It was something we talked about at the top of show. Flya, for example, talking about this team staying calm, sure that they can stay collected going on forward. Sure, losing Split like that one stings. That one hurts, you know?
Yeah.
But this is the now for them to come together, overcome that hurdle, and show us that they are worth being in the discussion for one of the top teams here.
And like this is again where I'm gonna bring that quote up, talking about how Flya like gave the words like, we are a team that, you know, like we have these phrases, these lines that we say, we reset, we come back into every single series, every single round, like it's 0-0. And I think that's a really critical mindset to have, because that was a grueling, like, look at the smiles. Like, I love to see that kind of stuff from a team that just lost a heartbreaking
I think both of these teams are so confident,
you know, the
coming into this.
If it's true,
I do still give the slight edge to Moist Moguls, though. Again, I'm going to keep saying it. I think maybe they have the slight edge. That being said, it's an offense-sided map, and we're starting on, or sorry, and not we, and Moist Moguls is starting on the offense. Haven is, or sorry, it's on the defense. Haven is 51% offense-sided, which isn't a lot, but most maps tend to default be defense-sided, but because it's a 3-site map, it's going to be offense-sided, although very slightly. Let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select. Valen and Thief, both on Omen, and that is where the differences end. That is insane. Trent going to be on Raze, whereas Sim's going to be on Jet. Josh and Proto both on Killjoy. There you go. Net gonna be on Viper, or sorry, yeah, Viper. It's a double initiator setup for Moist Moguls, and then it is a double controller setup for the Guard. So the Guard has gone for Viper and Omen, and then Moist Moguls has gone for Omen, and then their initiators are Breach and Sova. The Guard has one initiator, and it is Sky. So it's going to be pretty different picks here, and it'll be interesting to see how these teams decide to play it. Moist Moguls is, of course, favoring a little bit of a more aggressive team comp, which makes sense. It's an offense-sided map. But the Guard will be a little bit more balanced on both of these sides. We'll see, though, if Moist Moguls is able to pull through. Starting it off on the offense is the Guard, pushing into A here. Ooh, Sim gets some early engagement, not really able to do anything. Brock going to be running backwards. Sim going to be able to get out with his life. Not quite, though. Trent going to chase him down. Sorry, I couldn't talk there for a second. Trent going to chase him down, and each team has lost a player, so it's going to be a 4v4, although Brock is very, very low in health, and they don't have a Sky to heal with, so Brock is just going to have to sit through this very low in health. That being said, Valen's low in health for the Guard, down to half HP, and there is a Sky, but did not buy the heal this round, so He'll may not come through. Jonah P is going to be seen, as well as the rest of his team. That Sova Dart going to be good to allow Moist Moguls the time and the vision to start to confirm, all right, let's rotate over. Jonah going to be able to take out Fly, though, pushing into CT. So now Moist Moguls going to have to figure out how they want to play this retake. This utility used. One thing that's going to be interesting to point out is there's no Breach for the Guard. Breach is a staple on Haven for most teams, but it's not going to be there here. Oh, the blind going to come through. A Proto still pushing through it, going to be able to take out Valen. Jonah B going to take out a Pro. Brock going to be able to take out Jonah, though. Thief going to be alone as Trent takes out Brock. It's a 1v2. Oh, peeks over to look at the turret, and Trent takes Thief out. This round going to go to the Guard to start it off. It's a close and hard-fought one to start it off, but it does go to the guard. Now it's an offense-sided map, so at the very least, it should be tied going into the next half. At the very best, the guard should be able to take the lead going into the next half, and whether that's 7-5 or 8-4, it's still an offense-sided map. So Moist Mogul's going into the offense. You know, 5-7 wouldn't be a bad thing. 8-4, not horrible either. Anything beyond that, though, might be a little bit too difficult for Moist Moguls to come back from. So Moist Mogul should just be trying to keep it even at the very best. And now, some early vision actually does push the guard back a little bit. And they're going to start their... It looks like they want to be pushing C. Now, Sim and Thief are pushed up pretty far into C here, and the jump peek does get spotted. Thief re-peeks it, hoping to find a pick, and he gets taken out immediately by Jonah. So now it's going to be a 4v5. The Skydog going to clear out Sim. Gets concussed. Sim's going to get away, but concussion could do some good damage. Meanwhile, the guard has actually rotated over to A, and Moist Moguls realizes this, so they start their own rotation. They'll get there right as the spike is going to go down. Net trying to watch CT, not going to be able to do very much damage, although the Viper Molly, the Snake Bite, going to be the one to do a lot of damage there. Net still watching that, going to find the pick on Sim. That's going to be 3v5. Flashes come out. Flyer tries to jump down to start this re-entry, not going to do anything. Valen going to finish it off by taking out Flyer, Brock, and a Proto. 3 kills for Valen, all in those last few seconds. Guard now has 2 rounds in a row, and I believe that was a flawless round for the guard, which is definitely a good start, as they're going to go into this bonus with some good guns.
I said this before, but there has never been
as they're going to go into this bonus with some good guns. Moist Mogul's going to be on a forced buy here, although they can't actually full buy. Haven't really been able to find very many kills, so their econ hasn't taken too good of a boost here. So Thief going to be on a Bulldog.
I would hope so. I would hope that's how that works.
So the guard may be able to take this round if it's played well by them. Smogul's defense so far hasn't been the strongest, although Sim gonna take out Valen, just shooting through that smoke, preventing an early push up, an early ground gained. And then Net's gonna get spotted, Flyer gonna swing close and able to take him out. This push into A has been denied pretty effectively. Meanwhile, Josh has been able to take control of Garage, which is a good choice there. Now, he's going to be spotted, but that does prevent Moist Moguls from entirely rotating over to A. I lie, as Josh does get taken out. Now it's going to leave Trent and Jonah alone, but mid is not given to Moist Moguls, so there's still a little bit of a paranoia there, but they do spot Jonah. Still have yet to know where Trent is, but they can be pretty sure he's probably on A with his initiator. Flyer could have just stopped Trent in his tracks. Jonah P going to be able to take out Brock, but it's immediately traded off. So only 1 player lost from Moist Moguls on that buy. It's going to be pretty decent. They should be able to get Brock a gun as well. So should be a full buy from both sides here. We'll see which team will play better on this buy. The econ isn't great for Flyer. Or sorry, it wasn't great for Brock, so I thought maybe they wouldn't have been able to get him a gun, but they do. This buy round for Moist Moguls is also going to be a little bit of a bonus. The guard going to be on a full buy here, so we're just going to see who can take this. Moist Moguls should be able to afford a loss, although would not be preferable. Obviously, who wants a loss, but get what I'm trying to say here. Ooh, Sam pushed up aggressively with the help of Brock as well. So Net pushes out trying to aggress Sam, but they are there to trade each other off. Brock pushed up nowhere near where the guard is anticipating anyone to be. This round gonna go already giving a pretty early lead to Moist Moguls. The guard trying to push into B, but it's denied aggressively. Blind gonna come through and prevent the Garage control. Plus, there's still an alarm bot there, so Moist Moguls knows it's not a push into Garage. So they actually should be a little bit cautious that it might be an A hit, but nobody's on A. No util either. No Killjoy util. So A has been entirely given up. The guard is happy to take control of A. And now they can play these choke points in CT and try and push Moist Moguls and prevent the retake. Jonah B gonna be able to take out Sim. Thinking about getting those Seekers out. And he will be sending those out. It's going to be a 4v4 here. Valen going to be doing from the shadows.
Technically with a fake TP.
How about his team? That spike's gonna go down. The Seeker comes out.
Everyone waiting up for their
Flying getting ready to
opportunity
go out
to
in
come
CT off of some vision, and the vision does come through.
Notice at least something.
But a flash comes through at the same time, so
At least trying to layer on the util before the end of going on.
Jonah P gonna be able to take out Thief. Proto though gonna trade it off, but Josh and Valen each gonna find a pick. A Proto finds one, but it's a 1v2 that he's in. He's not gonna clutch this one out. Valen gonna take a Proto out. And the guard has taken the first full buy from both sides, and Moist Mogul's gonna have to figure out how to recollect themselves here. They need to start playing this defense better than they have been. That was a really good play early to get them that player advantage, but then they entirely gave up A, despite the fact that they knew nobody was on A. Or sorry, that they knew nobody was mid. They knew nobody was garage, as they. I mean, it could have still been a B hit, but they knew nobody was garage, so they should have been at least sending one that was near B over towards A. And I mean, they did have Brock in CT, but they could have sent two to watch and lock down A, and they didn't. They just let A be taken. So. Ooh, the Hunter's Fury from Brock gonna do some damage here. Take out Josh. But the guard is actually gonna start this push into C. Proto, though, gonna prevent Trent from doing anything. Also able to take out Net. He's finally gonna get traded off, but the damage has been done. Sim gonna take out Jonah P and Valen to finish it off. 4 players left alive for Moist Moguls. Thief down to 2 HP, but it won't matter as he does get away with his life. Moist Mogul's defense that round looked so strong. Now, they did have to use a Hunter's Fury, but they also have 2 ults to use now, in addition to that Hunter's Fury, which they've already used. These ult points have gotten up so high already for Moist Moguls. Got a lockdown to use, and then I believe a From the Shadows, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, or no, it's a Blade Storm. There you go. Blade Storm and a lockdown for Moist Moguls to use here. And it looks like that Blade Storm will be used. Now, will the lockdown be used? It's really just going to depend on where where the guard pushes and if a Proto can stay alive long enough to use it. Net going to be lurking in A. Sim pushing up aggressively, hoping to find a pick. But Moist Moguls realizes, alright, it's a B hit. We're just going to back up off of A. Sim clearing short, but not going deep. So that means this lurk from Net can still definitely come through. This flank will definitely be coming through here. Will Net be able to get away? We'll see. Trent gonna get caught. Oh, and he's not able to take out Thief in time. The flank coming through from Net, but oh, a Proto gonna deny anybody trying to flank out through mid. And then Net with the flank able to find one, but Brock just gonna get a kill. Oh my god, I missed it. We need a replay of what a Proto did there. That was impressive in mid. 3 kills. Close it out. Show us this replay, please. I guess not. Now, that was an eco round from the guard, I think. Maybe not, actually. That might have been a forced buy. Or a light buy. So they're actually not going to be able to full buy here. They're going to be going for a save. And I think that's a good choice for the guard. Econ's not in the best spot here. Now, one thing I will say about Moist Moguls, they have done such a good job at taking A control here. They've denied. And on the previous round, when they did end up giving it up barely to Net, they were still able to eventually deny the flank. So, oh, and that operator on Sim already getting deep into short. It's not going to spot anybody because nobody's there, but it will give the vision to Moist Moguls that nobody is A. And so, off of that peek and C, they can be pretty confident that it's going to be a C or a mid push. Alarm bot still hasn't gotten off in garage. Oh, now it does. They're going to start focusing their attention towards holding garage. The guard now going to be turning their attention more towards mid, it looks like. Although, only 2 push up into B. Moist Moguls has given up B control. I don't think Fly is going to be ready for the flank around. Josh going to be able to find that pick. No, Jonah going to be challenging the operator in A. And Moist Moguls has no idea where the guard could be pushing at this point. Ooh, Thief going to be able to take Josh out. Ooh, a Proto push deep into mid. Going to be able to take Jonah out. Trent and the spike on Valen going to be pushing into C. Finally, they're starting to push into a site. They were very separated there. Could be the fatal mistake here. Net coming in from B is going to be caught by Thief. So now it's a 2v4 for the guard to hold this. Ooh, and the operator on Sim going to be too deadly for Trent to deal with. And then Brock going to take Valen out. So 4 players left alive. Makes it a pretty good round for Moist Moguls. and they take the lead here. And again, I said it's an offense-sided map, so at the very least, the guard should be tying it up going into the next half. But Moist Moguls taking the lead here could help them start to push to take the lead themselves on their defense going into the next half, which could definitely be good for them. And the guard would definitely be in a tough spot after that.
We're looking at the guard, who once again need to buy up because of their situation.
This is being played so well by Moist Moguls. Moist Moguls. 2 ults for the guard to use. There's a Viper's Pit and a From the Shadows, that Omen ultimate. But those are sort of situational in the sense that Viper's Pit, you need to be on the site, and From the Shadows, you need to, well, it's very situational. There are only certain cases where you can actually use it well, especially in pro play. Garage control is denied it's denied by the guard. So Moist Moguls does not have control of Garage anymore, so they have to be cautious of it, which does mean they have to give up C control. The thing is, though, it's an A push, and Josh getting a pick in mid could give Moist Moguls a little bit of a lax control here, and that's why Sim is going so deep and short, but it does get smoked off. Oh, and Josh and a Proto meet each other, and Josh wins the exchange.
Did you know he's a coach, by the way?
I was saying how weak Josh was looking on Pearl, and he did look weak on Pearl. But in Split, he started to come back, and it looks like on Haven, it's going to be his map. Brock able to take out Trent, but immediately traded off, so Thief now in a 1v4, probably not going to be doing any trading or trying to win this round. I'm just going to let it go to the guard. The econ stability is really high up there for Moist Moguls, so they can survive this loss.
Engaging in fights that, you know, can be 50-50 at times, but he's wary of it. The turret covers his mid, so if he wants to fight Garage, the turret will cover the walk down mid. If he wants to fight mid, the turret will cover the Garage walkout. So he's picking and choosing his battles, and he's winning them, at least in that round. So we tie up.
Thief just gonna hide himself in this Garage while we wait for the spike to go off. Moist Moguls is looking pretty solid here. I mean, so is the guard, but again, I'll remind you, this is an offense-sided map. So Moist Moguls keeping it even here is a good scenario. That's one of the better scenarios. Obviously, the best case scenario is they take the lead, but you know, it's still a good position to be in to keep it even, especially knowing when they're on the offense, they'll have a little bit of an advantage because it's an offense-sided map. So, Moist Moguls keeping it this close is definitely a good position to be in. Moist Moguls going to be on a buy, so is the guard though, and there's 4 ults for the guard to use. Now again, some of these ults are situational, like From the Shadows, like Viper's Pit. There's also a lockdown to help them take site, and a Seeker and Seekers, which can pretty much be used at any point. The guard to just gain some easy ground. I know that now that Operator is still on Sim, but it's not going to be placed short. I honestly think that's a good choice, because the guard is ready for an Operator to be short, so they are playing so far back, and instead the Hunter's Fury going to be used to take out Net and do good damage to Josh and Trent. So now the guard, not only have they lost their Viper, so no more Viper's Pit, but they've been pushed back by that Hunter's Fury. 2 swings short. Shock Dart's going to be used.
Brock is still potentially knocking down some of that.
Ooh, Brock gets concussed, and Josh going to be able to swing off of that. Although, that lockdown does get destroyed. The Moist Mogul is going to be able to stay on site, and Sim going to be able to get that op kill. Ooh, Fly going to get flashed. Trent going to be able to take out Fly and clear that. It's going to be a 3v3, but Trent is so low on health. Jonas half health as well, so this is not going to be great for the guard here. Moist Moguls can do this retake effectively. Sam going to get swinged at just the perfect timing. For Jonah, Thief going to be able to take out Jonah, but it's immediately traded off, which now a Proto going to leave a Proto now in a 1v2. Spike needs to start being diffused now. You don't have time to work with, man. You just got to go. He's going to get flanked, and Trent going to take a Proto out. And the guard is taking the lead here. Could they be taking the lead going into the next half? We'll see. Moist Mogul's Econ is still in a really good spot, so they're still going to be able to buy here, even affording an Operator for Sim. However, this Econ is definitely going to start to be looking very weak here for Moist Moguls.
Now Moist
Guard's econ has started to stabilize itself. Now, a lot of those ults were used in that round, and by a lot, I mean 2 of the Guard's ults, so that's half of the ones they had. And the Showstopper's about to get back up. They still have the Viper's Pit, they still have From the Shadows. Moist Moguls has 2 ults of their own, though. They've got From the Shadows, and they've got a Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder could be very, very useful. And Brock has just been able to get these orbs time and time again in these rounds. Fly going to be able to take out Josh with minimal pushback. Does take a little bit of damage, but still going to be able to get away with the pick. Sim nearly gets picked off mid, but will get away with his life. So the player advantage will be maintained for Moist Moguls. Ooh, From the Shadow is going to be used to gain a little bit of vision onto C. Maybe he was thinking about TPing on, but is taken out there. They know Thief is backside, so they're just trying to figure out how they want to approach that. It looks like they're just going to decide, let's not approach it. We'll back up. We're going to send a Lurk and Net to hold B or C long Cubby. Now the rest of the Guard going to be pushing into it actually looks like they're going to go through mid to Garage into C, so it's still going to be a C hit. The turret in Garage is destroyed. Flash comes through, and I think that was actually their own flash. I think the Guard flashed themselves. Net, who still C, pushes through, able to take out Thief. It's traded off by Proto, and then a Proto takes out Trent as well. Jonah P going to be able to trade it off, but that does mean Moist Moguls is going to maintain this player advantage that they have. And Jonah coming in from a Garage is not going to be cleared. Jonah going to be able to take Fly out, though Sim going to be able to take out Valen. So Jonah's in a 1v2. They know where he is as well, and he gets smoked off. The spike going to get tapped, and Jonah has to push through it. Sim going to be able to take Jonah out. The spike's going to be held and diffused. Sim gonna get away. Able to get his ult up as well by defusing that spike. And it's looking like Moist Moguls may be able to prevent the Guard's momentum that they've been able to build up here.
The Guard being pushed to their limits here. Moist Moguls up still for Sim. Lockdown left over.
2 ults for the Guard, a Viper's Pit and a Showstopper. Over on Moist Moguls, they've got that Blade Storm and the Lockdown. 2 ults for either side once again. Still, that Viper's Pit has not been used by the Guard, but it's just because they haven't had the opportunity to use it. Net's been lurking a lot of the time, and he usually gets picked off in those lurks, so he can't help his team by getting that Viper's Pit down. Sim pushed up and short, able to find Valen, who TPs right into his crosshair, and, well, he gets away without being punished.
As this happens,
now Moist Moguls gonna just play back here. Sim gonna push out. Net, who was lurking, gets caught. Sim gonna take him out. Now it's a 5v3 in this round. And the Guard gonna be pushing in through mid. They've looked really chaotic on their offense these past few rounds, and it hasn't really paid off. Or they're being so volatile in the way that, not volatile, they're being so quick to move and rotate between the sites, which can definitely be to your advantage, knowing it can be a slow rotate from the defense on a 3-site map. But they've been so quick to rotate off of getting picked off. And if they could just push maybe a little bit more, they might be able to punish it. Moguls is happy with this, though. Spike's gonna go down on B, though. This retake gonna have to start. Ooh, C-Link is challenged. Naproto gonna defend it well, able to find a pick, but Jonah P gonna trade it off and gonna be good for another. But still gonna get picked off by Thief, and now Trent gonna be alone in a 1v3, able to take out Sim, swings for another, but not gonna get it. Fly gonna take Trent out in this round. Gonna go to Moist Moguls, and they've taken the 6th round. So now, although it's an offense-sided map, the Guard has no chance at taking the lead going into the next half, and Moist Moguls, going into the last round of this half, could take the lead themselves going into the offense of the offense-sided map. This isn't looking great for the Guard, I'll tell you that much. I mean, I said at the very least, the Guard should be able to keep it even, so that's what the Guard should be trying for here, and they've got 3 ults to do it with. Now again, that Viper's Pit is still in the hands of Net, still hasn't really had a good opportunity to go down. There's a Showstopper Trent can use to clear space, and the Seekers on Jonah could also be used to clear space. Meanwhile, Moist Moguls still has a lockdown to use for that retake, and the Blade Storm is still there, but of course that is a situational ult. Sim does have the Operator, he gets those knives out now, but, you know, it's the last round, it doesn't really matter that he uses his ult. So the guard going to be pushing through mid mostly, but they do have one going short, net for the lurk. But at this point, Moist Mogul should be aware of the fact that the Viper going to a site could mean it's just a lurk for vision. So Brock continues to jiggle peek out. And the guard is actually going to be pushing into A. Now, Garage Control has been given to Josh, so he's going to be the lurker this time around. Moist Mogul's going to have to figure out how they want to play around that, knowing that there is going to be a little bit of paranoia, knowing that there might be one in Garage. Moist Mogul is actually getting baited off of A site. Although, they're going to have to slow down their push in, as Valen does blind his teammates. Spike is going to go down, but it's taken a little bit. The Viper's Pit finally gets an opportunity to come out, and that lurk from Josh is going to come to fruition with a kill. And that's going to be 4v5 that Moist Mogul has to play. The shorty on Trent going to be good for at least one. We find more with it. He swings out. He's gonna. Valen going to be able to take out Brock after Brock takes out Net. There won't be a Viper's Pit. Sim could pick up this Phantom here. They're going to be pushing with that op, though. And he's not going to find anything. So it will be tied up by the guard to go into the second half. Another first half that ends tied 6-6. This is going very interestingly. Played very close, but again, it's an offense-sided map. So it being tied going into Moist Mogul's offense could be a bad thing for the guard. We will see if it is. Both of these teams showing really, really good fundamentals here. But I do think these teams have been struggling, especially the guard. I feel like on their offense, obviously it's only been one offense. I only have the guard's offense to go off of. But I feel like the guard has been struggling to, or at least on their offense, they struggled to, like, be cohesive in their movement. Again, they would get picked off on one site, they would rotate off to another, and then they just get picked off there. That last round was really good, as they did take Garage Control, which is necessary. You need to be challenging Garage. We'll see if Moist Moguls will be doing that here. Guard on this defense. Brock gonna start it off good, able to find a pick. Sim gonna find a pick of his own. Valen does blind out mid, and he blinds quite a few of the enemy, but he's not able to swing off of it and find a pick. Thief gonna be able to take out Valen, retreating from Garage. A Proto gonna take out Trent. Now it's just down to Josh. Able to take out a Proto. Now it's gonna be a 1v4. Lowering it a little bit. It's not going to be a flawless run here. The spike still hasn't gone down. Now it's going down. And Sim going to be able to take out Josh. Josh's crosshair just a little bit too high. That's a mechanical difference there. Or maybe he was just anticipating a wider swing. Whatever it was, Moist Mogul's going to be taking this first round. It's a good start. Should be able to get another round off of it. And it looks like they're going to go for forced buy for... or it's going to be a full buy from everyone. So forced buy from everyone. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be saving. Never mind. A Proto looking like he's going to be saving with a classic or a frenzy. Let's see if he's able to find anything with that. Now going to a ghost. We'll see if he's able to find anything with that. Moist Mogul is going to be pushing C here. Not going to be very much util to push back with for the guard. Like, the guard's not going to be able to stop the take of site. Site's going to be taken. Sure, they don't have Garage, but the guard has completely given up sight. So this retake is going to be difficult, especially considering the gun disadvantage they have right now. Don't really have a flank either. It looked like maybe Net was going to go for it, but Sight's back up off of it. There's two backside for Moist Moguls. Thief watching Garage. There's 4 in Garage. So as soon as this flash comes out, Thief needs to maybe be holding a little bit of a smaller angle here. He'll still get away with his life. And the blind going to come through. That's going to do so much good damage. Valen going to be able to trade Thief off, but at that point, it's a little bit too late. Net's also Garage going to get finished off by Sim. 3 kills for Sim there. Finish it off. Well played as well from Thief. 2 kills from him with that off of that blind. So Moist Moguls takes that round, only losing one of their players, which means they will be able to full buy this round to combat the full buy of the guard. And it's a bit of a bonus for Moist Moguls as well, as they all were able to afford good rifles in the previous round, so they don't even have to buy good rifles here, other than the player who did die. So this is going to be tough for the guard. They have to push through a lot here. Moist Moguls winning those first 2 rounds is going to give them a little bit of an advantage here as we move into these buy rounds. The guard going to have to destroy this econ, and this is something we actually see them struggle with. Both of these teams, when their opponent was on that econ advantage off of those pistol rounds, we've seen these teams struggle. We've seen it happen for the guard on Pearl, especially, but also on Split. But they were able to pull it back together, despite struggling early on in that second half. Let's see what ends up happening. Sim has taken good garage control here. He's all the way into that window. He's just able to take Josh out. He challenges C further, but Net gonna just win the range battle there, having the Vandal. It's gonna be a 4v4, but Net's low on health. The Jonah gonna be locking down the site. Gets low as well, though. They're looking for more here. Jonah P gonna be able to take out Brock. A Proto gonna take out Jonah. Spike is down. Moist Moguls has taken sight, though. The spike can go down. They're going to be able to plant it. Although they may want to try and rotate it elsewhere. And it looks like they may... No, they're just going to plant it for A-Link. I think that's a really safe decision here. That's a really good decision here. As the guard... Obviously, they don't know where the guard is. But they could whittle it down to most of the players being in that C-Link position. Valen able to take out Flya. A Proto going to trade it off. But Net able to take out a Proto. So 2 players left alive is good for the guard. However, this was a little bit of a bonus round for Moist Moguls, so they'll be able to full buy this next round. The guard will not be able to full buy this next round, as they've lost the majority of their players on their forced buy. So it's going to be a little bit of a tough situation for them to be in. Should be okay, though. But it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for the guard to get some momentum built up here. Apologize if you can hear my dog. Yeah, Moist Moguls. Oh, it looks like the guard will may be able to get a buy here. But it'll have to be a judge for Josh to hold C, or it looks like Garage with. Fortunately for Moist Moguls, they're not going to push Garage. Unfortunately, though, it's an A read from the guard, and it's a good read. Although Sim is able to take out Jonah. Nasty flick there. Now this push into A has started. Full buy from Moist Moguls, excluding the knives from Sim, Sim does not buy a gun. But Flya taking out Valen. This A entry has started. Now, are they ready for more? They are. Sim gonna be able to take out Trent. Sim digs out Josh as well. Oh my god, it's disgusting. And now it's down to Net in a 1v5. I don't know if he'll be able to pull this one off, I'll be honest. And Net just going to have to back up, and it looks like he's just going to save his gun, and I can't blame him. Moist Moguls takes a disgusting entry onto that site. And this lead Moist Moguls wanted to start to build up here is going to get bigger. Off of those first 2 rounds, it's just going to get larger. Guard able to win that 3rd round, but typically that's how you see it go. One team will win the pistol round, win the round after that, and then that 3rd round of the half is won by the opposing team. That's what we just saw. And then, I don't know, I mean, it probably wasn't because Josh only had a judge, but that definitely could have been a factor. A Proto is greeting for this kill. And he's gonna get it. Net, I don't know if he just wasn't ready. Probably. Looking at the map or something. But yeah, it's gonna be 9-7 now, Moist Moguls. But I will say, we saw them in this position on Pearl, and it turned into a win. But we also saw them in this position on Split, and it turned into a loss. So it's very possible the guard can still pull through on this. Although the guard is now going to be on an eco round, which is not a position they wanted to be in here. So Moist Moguls may be allowed to reach that double digits. This could definitely be difficult for the guard to push through. It seems their defense is starting to struggle. Moist Mogul is going to be doing an A hit, and it's a B read from the guard, it looks like. Now, that being said, it's a quick rotate from B to the other sites, so it's not a horrible thing, or it's not a horrible position to be in.
No, there's no real
but,
push things right now.
You know, they're not going to be able to pull or hold close on those sites, and they have pistols, so that's probably the kind of hold they want to be doing. Sim going to be able to take out Jonah. Valen there to trade it off. Trent takes out Sim. Flya going to trade that off, though, so it's going to remain a 3v3, but Flya and Thief, or sorry, mostly Thief, locking down those other 2 kills, which leaves Josh alone once again. Now it's a 1v3 for Josh, and all he has is a classic, so they just want to die to the spike here. Moist Moguls has been doing a really good job of not just trying to get that spike down and then play post-plant. Moist Moguls has been making sure a site is entirely cleared and that it's not being taken before they get that spike down. That's something Moist Moguls typically, it's typically a play style of Moist Moguls. Ooh, Josh able to take out Thief. Gonna pick up a gun off of that. Gets concussed, trying to get away from the concussion, and Brock just gonna take Josh out. 2 players left alive isn't great for Moist Moguls, especially considering that was an eco round from the guard, but it is still a pretty decent round. And this econ stability is going to maintain, they're going to maintain that econ stability. This econ momentum is going to continue. And Moist Moguls gets to that 10th round. It's now going to be 10-7. 3 rounds away from a win here for Moist Moguls. The guard once again in this position. They've been in this position before where it was 10-7. I don't think it was on split though. I think it was on pro where it was 10-7. And it didn't go well for the guard. So the guard needs to win this bye round if they would like to have a hope of winning this series here. There's a From the Shadows for both of these teams. Moist Moguls has a Rolling Thunder to use this round. In addition, the guard has From the Shadows, which I already mentioned, but they also have Seekers and a Lockdown, so could definitely go the way of the guard here if they use their ults well. Spike is going to get a chance to go down. Sim, who planted the spike, is going to get taken out. But yeah, that spike does get to go down. Breach Util gonna prevent the defuse immediately, and it's gonna push the guard back a little bit. Trent's Showstopper gonna push Moist Moguls so far back. Ooh, but that Rolling Thunder gonna be good for Fly to be able to take out Josh, and then Net makes his presence. No one on the flank, and a Proto's able to take him out. Spike being spammed. Valen, though, on top, able to find the pick, but a Proto locks it down. Gonna take out Jonah, Valen, and Trent. I'm sorry, I did not do a good job of play-by-play that round, but wow, well played from Moist Moguls, finishing it off, especially with the Proto there. And we're starting to see some more kill consistency from Moist Moguls that we lacked on Split. I mean, it's a little bit of a different kill consistency than I typically like to see, but it is those top 2 players of Proto and Sim with 21 and 20 kills, and then you drop down, and it's 11, 10, and 7. So you still have a core 3, and that's what's really going to matter. Now, the guard has a pretty good kill consistency, albeit it's a wide spread, but in between each of those frags, it is just 1 or 2 kills, so not too far away. Sim just going to be allowed to get onto site, although they don't know where Valen and Jonah are. I doubt they're anticipating them there, but Fly is still going to be able to take out Valen. There's still one back site in Trent, and he's able to find all 3. And now it's down to Brock in a 1v3. Trent's going to get punished and taken out. And Josh is low, but there's a flank coming through from Net. And yeah, Brock may get flanked here. He will get flanked here. And the double peek out from behind and in front. And this round is lost by Moist Moguls. That being said, I believe that was an eco round from the guard, so it's a good round for them to win to get some econ stability moving. But yeah, Moist Moguls. Actually, I don't think that was an eco round. I think that was a buy. Maybe not, because Josh had that stinger. Might have been a forced buy. I think it was, yeah. It's probably a forced buy there. But it turned into a win for the guard, so their econ's going to be in a decent spot here. They did lose a lot of their players, but they're able to pick up some guns, and they're going to be able to buy the rest. So, a decent spot for the guard. But Moist Moguls' econ still really stable, so guard going to have to do some more damage here. Ooh, Josh going to get spammed both through the wall and that smoke, down to 44 HP. That being said, Sim is down to 71 HP as well, so... And Josh can get healed, which I do think is what's going to happen here. Now, there's only 1 on A, and that's a pretty bad decision, because Moist Moguls is going to be doing an A push here, or at least starting an A push. There isn't a whole lot of vision that they're given. They're definitely just playing for a pick at this point. They haven't been able to find it. Puts them in an awkward spot. Net has pushed up deep into mid. He's watching stairs now. He's going to catch the push out of window. This is not good. Nobody cleared it. Net going to find 2 before getting shut down. The 2-for-1 special. Not going to be good for Moist Moguls. And Sim now down to 32 HP. Even lower than before. Josh going to be able to hold... Oh, no, he's not able to hold Garage. Steve going to take Josh out, which will keep it at 3v3. But health not good for Moist Moguls. Valen going to use that From the Shadows to get on the flank. Not going to deny the plant. Plant is going to go down. Garage control has been given to Moist Moguls, and they're just going to sit in there. There's no util to tell the guard that they're all in Garage. And the Proto's Killjoy lockdown going to come out now, and it looks like the guard not going to respect it. They want to destroy it. Proto going to take out Valen, though. The grenade should destroy the lockdown, and it takes out Thief as well. Oh, no, it doesn't. Thief will be able to take out Trent. Now it's a 1v1 between Jonah and Thief. Oh, he's so low on health. He can just get wall banged as well. Oh, and he's coming behind. Oh, no. Thief should have been able to clutch that one out. He was definitely in a position to do so, but time not played nearly well enough, and it's just barely with 1.2 seconds going to get defused. Guard keeping this alive. They're preventing Moist Moguls from getting to that 12th round, but Moist Moguls' econ stability is just in such a good spot here. I think Moist Moguls is getting a little bit overheated. And not too overheated, but a little bit. Now a timeout being called by Moist Moguls. This is an important thing to point out. Neither of these teams have taken a timeout yet. Neither of these teams have taken a timeout yet. That is impressive. And so now one is being taken by Moist Moguls, and you can see why. There is definitely some holes that the guard is being able to poke through. Moist Moguls just needs to put up a solid wall here. And not let those holes be poked through. This offense is going pretty well for them. Again, you see them getting a little overheated in the sense that they're not clearing their corners. They're playing a little bit too confidently when I don't think they should be. They should be a little bit more cautious than they are. And that's definitely coming to bite them, and the guard is happy to take full advantage of that. That being said, it's hard to believe, but the guard has not taken a timeout either. But because Moist Moguls takes a timeout, the guard gets to use this time as a timeout as well. So we will see this come through here. Now, there's two ults for either side. There's a showstopper for Trent to use. There's a lockdown for Josh to use. Now, for Moist Moguls, there's Blade Storm, which is going to be used to to continue that econ momentum. And there is a From the Shadows for Thief to use. These scores are really, really close. And although Moist Moguls is pretty close... Oh! Sim just going to push through the double wall bang and take Jonah out. He's going to continue it. He finds a pick as well. Pick up a gun, man. What are you doing? Trent going to punish him. He takes Sim out. Sim going to be good for a 2-for-1 special. I talk about it a lot, but it's coming through. Give me a double-double. And now Moist Moguls going to be able to get that spike down on C. Well played there. Sim with only knives. No good rifle to utilize. He pushes aggressively there. And it works out. Ooh, Trent pushing up, trying to deny these players post-plant, but he dies in the process and doesn't get away with a pick. Meanwhile, Brock gonna be able to take out Josh, who was just trying to stick it. Not gonna pay off there. And Moist Moguls now on that 12th round, which is good for two reasons. One, now the guard has to get to overtime if they want to win this map. And in addition, Moist Moguls is now one round away from a win. That was beautifully played by Moist Moguls, by the way. Sim just kept going. I don't know if I don't think he was planning to be so aggressive from the start there, but, you know, he was in that position to be aggressive, and he definitely overheated. But it worked out there. He gave Moist Moguls that player advantage to start it off early, and it followed through. Now the guard gonna have to force here. You can't not force. Which is definitely an unfortunate position to be in for the guard. But it is the way that it is. Your opponent's on that 12th round. You need to be forcing these rounds. You don't have room to breathe. Moist Moguls just going to have to try and figure out how they want to play this. Now, they should not be pushing A here, because it's an A read by the guard. And it's a good read, because that's where Moist Moguls was headed. But with so much util used so early on, Moist Moguls is going to start approaching towards C. And that is a really good decision here, because there's nobody on C. There's a Killjoy turret, but I believe that's watching Garage. So they may not face any pushback other than one single Nano Swarm. The Rolling Thunder is only 1 point away as well, so if Fly gets a kill, he can just get that ult up and use. From the Shadows from Thief as well could provide some good info as well. The noise is heard as the push into B starts. And sight has been given, so they will be able to get the spike down. And it's going to be planted for Long and Garage. And now that Rolling Thunder is up, so this will be a difficult play. And the flank from Net denied. Now it's going to be a 4v5 here from the guard. Moist Moguls, they can taste the win here. The 2-1 to say, you know, we're number 2. Proto takes out Josh in mid. Brock overheating a little bit, going to be taken out by Jonah. Valen going to be able to take out Sim as well, which will even it out. Now it's a 3v3. No, Proto might be Garage. They have to be cautious of it. Spike just being held. Nobody's gonna stop him! The defusal comes through! A Proto gonna get most of the other players! But it's not gonna be enough! The defusal comes through, the guard is still in it! Now, that being said, that was an expensive round. A very expensive round, but they take the win, which does allow them to force a bye here. Proto looked so gross that round, just with how well that was put together, but they did not stop the defusal. That is the face of, well, we let that happen. Guard gonna be on another forced buy on low econ. So Moist Moguls still gonna have that gun advantage. And honestly, I think that round should have gone to them. If the guard is able to pull through and get it to overtime off of that, Moist Moguls will be so disappointed in themselves. Flash comes through. And it's actually dodged, I think. So Moist Moguls can actually push up.
They're walking up again to the A site here.
Is jump peeking out. Not going to see anybody yet, though. The swing is going to come through.
This could come as a shock.
Net is in such a good position.
Skydog comes through, and off of that, the util as this push starts. Net going to be able to take out Brock. Sim going to take out Jonah, though. They push and take out Net. Ooh, Trent going to be able to chase down Sim. It's going to be traded off by a Proto, though. And now up a player, Moist Moguls still has not gotten that spike down, but the lockdown can come out. Flag going to take out Valen. Now it's a 1v3. You got to clutch this up. You take out Thief, no spike is going to go down, but you do have to back up off of that lockdown. So Josh in a really tough spot. Also down to 33 HP. And Moist Moguls once again has it in their grasp. They have the spike in their grasp. The win here in their grasp. This is a team that came through the open qualifiers, had no org, got purchased by Moist Esports and Mogul Mail, and Mogul Moves, and now they're moving forward to beat the #2 team in North American Challengers right now. They want to say that they are the #2 team as they put themselves at the top of Group B. Moist Moguls takes the win. They do not look happy, and I imagine it's just because that did not go at all as dominantly as they probably wanted it to go. But Moist Moguls does take the win, and they are now not just the #2 group or the #1 group in Group B, but they've beaten both the #3 and the #2 teams in Challengers right now, in North American Challengers, and they're on their way to make it to playoffs and try and beat out M80 in playoffs. We'll see if Moist Moguls can continue to make waves and do wonders here, make moves in North American Challengers there. Mogul Moves, got you. And, yeah, that's gonna end it. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you subscribe. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I hope you'd consider it. It's been an exciting day. The day I was looking forward to the most this week. And, well, it's over. And it went just as well as I had hoped. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow.